down to we need more people to vote. And I'm just sitting there like, no, that's wrong. We need to restrict voting. So if you could have it your way, who would be the voters?
It would be men, because historically men have voted for good policy. 100% of men vote for.
Qualification? Would it just be men, or would it be a subset of men?
No, it would be all men. People who build and contribute to the infrastructure of society. And it's majority men, overwhelmingly men. That's who I would allow to vote, because men have historically built this country, sustained this country, and protected this country. So that's who I would allow to vote. Now, I did get challenged on that, and there were some women who came up, and I did concede. They came up with the idea of litmus tests, which I would agree with. I think the reason why I would not be cool with the 19th Amendment or women voting is because too many women don't have experience as far as the infrastructure of the world. A lot of women think surface level. A lot of women are heavily influenced because they vote on emotion, and it was designed that way to get them to vote for that reason. And we have stats and data to prove it. All these horrible leaders and policies we had, overwhelmingly women have taken.
So a lot of men have those. A lot of men do the same thing. So why would they be in favor of a subset?
Yeah, that's negative. And that votes against the best interests of the country, but it's not overwhelming. Overwhelmingly, men vote for the best interests and policies of the country. So we have enough men to weed out the retarded men that vote and have no idea what they're voting.
In Saudi Arabia, we don't have this problem.
Last question. I'll shut up after this. What's wrong with restricting the voting to property-owning men? That way,
I would be in favor of that. Yeah.
So that's what I meant by a subset.
Or veterans, you serve the country. You've given to the country. You've shown some level of responsibility to understand how money works, economics work, infrastructure works, protection works, sovereignty works. As long as you've displayed some type of action that demonstrates you've got a thorough understanding, or you've had the responsibility to gain that understanding. And even though we brought up women in that position, and I changed my stance a little bit. I said, if I couldn't restrict it to just men, I would be in favor. But you got to show some level of having some type of responsibility economically.
Absolutely. So you're in favor of restricting the vote, but you understand that because we're at where we are, it's almost impossible to turn the tide on that, right?
Yeah, we got too many sissy beta men. And 1 second, I'm gonna let you jump in. Merry Christmas to you. Welcome to the stage. I know it's never gonna get that way. Hey, we got too many fucking beta men, and then we've got a system that benefits off of women's stupidity, naivety, and.
I never started the show because I don't want you to talk about Chris Brown.
No, because he gonna play.
Yeah. Would you be okay with women still being part of the political process in terms of, picketing, rallying, involving themselves in the political process, just not being able to vote?
Absolutely not. If you can't protect this country, if you can't go and go on the front lines and die protecting the country, then absolutely not. No, sorry.
You don't think they should be able to picket or rally?
No, absolutely not. I think women should be in the kitchen doing their domestic duties, what they've done for a million years.
No, but what if they're no? I'm talking about the women who don't have a family. Women who, for one reason or another, decided not to marry or have children. Why can't they be a part of the not vote, but be a part of the process in terms of that kind of stuff?
Because they're not responsible for building and sustaining, protecting the societal infrastructure. And too, man, I'm sorry, I'm not a Christian, but I
don't be sorry.
With the Bible, with what the Bible says, and I think the Bible is written the text for a reason. The Bible clearly states women have one sole place in society. And I think when we stuck by those rules, society was best. Once we started breaking that's when society started falling for the worst.
I tend to agree. Okay, so not even part of the political process. But you can take that as a compromise. If we had to go back, and women said, "Man, just let us pick it, and we'll give up our right to vote." You'd be cool. You do that, right?
Yeah, because here's the thing: if women pick it, women can't defend what they shout for. Men can. So you and I get on the mountaintop and shout for our opinions of what we want, and we can physically defend it. Women can't. So unless you're able to physically defend what you're fighting for, and And what you're shouting from the mountaintop for? Absolutely not. You have no place.
Are you a misogynist?
Negative. I love women.
Okay.
I love women so much. I want to protect them and keep them out of harm's way.
You cherish women.
I cherish women. I cherish motherhood. I just had a baby a month ago. Me and my wife just had a baby a month ago, man, Infinity.
Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. To see
the precious blessing.
Thank you, brother. To see the beauty of motherhood and how women nurture and care for children and babies and that value they bring, bro. I don't want that to be tainted or corrupted, bro. I just don't. With all the harsh shit men have to deal with out in the world, I don't want our precious, valuable women who offer so much in that realm and it's so important. I don't want them to be tainted by all this bullshit out here.
Well, Habibi, in Saudi Arabia, we do not have this problem because we are men and we never let our women vote, only men vote. And also, we do not have other social problems like you have in America. And when a woman commits a crime, we behead her in the public square. So all the children can see the blood from her neck flowing into the gutter where that dastardly woman who killed the person. That is how we do it in Saudi Arabia. Habibi! It's true, this is the Jewish Sharia law, baby.
I tend to agree with you, man.
Shit, a lot of men can't. The men are even struggling in that area now in 2025. Yep. But yeah, man, so.
Fuck your feelings, right? I like that.
That's
I like that hoodie you got on.
Hell yeah, bro. Fuck your feelings. I wear a hoodie all the time, man. I love that hoodie. It's my favorite fucking hoodie, bro. Fuck your goddamn feelings. It's about facts and get shit done, man. It's about results, bro. Fuck your feelings. I'm all about results. So sometimes your feelings have to get hurt. My feelings got hurt plenty of times because what I had to offer just didn't fit in the grand scheme of things of getting the mission accomplished. So I had to sit on the bench a couple times. And it is what it is. Everybody's got a role to play, bro.
Absolutely true. Spot on.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference between men and women. We understand this. Why? Because we've had a million years of evolution of men going out and figuring out the world and figuring out all this hard rule, harsh dog-eat-dog shit that exists out there. We've had a million plus years head start to figure this world out. Women they just don't have the experience. I equate it to this, man, Kennedy. Putting women in charge who don't have the evolutionary experience of figuring the world out and learning how to manipulate it to get the benefits that we have today, which is a civilized, medically sound and safe society. It'd be the equivalent of taking a 10-year-old and making him the CEO of Apple. Watch how quick Apple crashes and burns when you got a 10-year-old inexperienced child running it.
Explain certain, industries or certain companies within certain industries who are led by women that progress or make, that achieve certain levels of success. Would you just chalk that up to a fluke, or would you say that there are exceptions to every rule?
Yeah, there's exceptions to every rule. If a parachute company, 1 out of 10 parachutes successfully deployed, that's not reason enough for me to use that company to go skydiving, bro. I'm sorry. I'm walking away from that company.
So women shouldn't be in the pilot seat. They shouldn't be in the seat. They should just literally be wives and mothers.
non-syllable yeah. But in reality, that's not the case. So the best thing we have is meritocracy. So I think we should have one standard across the board for any industry. Either make it or you don't, regardless of whether you have a vagina or a penis. Or both.
Yeah,
There are some stellar women out there, there are some stellar women out there. There are women who can mentally and intellectually run laps around my retarded jarhead ass, right? I will admit that. I've ran into these women. I have no problem with those types of women. But it's because they've earned it through their works and character, not just because they have tits and a vagina.
So, I want you to look at my PTR in a second here. I'm about to, you can see it. I went to a fire department graduation in PTR, and you see in the middle of that graduating class, you see a very tiny woman. You see that? A tiny woman. She supposedly passed all that she needed to pass to become a firefighter. And you see how she fails in comparison to the men that are standing on either side of her.
Yes, and I call bullshit. She passed everything, bro. I dated this chick 2 years ago about that size. She passed the firefighters school or course or whatever they do. And she told me because of her size, she was limited. There were certain things she just physically could not pass or handle, but because they had voted me, a DI voted me, they fucking passed it, bro. Yeah, a woman that size, there's no fucking way she.
All hail, magnificent Megatron! Glorious Megatron of the Bible and Quran, never-ending brain rot mind virus room. All hail, Megatron! All hail, Megatron!
As that group,
I'm in a clubhouse room. This is a guy named Megatron, aka Bar.
His name is it starts with A. It starts with A. It's got like a Wednesday in there all the time. I'm blind. I can't go in there. I'm blind to me because I tell because yeah. I mean, there it goes. I mean, then it was starting with an A. Oh, I'm blocked. I can't go in there. I've never seen those rooms anyway. What do you want now?
So Megatron, you left your room open like 2 nights ago, and I think it was on the weekend, and I was able to read about Megatron. It was kind of a nice synchronicity. I don't know, Daniel, did you listen to the meditation that I did?
I was sleeping. I thought it was amazing. I think I only woke up when you started playing loud music. Like if you would have kept the meditation shit going on, I would have probably slept the whole day. But you fucked it up by just playing loud music.
So, Barth, I mean, I know you're like a family man and you're working and you're here, but this room in this house has been crushing it. Like, if you could record this in a studio, it would be gold. But I know you're on the move, so it's like you can't record it. But the number of
You're more than welcome to record the rooms. I'll keep you in the fucking
Well, I don't need to record it. Other people are recording it, so I'm
Yeah,
just,
that's fine.
I just record generally when I come in the room. But in terms of like, I've left it on maybe sometimes, but I generally,
I'm not a stiffler about people recording me. You want to record me, I'm okay with it.
yeah,
So, other people are kind of like iffy about it. Me, I don't give a fuck.
yeah. I mean, obviously,
I
I
don't
don't.
really share anything personal about myself anyway that much. So you're free to record anytime you want. It doesn't bother me.
Daniel, why do you use all these big words like exegesis, exegetical? Like you use all these like big technical Christian terms that like Christian organizations utilize in some type of weird debate about nothing. Why do you do that, Daniel?
What do you mean?
Like
They're
what?
used within like Islam and Judaism and exegesis going in hermeneutics or just like parts of literature period.
So
It's
what?
not just that something to do with just that it doesn't have something to do with religion per se.
Well, I'm saying you bring it up. You use the terminology all the time.
You can learn this stuff and participate.
No, I get it. I understand. It's like going to a Christian Baptist school and a Baptist debate club, going to some Protestant college debate club and arguing about, you know,
No. Exegesis and hermeneutics have nothing to do with religion. It's just the way that
So
literature is read.
explain to me.
When you were reading the book, when you were reading a book and interpreting it, you were engaging in the method of hermeneutics and exegesis. Like when you read any book,
Okay.
so far, listen to this shit. This is a constructive polemic syllogism with these. Anyone who is created by a direct act of God's Spirit, without a human father, with a unique sign for humanity, and who's called a pure son, possesses divine origin and status.
Well, Daniel, I don't know if you know this, but my parents my parents had such a conflicted marriage that like I'm technically, my mother's a virgin, and technically I'm like, so what is it called? Autogenesis? Because my mother is a virgin.
A parthogenesis.
Parthogen, and my father is a carpenter. I'm just saying. Yeah. And then you come out and look at your parents look at your kids' PTR and Farmhouse.
And you're a fucking Jew.
And I'm a Scorpio, but look at CM. All I'm trying to say is that like if we were to all send a PTR to our parents right now, and CM sent his, what do you think CM's parents would say about CM?
Oh, that actually looks like my son. My son is not.
Do you believe that CM really went to college, or do you think that these guys are really fucking it out? I just think people think about it. I don't know if he's doing like so much blow. I don't know if he's doing so much blow that he just lost his fucking mind with like alcohol. But he doesn't with the alcohol, it's just got to his brain so much.
You can start with your boy and Philip Catholic. Come on, because
I don't know.
you can't justify your worldview. I know that's what
Oh my God! Would you?
Oh, go!
Mark, what the fuck are we doing now, man?
I don't know. These people just want to come in here.
Hey, this is 20 years ago. Enrique was killed. He attacked us first.
CM fucks up every room, dude.
He attacked
No
you
matter
first.
what room. No matter what room
Enrique
it
is
is.
no bigger thought. Enrique.
Listen to Enrique's proof of God. God exists because of the Catholic Church. And then the Catholic Church exists because of God.
Hold on.
And
You asked me. You asked me.
So obvious.
You asked me what. Okay, Sam, you justify epistemologically why God doesn't. He doesn't even know what that word means.
I know. Epistemology means.
Tell me what it means. I'm still trying to need exactly because I don't know the thing.
Tell me what everyone plans.
Sure. Well, look at the line. I mean, I can't tell this guy even though I heard you because it's just perception.
The Catholic Church
Catholic Church and the Catholic Church is
All you have to
done.
do is remember the fact the last
Your level of
five,
intellect. This
the
one's
last five responses
Enrique,
that
this
he
is
gives,
your place right
and
here.
you repeat that
Yeah,
to him,
even
and you realize he doesn't say anything.
even
Wait,
your own.
all he does is he just goes like this.
Because I'm gonna ask you, even your own worldview.
Rabbi Stone study his responses. Just studies. Yeah, he has to be comfortable.
Literally, I'll destroy any of you.
Okay,
Any
destroy,
debate
debate.
about any.
Okay, justify.
Dude, I destroyed him Rabbi. I destroyed him last night. I destroyed him last night, and then he followed me in another room so he can go around. You were my friends, you dumbass. Okay, let's say they're talking. I embarrassed you in front of your own. Even the Indian guy that was with me, he's like, yeah, he got you, bro.
Yeah.
You didn't even know. You had no answer. No. This guy. Seriously, you have like a double digit.
But let me tell you this, this guy's coked out half the time. He doesn't know the experience.
He's belongs
He's
to
weak. He's weak.
Let's talk. Let's have a conversation, please. Tell me about what you think about epistemology.
What I think about epistemology, it doesn't matter what I think about epistemology. It matters what I can justify with it. Now, my epistemology.
Tell me. Go ahead.
Now, my epistemology says that, yeah, we operate in a world that has objective morality, that has objective reality. Otherwise,
That's a claim. Do you have any proof of that?
yeah, because the fact that we're here discussing.
James,
That we're here discussing this.
Oh my God! This
No.
I don't know why you answer this guy
No, wait,
seriously.
if I can try 1 second. Now, here's the thing,
Why are you answering him seriously? Like,
No, I know, I'm
Because we're here
just gonna say
objective
this.
morality exists because we're here discussing.
No, yeah, objective reality, yes.
Fucking
Because
really?
because if there's no objective reality, how do you know I'm
I
not...
said morality.
Yeah, perfect, but I said two things, right? So we'll address morality later. But
You said morality.
I said both, but you don't
You
even
said
know.
morality.
Oh, I said both, but
You
here's
said
what-
morality.
I said both. Fucking
And
faggot.
even if you said reality,
Yeah, so
reality.
okay, perfect. So if there's no objective reality, how do you know I'm not just a
I believe in No, I'm fine with objective reality. Objective morality is fucking nonsense.
Okay, objective morality is nonsense, right? So I can go rape you if I want, right?
Yeah, and you know what? The universe wouldn't be mad at you or fucking punish you. Or
No, it doesn't matter. Okay, fine.
It's not a law.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with your.
Don't talk to me, bro.
Wait, but here's the problem with your line of thinking.
Go back
Wait.
to school. You need
You
to
were attacking.
go up to like 30 IQ points.
Okay, wait
Never
a
talk
second.
again.
Wait. Hold on.
You're missing a chromosome or something, bro. Stop.
Dude,
Let me deal with
you
this.
believe that morality.
see,
You let me finish. You believe that morality.
You're not capable of
You
thinking.
believe. But hold on. You believe that morality is subjective, correct? And you were
I
curling.
explained it to you thoroughly yesterday.
Hold on.
Thoroughly.
Wait.
And this guy's
If
complaining about
you
me
believe that
following
morality
you.
is
Follow me.
subjective,
Why are
you
you
don't.
following me?
In your own paradigm, you have no right to say that the Christian God is immoral.
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense.
I'm comparing it to my standard is
This
immoral.
guy is so stupid.
My
Just-
standard
just-
Christian God is a fucking war
That's a fact.
mongering.
No, you're right. I agree with Megatron at this point. No point.
Like, why are you trying to engage in him in a serious
You're right.
way?
It's a waste of time.
It's a waste of fucking
Yeah,
time.
it is. You guys seriously are not capable of discussing me.
Go harder.
To go fucking.
Inclusion 1,
He's
therefore Allah
walking
has
around.
Inclusion 1, therefore Allah has a son.
See this?
Inclusion 2, that son is Isa.
Honestly, you guys are worse than the Muslims.
Inclusion
That's no fact. You guys are worse than the fucking
Conclusion, let me just read out my
Worse
syllabus.
at reasoning than Muslims. Look, James remember Enrique's
Therefore Allah has a son. Conclusion 2, that son is Isa. Conclusion 3, therefore Isa is divine and thus God. From the Quran itself. Premise 1. Whoever originates directly from God's Spirit without a human father has a unique son and mercy for all mankind, possesses a divine origin. Quran 19:17, Quran 19:19 through 21, Quran 66:12. Premise 2. Isa is called a pure son and was conceived when God breathed his spirit into Mary. Quran 19:19, Quran 66:12. Premise 3. Isa had no human father, and his conception was
heard of these things, bro.
Yeah, but
Pay attention to that.
Yeah.
You don't say it's wrong. It's logically consistent.
Sam, do you believe that the Christian God is immoral?
By my morals, yes. By
I'm
my
sure
personal
it's
morals,
want you to
it's
keep
about
this
a lot of
in your,
the Catholic Christian God or Jewish
I want you
God.
to keep this in your
And
back
a lot.
pocket.
It's weird, but it's weird because you were saying this
Do you have any
yesterday.
idea how much
You're
longevity
you're
you're
only
gonna get out of
using
it?
you're only
Oh my
using
God.
English language.
Bro, do you understand what you opened up? You just opened Pandora's box, bro.
Yeah, this is Pandora's
Again.
box.
You
100%.
understand?
Oh,
You can't do that
Mars is
out.
terrified of me. I'm
Yeah, we're
gonna
gonna
be
blow
here
that-
for
we're gonna
like
blow that
kicking
one
out pretty soon. It is what it is.
We're
You're
gonna
only
go
using
outside, bring this up.
Here to talk
Like,
to you.
Sam, you're only
time.
using precise language now because you know you self-contradicted yourself yesterday.
Wait a second, wait a second. Enrique, what's this guy's name again? And Rolo?
Enrique.
Enrique, if you keep engaging
Very
with Sam,
cool.
if you keep engaging with Sam, seriously, I'm gonna keep
You know what? I have
Enrique, if you keep conversating and crying to him about how stupid he is, I'm gonna kick him out.
fair enough.
If you just don't, if you continue to speak to him in a serious manner, I'm kicking him out. Just fucking ignore him, please.
Nobody's here to talk to you, bro.
Ribono Shalom. That was like the greatest thing I've ever heard Megatron say to anybody. Goo, how does that make you feel? And Sam, how does that make you
The
feel?
guy with the most mental illness on the
Who's this? Yeah, real Muslim down there?
Projection alert!
Why do you think Chuck Kitover is mentally ill? Honestly.
Take a wild guess, bro. I mean, it ain't hard to tell. To prevent the mic is contact without trying to. It's not hard to tell, bro. I'm not saying he's a bad.
Did you just slip into rap hip hop as you were trying to continue to roast me?
Fucking album came out in 98, you fucking crackhead.
It came out in like 94. What are you talking about, bro? I thought you were older than me, Bart. And you're from New York. You should know this. Anyways.
Bro, I had that,
This is why he's meant to be you.
Dude, I had that on the tape.
Like the you.
I had that on 120 minute tape, fucking. Bro, I had that on 100 minutes, 120 minute tape, and on the other side was the black one. Don't try to, please. We already knew that one of the drops was right after, if you flip the tape, you had, represent, right? So we're talking about seeing back between the fast forward and rewind, and that shit goes on the tape. Dude, you know nothing about it. You know nothing
You guys
about
ain't
it.
real white people. Fucking coward, man.
So you can believe it.
I mean, yeah, I was here to talk to Daniel, and I guess, jump around where I am for a little bit. Unless, yeah, we don't want to do that. You made the other two Catholics leave because they saw you guys getting humiliated as per usual.
By who? I told them not to speak to you and threatened to kick them out.
Oh, man, they're terrified. Yeah, they want to come here and, like, circle your double-digit IQ fucking orgy. Then go ahead.
What's your IQ?
Whatever number it is, it has like 6 zeros behind it. So whatever number it is in the millions.
I'm not your bank account.
I'm a thousandaire. I'll say.
Thousandaire.
Multi-thousandaire.
Why haven't you had any children?
I'm pretty picky about women. I'm gonna.
Really?
Well, I mean, yeah. Obviously not a woman to like just chill with, but like to have kids with.
I'm telling you right now, the next fucking girl you have sex with, you better not fucking pull out. Because that's gonna be your last opportunity. I'm just letting you know right now.
Here's what.
When you get to fucking sleep with a girl, you better fucking blow the biggest fucking load you ever did in your life. And you better pray to God she doesn't fucking take a Plan B pill.
Dude, I gotta worry about the opposite. I gotta worry about nutting in that bitch's face and her rubbing in her pussy.
Okay. Alright. So you telling me you're not gonna try to have a kid?
I mean, it's gotta be a kid. Me and the girl on the same page with how we're gonna raise them. Because my kid is gonna go to MIT.
If I were you, I would just. Yeah,
My child is gonna study science at MIT.
You better be lucky your kid's
Unless
not
he wants to be
gonna
like a chess
fucking his
player.
whole life. Listen, just have a fucking kid. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I want to. I want to have two.
Just don't pull out. Even if it's a Colombian. Even if it's a Colombian.
Exactly. I'm not trying to knock up a Colombian whore who's gonna like divorce me after like 2 years.
What do you have to offer a woman though? Think about this. Like, what do you offer a woman? A lot.
Dude, exactly. I'm an idiot. I should be a sperm donor. I'm tall.
I have the way you talk
4
about that.
college degrees. I mean, this is the type of shit that they put like in the.
What, in Clown House University? You got 4 degrees from Clown House University? Is that what CM stands for?
From Clubhouse University. I bought my degrees on the dark web, but I still have.
Yeah. Supposedly he was like this prodigy math kid, and then he just fizzed out. You know what happened?
Fizzed out.
So what happens? Like, you get such high level of mathematics, and then you start spurging out, and you become like schizo after you get to like the highest level of mathematics.
You know what? I'll show you guys my dissertation. You guys want to see it?
Yeah, publish it. Put it on Scrib. Let's see it.
But not John. He's mentally ill. But I can show you.
Oh, thank you very little. Is that projection?
Yeah. I should again. You're gonna take about 110 pages original mathematics. You're gonna be like.
Well, CM, you know,
like 100 pages out of
CM, you may have 4 degrees, but I've got at least 4 days of you talking on this app concurrently. That's like 96 hours of talking about nothing. If that degree means anything, my recordings mean you're still retarded. So how do you defend yourself?
I mean, no. All it means is I'm here to fucking entertain myself by talking shit to like flat earthers. That's all it means.
Oh, so you think your degrees qualify you to argue with fucking African American people that want to sit there and troll you about the earth being flat? The earth being flat? That's how you use your degrees. Oh, I see. It's cheap entertainment. So what you mean to tell me is you go to the black casino.
Don't you believe like every conspiracy known to man?
You go to the
flat earth conspiracy?
You go to the black casino because it's cheap entertainment for you. Does that make you a low class racist? I mean, 4 degrees, and that's how you choose to use your fucking time?
I've literally never gambled at.
Never mind, Megatron. If I keep talking to him, please kick me from the room, Megatron.
Yeah, no. It's just insane.
Garth, you know like you're being live streamed to YouTube right now, right?
By who?
Who do you think? Take a wild guess.
It doesn't. You want to know something? These things don't bother me.
I know. Because you don't care about being live streamed by some rando onto live.
Can you maybe update the title, not just the poll? Thank you very little.
I personally, like, for me, like, they can live stream me all you want, but see, how many views, let's just think, how many views do you think you can get if they put you on a YouTube channel? How many views do you think they would get?
I'm being put on YouTube right now.
No, I'm just saying, how many views do you think you would get if you were to start the show?
At least a few hundred, maybe a few thousand. I got videos for some, a few thousand.
You have a video started. Alright, how many videos do you have of you alone with a few thousand?
All of them are me alone talking about math.
And how long have you been online?
I mean, depends. I have some going back to like 2015 probably.
2015.
When this dude said shit, he's not lying about it. I thought he was. I've looked at it. There's no way that
He's got videos in 2015.
he couldn't be
Yeah.
lying.
Like tiny math lectures.
That's the 2015 videos I would say.
I'll send it to you. I'll send you.
Yeah, send it to me, Megatron, so I can screen record it and put it on YouTube. Thank you very little.
Yeah. Thank you, bro.
Nothing. I don't think there's anything to diagnose. It's the same diagnosis for everyone. It's a waste of fucking time to be on this stupid app. That's my diagnosis.
On this motherfucker like anybody.
Why did you lie? What N-bombs did you drop on me? Why are you lying?
You know, James is actually black, right?
Why are you lying?
Listen, James, if you are not from the United States, you are not a fucking.
You're from Puerto Rico. You're a fucking wetback. You are not from the United States either.
Freaking a booty scratcher. You will never.
I live in a country where everyone has health insurance. We have no death penalty, right?
Wow, so you
All the children have health insurance. Tell me how wonderful America is.
Only pure niggas.
Yeah, America's top sport is killing children in school. That's the only thing you're good at, you piece of shit.
You on the other hand, you're just a lonely homosexual.
Yeah, but I have a Dutch passport, which is welcome anywhere in the world. What kind of passport do you have? Okay, Puerto Rico has a passport, huh?
I have an Israeli passport.
What does Puerto Rico have? You're a fucking American colony.
I have an Israeli passport.
How do you have an Israeli?
What an Israeli passport? Why aren't you fighting in the IDF if you got an Israeli passport? You fucking lying cretin.
That's like a boomerang.
Like you.
My primary estate is in New York.
When I asked you, boss, remember when I asked you, boss, are you an engineer? Guess what, boss? We belong to an engineering union. You fucking idiot. CM has got a PhD. You've never been to college. Who are you to call him out?
Nepotism.
Nepotism. I'm the first person in my
You fucking stupid dude. And Kitover, you'll never be elected to Congress. Never. Not even MAGA wants you.
I'm
looking for the nigga who pulled his pistol on my homie, and I told her not. And now your life is what you owe me.
Daniel and Sam,
The eyes of your motherfucking murder. I want you to witness your motherfucking murder, nigga.
Damn. Dan John Bars. Hey, yo, Bars, did you know about, did you know how, I just came from a room where Nargis ripped Daniel's head off? Like, she's super mad at him.
For what?
So apparently Sam was trying to get Nargis to go onto Discord with them, and he recruited Daniel, and they were, like, really bothering Nargis for, like, a long time, and eventually they were trying to get Nargis on there so they could ask her for, like, nudes or something. Somebody said that, I don't know. And then she kept declining. And she was getting mad. She's been mad at them for a while. And then fucked it. This is where I told him that I don't know if I can help him. He called Nargis. What was it? Fat and ugly. What was it? He called Nargis fat and ugly. He's like, oh, the reason you won't come on like Discord live with us is because you're fat and ugly.
Okay.
And now she blocked them and everything.
Oh, she blocked him. Okay.
Daniel is a dumbass and he says stupid shit like that.
He was apologizing and it was really hard for me.
I'm not nice.
Rainbows
I am sunshine and fucking rainbows. Hi there, James. I missed you.
I can't recognize your voice. I don't recognize your voice.
I know, honey. It's been a while.
You don't recognize her voice because you defend the fucking girl all the time, James. It's so funny.
I defend people who are worth defending. I defend my friends and people I respect.
You want to know something, James? How could you not remember her voice, James?
Dude, I speak to thousands of women every fucking week on Clubhouse and in real life.
Bird down this fucking guy. Bird down this guy, Daniel.
So refresh my memory. Refresh my memory.
How come? Wait a second. Before you tell him, okay? This guy is always got my shit. He's always up my ass about this shit. And the fucking nerve of this guy to say, I don't even remember this woman's voice.
Yeah, but the difference between you and I, boss, I have never called a woman a cum dump. I've never called a woman a cum dump. I've never done that.
Here you
Wait a
go.
second. Who did I call a cum dump?
You called a cum dump. I heard it. I don't deny it.
No, I didn't.
I did.
It's on.
I did.
I'm sorry, dude. I gotta give it up to you, bro.
Yo, he doesn't even remember her voice.
It's okay. I remember his.
He doesn't even remember her voice, and yet he's constantly talking about death and people. Yet death is in the room, and he doesn't even know she's in the room.
When's the last time I spoke to Death Hippie? When's the last time I spoke to Death Hippie?
It's been a year.
Probably longer, Death Hippie. Probably longer.
I
still love you, James.
Do you want to know
So I got nothing against you, Death Hippie. I still like.
I spoke to Death Hippie every single day after that.
Yeah, but why? What? So you think you can say something to someone, and then the next day you're sorry? You say sorry. That makes it okay. That makes it okay.
Who the fuck are you?
You're a fucking man. Be responsible for yourself, boss.
Hey, you. This is what I want to know is, who the fuck are you to play police?
Okay, I'll tell you who I am. I'm the guy who's much smarter than you, who's much stronger than you, and I'm the guy that can give your wife a better orgasm than you ever can. That's who I am.
Listen to him. Listen to how upset he gets. He doesn't even remember the girl's voice.
I'm not upset.
But yet he's smarter than me. Listen to this.
Yes, I am. You know what? You know what else I don't do, boss? Unlike you, I don't tell lies.
James.
I don't lie. You know why I don't lie? Because I don't fear anyone.
You know,
Lying is what thieves and cowards like you do. I don't lie.
fear yourself, James.
I've never pretended that I'm academically educated, college, or, I'm not an engineer, but I belong to an engineering union. I've never said that. Have you said that?
Yeah. I'm part of
You're not a fucking engineer. Otherwise, I would have said you were an engineer. You idiot.
I'm part of Local 14.
You're a glorified artisan. That's all you'll ever be. Maybe a boilermaker at best.
What are you talking about? I'm one of the best, strongest fucking locals in
You're not strong in anything. Fucking let's meet up and let's see how strong you are. You wouldn't last a minute with me.
Listen,
You wouldn't.
You don't have to believe
You
me.
wouldn't.
You don't have to believe me.
Not intellectually, not physically, not otherwise.
Listen, you can go on the website.
You are even more effeminate than John Kitover, and that's saying something.
I'm trying to tell you, you can't do this all the time. You don't want to have a conversation. You just want to yell
Why
at
should I? Everybody's laughing at you.
No one's laughing. Only CM. He's the only
And
one.
Daniel is laughing at you.
So James, I'll tell you what local I'm part of. I'll tell you what local I'm part of. I'm part of Local 14 operating engineers. Oh, like,
Are you an engineer? Sort of.
yeah.
So why did you say when you asked if you're an engineer that you belong to an engineering union? Why did you say that?
That's the role. Hey, go to New York City. Go on.
That's what he means. Now that he's like
an operating engineer.
I can't.
I'm not a civil engineer. I don't believe that.
No, yeah, you can't
Go on the fucking
what is like
website.
2
Oh my
2 sevens plus like 3 8s is. It would take him the rest of his life to get that. Without a
No,
calculator.
Listen,
he's got no reasoning. He's got no logical train thought. How can he be an engineer?
Precisely.
James, my title is operating engineer.
I didn't ask what your title is. I asked you, do you have a degree in engineering? Yes or no?
I do not need a degree in engineering.
So you don't have it. So you're not. It's like me saying,
What?
but I'm not qualified.
Okay.
I'm a doctor, but I've never been to Or even better, I'm a medic, but I'm a surgeon.
When I was
See how
21
stupid
years
you
old.
are?
When I was 21 years old.
Stolen valor.
Yes, definitely. Well said, CM. Stolen valor.
You see how he can't have a conversation. He has to.
Because you lie, Daniel.
If you never get.
You know why I can't have a conversation with you, Daniel?
I'm gonna kick you out.
Because I don't say because your track record is bad. I don't give a fuck. Kick me out the room, you little bitch. Kick me out the room, you little
I'm gonna
bitch.
kick you out of the room if you don't let me speak.
I don't give a fuck. Kick me out the room. What, do you think I'm learning something? I came in the room because of CM and Daniel, not because of your dumb ass.
Everybody says that when they come into my room.
Why? I came here for Daniel and for CM. I don't. Dude, what? Andrew was talking about you. Andrew was talking about you. Agree. You and Andrew talking or debating on Clubhouse. Nobody at any time, anywhere in the world will benefit from. Andrew called you stupid. Andrew's a dumbass, and then he called you stupid.
What is he talking about? What is he talking about? Like, I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm trying to tell
I was in the room. I was in the room when Andrew said that. And the whole room laughed at you.
Yeah, I'm so.
See, were you in the room? They almost said, I think CM was in the room.
Can we stick to one topic at a time? Can we stick to one topic at a time, guys? Can we stick to one
You guys-
alcohol?
Bob is getting butthurt. Bob is getting butthurt.
I'm trying to.
There you are.
I'm conversating.
I realize Bart just wants friends.
He's
not
trying
that
to-
But that's why he opens Clubhouse. He's very popular because there's only 9 people in the
He's
room.
giving me a fucking headache. He's giving me a headache. I can't. I can't have a conversation with the guy. He just won't shut the fuck up.
James, I've missed you.
I mean, the guy just won't stop. And then look, he's gonna take over the chat now.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just gonna take over the chat. The guy's fucked up in the head.
I like
This is what,
James.
see, this is what you're gonna be like when you get older if you don't get a girl pregnant and give yourself a life.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is what you're gonna become.
Okay, I want to take your life for it.
You're gonna become, no, this is the thing. You're gonna become a 60-year-old homosexual.
James has a bunch of kids.
Cursing everybody
James has
out.
3 kids.
He has a
I
bunch of
don't
kids.
give a fuck. And ask him.
And he
As
loves
far as I'm concerned, he doesn't have any kids. And he's a fucking sweet homosexual. Because when
You can't function.
guy, he doesn't stop talking. He won't stop talking.
I
You
wish I
have a
Hey, Bart,
conversation.
you know why you masturbate every day? You know why Bart masturbates?
It's impossible to have a conversation with this guy.
It's like old times.
If I keep inviting him up, I'm gonna kick him out of the room. Because
I
it's just
didn't-
impossible.
I
All
didn't
he wants to
invite
do is
him up.
insult people.
I
All
didn't
he
invite
wants to
him.
do is insult
Oh
people.
my god.
That's all he wants to do. And then and you want to know something, that his main thing with me is all I do is insult women. But yet he's been on the stage insulting me the whole time. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Like, seriously, like, take a chill pill, dude. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't care how many kids you have. And I never asked you how many kids you had. What do I care about your fucking kids? Your kids can die in a penis full of shit for all I care.
Oh my
I don't give a
god.
fuck. The fuck do I care about your fucking kids?
What did I wake up to?
Just tell me about his kids. Didn't ask you about your fucking kids. Look at the fucking chat. Look at the fucking chat.
I still love James, and
It's lit up like a fucking Christmas tree.
if I was in his local area, we would have tea.
That he would rape you.
No, he wouldn't.
He would rape you. Yes, he would. He would rape you.
No, he'd treat me like one of his.
Rapist. He's a rapist. Come on, come on. Look how aggressive he is online. You not think he's gonna be totally. You better fuck me. You better fuck me, you fucking whore. Look at the way he talks online. He's gonna talk to you like that in person. You don't
He
think
doesn't.
how do you,
He doesn't
how
talk
do you
to me
think,
mean.
how is he different? That's just in the beginning. No, I'm just saying that's just in the beginning. Eventually he's so used to talking mean to people. Eventually he's gonna talk that way to you. I mean, how long do you think the nice shit is gonna go for?
He's been doing that since I met him. He's been nice to me. Ever since
But
I
he's
met
been
him.
mean to everybody else.
Consistently.
But he's
I
mean
know.
to everybody else.
Because
No.
people are dumbasses.
This is the thing. This is why women date psychopaths or date murderers. Oh, he loves me. He won't kill me. But he kills everybody else, but he
He was a
doesn't kill me.
police officer.
Yeah, he doesn't kill me. He won't kill me.
He's a police officer.
He's so full of shit. I can't believe you believe anything this guy says.
I can't believe you're friends with Daniel. For fuck's sake.
Can't believe you're friends with James.
Well,
Can't believe you're friends with James, the fucking rapist. Oh.
he's not. He is not. That's a false accusation.
You know.
Why do you gotta troll me? I don't get it. Like, why
I'm
troll
not
me?
trolling. I'm not trolling you.
Well,
What you do is. What you
So
do
I'm
is
asking you
fucked up.
politely. Please, Joe.
Look, I just.
I don't want to get into it with
It's
you.
over.
No, I don't want to get it into you. You don't
Reason I don't want to.
You don't want brimstone from me.
I know, sweetheart. I don't want to.
You don't
What's
want
amazing about these people online?
Okay, honey.
You know what's amazing about these people
I'm
online?
terrified.
These people online, they block me, but then they come into the room that I'm in. You know how often that happens to me? Has me blocked. Standing in my room, has me blocked. Wants to speak to me, has me blocked. This guy comes into my room, has me blocked, wants to speak to me. He's dying to come up. Watch, look, I'm gonna invite him up. I bet you he comes on stage. I'm gonna send him an invite. Look. Oh, now he rejected it. Somebody else send him an invite. Somebody else send him an invite. I guarantee he comes up to speak to me. I guarantee the moment he comes up, he'll start cursing me out. But yet he has me blocked, and he's in my room. It's you cannot, like, the mental illness. It's just insane.
This app is
You can come up if you want.
mental illness.
Invite him up now. Because, right? Because I called out his shit. He's got too much pride. Come up and show his ass. Because he's gonna show his ass. He's gonna come up on stage, and what is he gonna do? He's gonna talk to me. But yet he's the one that hates me. Why you gonna blow up the chat? You can blow up the chat. Blow up the chat. Look, you got the chat lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. Go ahead, cowboy.
Like a Roman
James,
candle.
I'm gonna
Like
say
a
this
fucking
about
Roman candle.
James doesn't seem to be a liar to me, as far as I've seen it.
As far as I know, he's a rapist.
Gosh, the slander.
No, it's not.
You don't know that.
You have to be stopped it, please.
I like him.
Wait a second.
You're being
No,
weird.
so he's got you all, like, you know, thinking that he's this nice guy. And
Oh no, he says you know, don't go by what I've done in my past. He at least is a truthful person.
Yeah.
He is.
What does he say to you? I only raped 4 women. I'm
No,
not gonna rape
he
you.
has not done
Not
that.
gonna rape you, sweetheart.
Oh, darling.
Just here to have one of my drinks.
I don't drink.
A drink.
I don't
Get you
drink.
some coffee.
And
I'll get you some coffee, sweetheart. Don't worry about it.
I'm so glad that I don't drink too, because the debauchery usually that is like followed by drinking all the
How
time.
fucking boring are you in the back?
You'll never
He's
know.
probably
You're
excited as hell.
still fucking vanilla.
He's probably excited as
So
hell.
honestly, you are. You're like
All
vanilla.
that energy she's got.
Hey, Boris, can you bring up Dr. Z?
Who the fuck? Wait a second. CM, who the fuck are you? I've been trying to figure out, like, why do you come on? This is
I was
the
in a
thing.
room with Dr.
Oh,
Z.
Sam is
What
awesome.
is wrong with
Fuck
you,
off.
dude?
I like
I
seeing
want
him
to be in
too.
a room with replays on. This room doesn't have
You're
replays.
another one that doesn't want to be in a room with me, but yet you keep coming back in the fucking room.
Yeah,
You're another one that's hilarious.
I want to talk to Daniel and to Dr. Z. You like Dr. Z, man. Bring her up.
I love Dr. Z.
I invited that something up. She's not
But you're not going to be respectful towards her.
She
So
said CM is cool.
this is, yeah. Look, if you're respectful towards her, I'll bring her up. But if you're going to be an asshole,
No, man.
I'll just kick you out.
Why would I?
Charles, what do you got, Charles?
Let James up too.
You're the darkest person in this room.
Oh, yeah.
Now James is also black.
Why'd you have to bring? Oh my God.
Yeah, because James thinks I'm racist, so I might as well act. Go ahead, Charles. One mic on Charles.
Yeah. I mean, I guess my first question is, who is John Kitover, so that I can figure out how to vote for that question.
AI guy.
We have no idea who that guy is. Some people know who he is. I have no idea who the guy is.
He's in Chicago.
Yo,
He's
I
in
want
the
to find out who it is. Go in the comments, scroll up to where you see a YouTube link, click on that YouTube link. And you're going to see John Kitover, which is AI, the guy in between us, literally live streaming this very conversation.
Don't rob a bank. Charles, don't rob a bank with CM. That's all I got to tell you.
Hey, James, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate you. Let me I'm gonna have to go check out and see who this John Kitover guy. But what's the topic? Are we talking Bible and Quran tonight? Are we still on that or what?
What's the name of the channel? Or the
What are we on, Charles? What are we
The topic says Bible and Quran.
Yeah, are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. You can call me that. I have a lot of views that disagree with some mainstream Christianity, but I'm definitely not a Muslim. Make that clear.
Well, what's the problem with Islam? I mean, they love black people.
I mean,
that was racist.
yeah, I don't know about that. I mean,
That wasn't racist.
So they get it wrong, will take you, you're black.
No, I said they love black people. The Muslims, I mean, you see all the people in Africa that are Muslims, they love Islam, bro.
There's a lot of people in Africa that are Christians.
Are they?
yeah, well, I just think,
It's being this chat is being live streamed to 0 people.
So, of course, 0 people. CM is in the fucking movie. Yeah, he's
Why
just
would you live stream to 0 people?
Zero people. That's what I'm saying. Like, why are you guys so afraid of him? Like recording.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
I agree. Who cares?
It makes him happy. Let him go do it. As long as he don't hurt anybody. I don't know. Watching.
That's his thing, bro. Let him
He's
do
hurting
it.
himself.
Hurting himself. This is the greatest art project any artist has ever accomplished in any artist's life. Over 50,000 videos. I'm the new Cecil B. DeMille.
now I understand the question. Okay.
Nobody wants to get He's live streaming.
He thinks he's working over here. You can't call this work.
Yeah,
So Charles, did you ever know about this? There was a civil rights activist, and she was this black lady, and she did this thing where she was just big on recording TV, live TV, and she recorded. She has thousands upon thousands of videotape, beta and VHS tape, and she recorded live television for about 20 years. He had 4 apartments.
James called me a septic tank douche nozzle.
Completely packed with VHS tape. She was recording live television. We're talking about 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 41, and 47 in New York. And she basically had over, I can't tell you how many videotapes, but it was like 3 apartments, whatever. She videotaped from, I think, the 80s all the way till she died in 2016. Do you know who this lady is?
I have no idea who this is.
Yeah, there's a documentary about her. And Internet Archive has all of her videos. And actually, her videos, you should be able to prove that
Get.
You cut out.
You cut out.
I was saying that her videos should be able to prove that all communication is hypnosis and that propaganda is real and that we have been doing it to ourselves.
Propaganda is real.
I don't know that we need 3 houses full of videotapes to prove that propaganda
What
is real.
happened? Was there any value in what she was doing?
Not really. It's probably there's value in it because it's content, and she's technically a historian. I just want to say all communication is hypnosis.
James wrote, Kitover is in a committed relationship with his left hand and lotion.
Alright, so let me tell you, I'm gonna have to end this poll because I wanna post a video. I wanna post a video. And show you who she is. And God for YouTube Shorts. If you
Oh,
know
yes.
anything.
The lady that recorded the news, yeah, for 35 years. Holy shit.
Yes. So 35 years this woman did this. Now, he was afraid, right? This was her thing. He thought when she thought that they would give propaganda, but because nobody was recording, he thought when people because nobody was actually censoring what was going out in the news, they can tell you something today, and then within a few months or a few weeks or whatever it was, maybe a year or two, they tell you something different. So she archived all these videotapes.
Yeah, I see it now. I went down to the comments of the link to the video. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the perspective of, that time period. That's why she was in there. So I think that is pretty cool, right? You see people changing narratives all the time on different shows. So they're adjusting, but then there's no, like, stream of consciousness of what this person's been saying. Seems like that's what people are indicating that she was doing, like showing the full thread of, certain narratives so you can see it switch up. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but her son's so proud because he gave it all to the fucking government. He gave it all to the fucking this archive place. Where I have it all
They
archived.
probably redacted some of that shit too.
Yeah, it's like
Where do you keep? This is the thing, though. Where do you keep? How many videotapes does she have? Where the fuck do you keep all that shit?
I think it was over 250,000 hours or something like that.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I was gonna say AI. If you're doing that, I mean, if you invite me, if I come to your house, I might eat the food you give me, but I'm gonna think about it, because that's hoarder behavior, bro. That's hoarder behavior. I don't know how to think that is.
Lost in that.
Yeah, but how am I the one hoarding it? Actually, the people on here participating and wasting all their time.
John, you've lost the plot. I don't know if your family has told you or you're communicating with people, but you've lost the plot, bro.
That's projection. You came in my room and admitted to committing all types of crimes.
She has 71,000 VHS and beta tapes.
Yo, how much money do you think she had to spend on all those blank tapes? It's crazy.
A lot.
They were cheap after a while. They were cheap.
Well, I've got over 70,000 videos, 60 phones, 40 YouTube accounts, 50 Instagrams, 60 X accounts. I mean, I'm doing the same thing, but my point is, what she was filming was probably far more of greater value than what people are saying.
What are you hoping to accomplish with this insanity? He's doing it for what?
It's a fucking art project. What the fuck do you think it is?
You're wasting your time.
How am I wasting my time recording people wasting time? That means I'm producing the show. I'm producing the show called Dinner for Schmucks. You're on it. Congratulations.
Hey, I'm not a schmuck. Just
Yeah, I was about to say, that was offensive. What's a schmuck anyway? I don't even know that.
You're on the stage too, Kitover.
You don't know the etymology of a schmuck? You should learn the etymology of a schwartz, and then you'll know the etymology of a schmuck. Can you bring James back up, please? Can you bring James up? I'd like to debate James.
When I think of AI, I think of this woman right here, because him and this woman are they're on the same level here.
What?
Same level of sickness. The same level of sickness. Yeah.
You're insulting them.
Same level of sickness, Barth. You're a former prisoner who lived in a fucking black box.
John, honestly, bro, he's not. Look, there's so.
You guys just don't like the fact that I'm playing this game called Life a little differently than you. I'm recording you, and you don't like it.
No, but John, it's weird. It's not good for you.
It's not weird. It's your opinion. You're weird and projecting.
John.
You're weird and projecting, Daniel. Look at your PTR. Look at your PTR. Look at Megatron. Look at CM. You're all weird. You're weird.
I'm completely weird.
What do you got, Luke? What do you got, Luke? What's up?
What are you up to?
What's good, Megatron? What's good, Daniel, Charles, everyone?
Wait, one.
Alone.
What, bro?
You know, Luke, did you always live in Great Britain?
I was born and raised there. But the last 5 years, I've just kind of been just traveling around Europe. Or I've lived in different countries over the last 5 years, but I was born and raised there. Like, I moved back to UK this year from Greece. I was living there for 2 years.
The economy's not that good in Greece, right?
Yeah, it's terrible, but I didn't move there for work. I had my own business I was doing at the time, so I was making USD and GBP.
Good.
Sales, kind of everything at that time. But I had some problems, so I had to move back.
Yeah, no, that's good.
What line of work are you in, dude?
You don't have to tell him that. You don't have to tell him that, Luke.
Yeah,
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him.
Doesn't matter. He's just trying to qualify you to see if he can sell you a car insurance policy.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
You know, it's fine. So you moved back to the UK. So what's the climate of the UK right now? Is there a lot of Muslims there right now? Are you scared of your life from Muslim?
No way, I'm not scared of nobody, but everyone here, there's a lot of different religions, so everybody kind of lives in peace. I live in London, so that's the most multicultural city in Europe. I don't know about the whole world, but it's great.
Because they have these videos where they're walking through the market, and it's just fucking flooded with hijabis and shit. They're all over the fucking place.
I mean, it depends on what community, what videos you're looking at. Maybe that could have been Midlands, could have been Bradford, but even if you were to go there as a non-Muslim, you're perfectly fine. It's not like what the captions and the pictures and the videos you watch online. It's not nothing like that.
The Spanish girls in New York, they're not playing that shit. You can't be having your face covered and walking through the hood like that. You're gonna get bullied. They're gonna rip that shit off your fucking head. Oh, no, I'm being
It doesn't hurt nobody though.
Yeah, but people, you see, when you're in the hood, people don't really like that because it makes them feel like they can't really see who you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they don't like that. They want to see your face. They want to know who you are. You can't just be walking in the street covering your face like that. You know what I'm saying?
That's true, bro.
Yeah.
That's true. I'm from Baltimore, bro. You can't walk around my hood with your face covered. You get fucked up on sight.
Yeah, but I'm sure people are fucking up religious women, are they?
No, they'll just like make them feel uncomfortable about coming out with it.
Look, are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim. I'm not.
No, I'm just letting you know. I'm not saying anything about them being Muslim. I'm just saying, like, you know.
He's a businessman. He probably takes advantage of the low costs of failing areas and helps prop up the economy by going and staying there. Isn't that right, Luke?
Somebody said that they lived in Corfu, James, and he lived in London as well. No.
Listen, James is a low IQ anti-Semite.
It's nice area.
James is an angry, lifelong cigarette-smoking screamer.
Guy that hates black people, James. What James has to say.
Oh, I don't really care if anyone's racist to me. It doesn't really affect me. It doesn't change what he said. He has family in Corfu.
Luke, are you a Christian, Luke? And do you like the Book of Luke?
I'm not a Christian, no, but the book.
You're not a Christian. You got a book named after you in the New Testament. Haven't you seen Star Wars? Don't you know who Luke is?
John, how many domain names do you own? And what are the names of some of them?
I don't know anymore. I lost track.
You know, he owns like hundreds of domain names. One of them is Chicago Pizza Parlor. Some shit.
You should get DC Pizza Parlor.
Dude, you find domain names now. That was dude. People were on that like how many decades ago? Like decades ago. They were still thinking that's going to be lucrative.
Well, we all can't sell illegal car insurance policies. We can't all sell illegal car insurance policies to illegal aliens, now can we, Daniel? Make money scamming these illegal aliens with low-cost car insurance, huh? What's CM? What's 1,000 times 400? Got 4 degrees, man bun?
How many? He's got 24,000.
Where do you live, Megatron?
I live in New York City.
Oh, really?
You guys should really check out my TikTok at John Kitover, because that's where I'm putting all you guys.
Wow, but I haven't been there before.
How much is it to drive into London? I mean, it's pretty comparable, yeah. How much does it cost to drive into London?
Driving nowadays in London is expensive. Like I said, I just moved back, so I don't really have any reason to have a car right now.
It costs $14 if you want to go into Manhattan.
It's more expensive to get into London. We have something over here called congestion charge.
Yeah, that's what we have. On top of that, you have to pay the bridge, and the bridge is $7, and then just to get into the city is another $14.
We have congestion charge and we have road tax depending on what type of vehicle you have. So there's different tax brackets, tax emissions, and we also have to pay different bridges as well. Now we got the Dartford Tunnel, we got one other tunnel.
You got a tunnel, you got to pay a bridge tax on. Well, we fought a revolution to get your fucking king out our fucking arse and to send you goddamn fucking British twats back where you came from. Back to fucking London, mate.
Hey, Luke, you're doing a bad job. You're doing a bad job selling London to me, man. All I'm hearing is I will never be going to London.
You think I'm trying to sell London to you?
It's probably
No, I don't want to visit after that. If it's that congested where you need those mitigations, I feel the same way about New York. Like I love New York for New Yorkers, right? Like I don't want to deal with it, but I love that they have their thing.
Yeah, I like London because of London is like I can't say like for example I wouldn't live here like 2026 I'm gonna spend so I'm gonna spend holidays with my family. Next year I'm gonna go wherever I don't know I haven't got it planned yet. I don't have any plans of living in London, but at the same time, I can't hate it because London made me who I am as well. So I love my city and I love the people here. Like some people here, if I see another Londoner abroad, it's just instant click, instant connection, instant vibe. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. You have like one of the most like low class accents, English accents that I've ever heard.
Oh, shut the fuck up,
Even
man.
London have a low class accent.
The one that you have, like brother, you sound like a hillbilly.
I never said brother once, but I don't sound like.
No, I'm imitating the way that you speak.
You can't imitate the way I speak and make me sound low class because I don't sound low class. If I did sound low class, I wouldn't be able to speak to the people I speak to in how I handle my business.
You sound like a fucking hillbilly.
Daniel, you can't speak Daniel,
you can't.
He just said it, Charles. What do you think? I mean, Luke doesn't give a fuck. That's because he's a G.
He's a G with it. He's a G with it, but no. So it's funny because I got a buddy of mine who is a hillbilly, and hillbillies do not like to be confused with rednecks. And actually, the accent that comes from the UK is actually the redneck. It's a
Why did you move me down? Why did you move me down?
because I can.
Yeah, it's not a region. I don't know what region you're talking about, to be honest.
Yeah, so there was a guy, academic, Thomas Sowell. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar. That's so funny. I don't know if any of y'all familiar with Thomas Sowell, but
I can't breathe.
Thomas Sowell did some really good research on rednecks. So what he did is he.
These classes is not horrible.
I'm only here on the internet right now. You don't even know who I am outside of this life. I'll go Rutgers. Nobody knows on this app knows anything about me or my history or what I've done in my life. So it doesn't.
That's not true, Bima. I know a lot about you, Bima, and your failures, your mistakes, Bima. We know all about it. Put me in the queue, monitor.
And that's why I brought up that point, because that was a public thing we had on the stage, and that was a perfect example. Is that Uncle Ruckus's point stands strong? Is that we have a lot of people talking, but nobody's willing to put their chips on the fucking table. Nobody's willing to go all in anymore, and that's the fucking problem. Is if you truly believe in something, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, fucking those guys understood death was facing them, right? Understood that, hey, they still got up every day and did their thing. Charlie Kirk did the same fucking shit. Anybody else who, I mean, shit, look at David, not David Dorn, but Christopher Dorn, whatever. Motherfucker that got fed up with the for their life in their home. The same around. Hello.
Hey, Seymour, what are you doing for Hanukkah? I'm lighting up candles. We're gonna make a party.
Say the prayer.
I got my shawl on right now. Gotta get my zit out of the closet. Just got it washed. But the fringes got stuck in the dryer and the fringes went everywhere. And my dryer got so excited it flew out the back door and went to Shemayim. I just want to quote Charlie Kirk and say, "Good Shabbos."
Did you hear what Erica, what the fuck, Erica Kirk, she said, she's like, oh, my kids, when they would come home and say, Shabbat Shalom, Dad. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That was fucking funny. What do you think about Candace Owens and all that shit going on? I feel like
I don't know. I just feel like they're just everybody's just a bunch of spammers, and like if you actually sit there and spend more than fucking 30 seconds listening to any of them, you're like, you know, fucking
I think
crazy.
it's just a giant grift for all of them.
Yeah, there was like an article that like behind the scenes, you know, at TPUSA, everybody's just like best friends laughing because everybody's getting paid because that fucking place is like hundreds of millions of dollars.
Unreal.
What's new with you? Are you teaching?
No, not yet.
How are you staying alive?
I still freelance. IT stuff. I do IT stuff. So.
IT stuff, yeah. Like, hi, Mr. C. You're like the Jeffrey Epstein of IT, basically.
Yes, exactly. Except for I'm poor. I don't have an island, so.
Well, I was reading a really in-depth article about Epstein's rise from teacher to Wall Street financier. Oh my God, bro. Fucking, this guy was a monster. Everywhere he went, he was breaking the law and never got in any trouble. Didn't fucking matter what he did.
Dude, how open and free that he spoke to people, and he just would openly what did he tell? He was texting the politician, and just how he talked and conversation. It's like as if he owned the world. He owned the world and just walked about like no big deal.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I don't know how he fucking. Hey, Nectar Flowers, creepy PTR, by the way. I mean, like, super gross, but that's you. You do you.
Hello?
Hi, Nectar.
Excuse me? Are you judging my face?
Yeah, that PTR you have is disgusting. Seymour's is also pretty disgusting, but yours is, like, repulsively gross.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
It looks like the Joker if
Do
like,
you want to suck on my nose?
would I like to suck on your nostril?
Yes.
Is it cute?
Uh-huh.
Well, sure, why not? I mean, a nostril's a nostril. And you're talking to a Kabbalist here, so, you know, every good Kabbalist thinks with his nose. What do you smell, Seymour?
Shit.
Oh! So the question here in the bathhouse bucket is, do you suck or are you good? Which one is it, Nectar? Oh, thank God Samson's here.
Nectar, do you suck dick, or are you happen to be a homosexual?
No, the first one.
Red alert, red alert. So Seymour, have you ever slept with anybody off of this app other than what's her face?
No, and I don't know who you're talking about.
The girl, you know, who's on here all the time talking about going to the gym.
Girl, that is like, always going to the gym. Ooh, Cindy?
How'd you know I was talking about Cindy? I didn't even say it. Holy shit, you got some intuitive powers there.
Yeah, it's called it, like, ADHD. She's fucking retarded, dude.
What the fuck, dude? I mean, read a book or something.
I like, I don't know. She's something else.
So wait, this must just be like a modern day medical device technology company for psychiatrists. I think that's what it's going to become.
Yeah, it has to be.
Because psychiatry is like already fucking bullshit, but like if you could monitor people in real time and get like a true diagnostic of their like mental health and emotional instability, you could like in real time be like, social credit score that person. I don't know, China's social credit score shit is like crazy.
It's pretty insane. What was it? There was something about a guy that got stopped the other day on a bicycle, and he got a point deducted in like I think 25 yen or whatever their currency is, and got deducted from his account, and he wasn't wearing a helmet. That's why.
I don't know. It must be crazy to have like a government Facebook where like everything on you is aggregated. But we must have the same shit, like through the DNI, NSA.
We take silent tabs and how they parse through databases. They basically buy essentially like spreadsheets and spreadsheets of data from like companies that have either closed down or like have like fallen out of operation, or that they've been stolen, and they get mixed up in all types of like with all types of data brokers, and that gets sold off later on, and then somehow randomly one company will buy, millions of different columns or cells, I guess, on a spreadsheet, and all that data is accumulated essentially, like painting a big picture of who you are. So like from all the way back from 1996 to all the way present, and they find all these common things between like, oh well, this person had an AOL account, and this person over here still uses the same email address. We can deduce that these two columns are the same person. So now we're going to merge that, and now we recognize this person that used AOL, it used this name, and this person with this name had this other different account. So now we're going to merge this column now. That's all they're doing. It's just a slow and steady merger of data, and it's up to the highest bidder. That's all it is, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, you're live on my TikTok right now, by the way, John Kitover, and it's amazing if you go on TikTok or, oh my God, bro, there's just so many fucking carnival circus freaks on TikTok with human deformities that are like get tons of views. Human suffering and the carnival, the circus, you know, or the freak show has always been popular on the internet. like I see these little videos of this like little deformed girl who like her body can never grow, and she like does those dance videos and goes, you know what I'm talking about? Like the little midget girl who sings on the mic and she does these dance routines.
I think I might know. There's too many fucking freaks. I don't know.
Anyways, the only reason I bring it up is because so for some reason on TikTok I always see freak shows as opposed to like other platforms. TikTok seems to be like disability, you know, algorithm. So anyways, I'm hoping it boosts me because like I have Down syndrome now and I identify with autism, so.
Oh, definitely, you're on the spectrum.
Yep. I identify with the spectrum.
There is definitely some neurodivergency. Would I dare say that you have autism? I don't know, but you're definitely neurospicy.
Neurospice.
1000%.
If I could show you the insults that I get on my live streams, like some of them are so. I got called Rob Reiner yesterday.
This is not Edmonds. This is John Kitover.
Oh, hey, Buttercup.
I thought you were John Kitover.
Yeah, that's who I am. I'm running for Congress in the 16th district. How are you? You're in a lot of my videos, Buttercup.
I am. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm not Buttercup. I'm Butter Nutter.
I try to talk to Buttercup about like,
Wait, let me confirm your new profile. Butter Nutter, huh? Butter Nutter. Oh man, I could only imagine hearing all the other conversations with Butter Nutter instead of Buttercup, because Buttercup is a better neurolinguistic program for people because it's like such a sweet name, but like Butter Nutter is a little, more spicy. Anyways, congratulations on your new Butter Nutter.
Thank you. And what happens is I friend all these people that I knew before, and they all think I'm like a troll because there were so many fake Buttercups.
Yeah.
And they all call me Butternutter or Butternuts or Buttercuts. Like they have so many like nicknames for me that they just assume it's one of the imitators. No one believes it's me, and that way I get to keep a small circle.
John, can you tell her some good stories from back in the day, like some really good, like some stuff that she's missed. She thinks that this app is amazing. It's like, oh my god, I'm like, if you think this is amazing now, like she completely missed the whole boat. So like it's so bad. Like John doesn't even do anything anymore on this app.
John does a lot of stuff.
No. John, please tell her.
What are you talking about? I got 4 accounts going right now recording this room.
But back in the day, like 2 years ago, like.
Wait, are you recording this room right now?
Yeah.
He's always recording.
Okay, fuck. I just gave away that I'm Buttercup. Now everyone's gonna know. Damn it.
No, nobody will know. Like nobody wants to ever look at my stuff. Nobody cares about it now.
Wait, you know that nobody looks at your stuff and you still do it?
Yeah, because what's the difference? Like, who cares? Like, I'm gonna do it anyways.
It's a lot of work, no?
Clicking a fucking button on a phone? You call that hard work?
How many phones do you have? You have like 6 phones?
No, Butter, you have no idea.
I want to see the operation. I've seen like videos of your operation.
Butter, I seen it when it was John Kitover over here.
It's the biggest it's ever gotten. Like my old setup doesn't even. Now I have so many. I just ordered 9 more tripods. Like I'm gonna record everything, and I've got recording studios. I'm gonna like run room to room all day long, literally in my house, and like record everything, all the good
You're
room
manic
series.
though. You have like 16 different Twitters, 16 different YouTubes, 16 different.
Don't expose him. I love his neurodivergency. Let him flourish.
No, but how do you have time to run for Congress when you have?
I'm talking about I got
16
16 phones running for Congress as opposed to the one guy who's got 1 phone.
That's so smart. You're gonna split the vote though. You're gonna like ruin the.
No,
election.
they already removed me from the ballot, but I'm running as a writing candidate.
Did they remove all of you from the ballot?
Well, the thing is, they can't take away my credibility now as being a candidate. And I've created so much content that backs up my candidacy that the next campaign that I'm running in is in March. So I've just got the branding, totally built up. But the thing is, I spam so many people on X, like Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi. Like, I spam real people with my real name, but it's not spam. It's my real political opinion.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Having conversations here, intellectual conversations. Why?
Well, you're gonna have this conversation in my room. Can you guys come there instead?
It's up to my other partners in crime here.
Okay, you guys come into the other room. Everyone is there.
Yeah, send us a link.
I don't know the other. I don't see the other room.
Bad. Why are you trying to come in here? You didn't even answer the question yet. Do you suck dick or are you gay? Which one is it?
I'll write your mom.
Did you tell me to wash my mouth?
I said I raped your mom.
You'll rape my mom?
Yeah.
I am reporting you. I'm screenshotting this room, and I'm reporting your account right now.
I raped your mom twice. Record that.
Okay, twice. That makes it 3, right? Here we go. You're good.
Okay, Seymour,
Let me show you how it works. Report an incident. They said something wrong. Harassment. Abusive language.
I raped your God. I raped your mom. I raped your God. I raped your mom. I raped
Raped
your God.
my mother.
And your God.
And raped my God.
Yeah.
A very vulgar,
Raped your mom too.
profane, abusive, and sick,
Yeah.
violent person.
Yeah, and your mom is a bitch.
Also, my mother is a bitch.
Yeah. And you're
This is high art.
Okay, now I'm screenshotting
My
this.
mother is a bitch.
Now I'm
Are you
screenshotting
gonna act
this.
disabled or are you gonna join the room?
Oh, share the link. I don't know which one. What does it say? What's the room? What does the room say?
Nigga, the room is
Oh, hard R. Gotta update it. Gotta update it on that one.
What does the room say?
He had the tone in his voice.
What does the room say?
He had the tone in his voice.
Oh, yeah, the tone of his voice. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, join it, bitch.
Woo.
Okay. No problem.
Okay, bad. PTR.
Oh,
Updated.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck. Report me. Like, what the fuck?
that's right, nigga.
I had to update it for the hard R bad.
What a bitch. Like, imagine talking to this nigga.
Damn. Well, alright. We outie.
Parker Memorial Homeless Ministry sued the city arguing the law violated their religious duty to feed the hungry. 2013, a federal judge ruled that the ordinance did violate the Texas Religious Freedom Restoration Act. So the judges permanently enjoined the city from enforcing these specific restrictions against the plaintiffs. The ordinances that were removed were the ones requiring running water and bathrooms. Current rules as of 2025. So it looks like everything stayed in place. So you got to give them 24-hour notice if the event is hosting more than 75 people. Fewer people can be provided within 48 hours. Safety requirements: servers must use hand sanitizer, disposable gloves, food kept at certain temperatures. So it just seemed like really the only ordinance issue they had was the running water in the toilets.
And I told you they had to go through the government in order for them
Yeah,
to
and they sued.
No, it wasn't. It
I
wasn't
did
in 2005.
You
This
didn't
was
organize it, man. You don't know what paperwork they
this
filed
is
that happened.
hold on. It was between 2018 and 2025. Obviously 2025, but it was between that. It was around that time. It was for a short time, and it was because we lived there. We were there walking around. Right? There were officers that were shutting down people for and it's explicitly for feeding the homeless people. That's what it was specifically.
That's a long time.
Right. Well, obviously not 2025, not 2023, not 2022. It was between 2020, 2018, and 2020. It was
Yeah, but the only thing that changed being like even I'm looking at the 2025 rules, everything's the same except for the toilets and the running water. So nothing changed besides those two. Those are the only things that were changed.
Oh my God! Listen.
That's just what I'm reading.
Yeah. Well, Google doesn't answer all of your questions. You know what I'm saying? But believe what you want. Believe what you want.
You haven't answered any question. Google's wrong. You're wrong. So I mean, who do we believe? You? And trust me, bro. That's your facts.
Yeah, I could get the guy who organized it, Patrick Smith. Yeah, Patrick Smith is the guy who organized it, who's a very close friend of mine, who I can have come on this app, who I did bring to this app before. Okay, he's the guy who organized it, and we could talk to him.
I know how protests in this nation work, okay? Once it gets over a certain amount of people that show up, right, you have to notify the fucking city.
It wasn't. We didn't, and I know for a fact none of us did. I know none of us did. No, I know none of us did because that's not what we do. We intentionally do forms of activism. We intentionally, Uncle Ruckus, that's against our philosophy. Do you hear what I'm saying, though?
You guys just showed up.
Uncle Ruckus, do you understand what I'm saying?
Already had the event planned. They already planned to get out there.
Not other people. It wasn't other people. This was formed by Patrick Smith. Okay.
I know how it works, but it's okay.
Hold on. There's a group of us. Okay. It was a meeting of we would meet. We meet right every 2 weeks. We have meetings. Right. We host events. Right. We have annual get-togethers on top of big annual get-togethers. Okay. People all over the nation come. Right. In Dallas, just in Dallas, Fort Worth, the group of us, the volunteers, that's how it formed. A bunch of us, a group of us. It wasn't just one person. Patrick Smith led it, and then the group of us decided this is what we were going to do. We formed Feed the Need, and that was one of the things that we did. Okay, that's my point. I mean,
Boy, there's the funny part. Yo, I'm reading this Reddit. So it's that, this is fucked up. So it says Dallas, Texas. I put the link in the chat. Dallas, Texas made it illegal to feed and help the homeless. So every year for the past 7 years, a group of Texas provide aid and food to the homeless while armed to the teeth. And even in the Reddit thing, people are calling this idiotic. They're like, "What are you gonna do? You expect the police to show up and start a shootout? And you need guns?" They said it's not illegal. People in this Reddit chat are saying it's not illegal to serve food to the homeless. You just need to let the fucking city know. And they're like, showing up with guns and shit, it's fucking retarded. Like, what was the point? So even on Reddit,
yeah, likely people that don't live there, right? Again.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of sounds silly that you guys would show up just because there's a couple
maybe two and two aren't adding up. Maybe the internet doesn't give you all the answers that you're looking for. Maybe there's a real life, in-life example of really dumb shit that's not on a Google. You guys are ridiculous.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like something you get armed for. That doesn't. Yeah, I mean, come on. Notice, it's not much to ask that. Hey, we want to feed the homeless, so we're giving you 48 hours notice. We're gonna have hand sanitizer, and the food's gonna be served at a proper temperature. As long as those things are met, you don't have any problems, people. So what's the point of the guns and shit?
Oh, because they want to be activists. They went from the armchair in the living room in the basement.
Because there's such ugly people on SSRIs. You get the glasses and everything. They're terrible people, and that's why they
couldn't afford to go to the range that day.
Exactly.
They had a gun that they never used, so they had to show up. They had to show it somewhere.
Horrible people.
Says the bootlicker.
No, I'm just saying though, man. I mean, from what unless you got something else, people, but it does seem silly, man. That's a silly argument you probably brought up.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
Can I just say that?
With guns, when clearly the city allows you to feed the homeless, they just got a couple provisions in place that aren't very hard to follow or attain.
Can I just say that, Achek, you might want to check yourself for saying horrible and awful or terrible people. I think I've heard you say that like 1,000 times today, and then 1,000 times yesterday, 1,000 times.
What am I supposed to say? Yeah, it's the best thing ever in the whole entire world.
I don't try to go get you know what a thesaurus is? Or like Grok, you can like do some large language model. Try to learn some new English words or something. I know English isn't your first.
It's terrible. Merry Christmas, bro. But what am I supposed to say? Yeah, this is the best woman in the whole entire world. Yeah, we're having a good time. If something is terrible, it's terrible. Like, that's what you want me to say.
I don't know, get some new words, limit yourself to how many times you use terrible, otherwise you might end up becoming terrible.
Bro. English is my third language, bro.
Well, that's just horrible. You should try to learn more English. That's horrible that you don't know more. It's terrible. It's just horrible. It's just terrible, horrible that you don't know more English. It's horrible.
Yeah, I want to say something else different. Yeah, tell me, what do you want me to say? Essentially,
I don't know. Just like you say horrible, terrible all the time, every day on this app. It just gets so tired. It's awful. It's horrible. It's terrible.
It's applicable.
Well, it's horrible. It's just so horrible that you have to use the word horrible all the time. It's horrible.
Like, what do you want me to say?
I don't know. It's kind of like me saying horrible over and over again. horrible that you use the word horrible all the time. It's just terrible.
Don't come in here and be like, yeah, true.
It's just horrible you use the word horrible all the time, and it's terrible that you use the word terrible. I've heard you say it horrible. It's horrible. You said horrible 1,000 times today. It's horrible.
What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Over the past 3 years on this app, I've checked horrible how many times you've said horrible. And it's terrible how many times you've said terrible. It's horrible.
I'm dealing with scumbags. I'm dealing with people that are just...
I know, it's horrible.
What am I supposed to say to you?
I don't know, it's terrible, but it's horrible. I understand, it's horrible and it's terrible.
Don't come here and be like, these people is just the worst. What do you want me to say?
Oh, they're just the worst.
Huh? You want to... Do you have... Wait a second. Do you have a different definition of what I want to say to him? Like, what am I going to say? Huh? It's the best of the best. When I'm dealing with scumbags and all.
They're horrible.
Those people, I was in Detroit, I was in downtown Detroit a couple months ago with my wife, and we had this obese lady pulling one of those like wagons.
Why restricted? No.
She had 3 dogs in the wagon, and then she had 3 kids with her, and her kids were obese and fat. And she came up to me and my wife asking if we could give her some money to get a meal, get some food or whatever, because they didn't have any money to eat. And I'm looking, me and my wife look at each other like, wait a minute, you got fat ass kids, fat ass dogs, and you're fat ass begging for money for a meal, bro. And then I was like, yo, I don't have any cash. She was like, oh, I got Cash App, and pulls out a fucking $1,000 iPhone 5 Pro Max, bro. I was like, you can't make this shit up, man.
I'm from Los Angeles, dog. Being homeless is a hustle. A lot of the people who are homeless, believe it or not, are anarchists like Bima, right? They don't want to live by the rules of society.
You don't know what an anarchist is. Only what you've been taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe from your public education system.
They've given up on the system. They're conspiracy theorists. You know, they're big weirdos a lot of times, right? They're drug addicts. They're alcoholics. They're lazy. They don't want to work, right? They just given up on everything, right? I've talked to these, I've fed them. Man, my uncle, he was one of those bleeding hearts, right? Okay, so every single weekend, we had to pack lunches and go down there to downtown LA, right? And feed at least 30 to 40 homeless people, right? We'll go down there every weekend for years, right? And I'm not gonna lie to you, met a lot of good people as far as homeless people goes, because he ended up needing a kidney, right? And Blackie, which is one of the homeless guys down there, a fat homeless guy, white guy named California, right? They volunteered their kidney potentially from uncle. Now, of course, they weren't donor matches at all, right? So he couldn't get it from him, right? But they did offer up their kidney after all these years of my uncle helping them, right? Okay? And I realized one fucking thing.
Your uncle just a kidney harvester, man. He running a kidney harvester scam.
They were able-bodied adults, and they were sitting there fat and homeless in their tents with a whole bunch of shit. Right, they were enabled to be fat and homeless by the government.
Bruh, I was in LA on a state trip.
It was like 300.
Uncle Rocky's, are you fucking fat? Who the fuck are you to call these people fat? You fat.
John Dunson's right here. They were fat homeless. They were fat and homeless, right? And they were fat and homeless for 4 years. They had California had a tent. He had a fuck ton of shit in his fucking tent. He was fat as hell. He had 3 cell phones.
Is this projection? Is this projection?
Boxes. He was living lavish in this little tent, right? And everybody was giving him shit all the time and everything. And that's how most of the old people were living. Like, come on, dog. Like, you went out there to...
You make it sound like it's so great because he has shit in his tent.
The moral of the story is it's not that bad.
It was useless because you're a status bootleg. I'll explain, okay? I'll explain how we can draw the comparison. You feel because you like to be a slave, right? I guess maybe it could be in your blood. I don't know, but apparently you like it, okay? Yeah. Hold on. No, I'm just saying. We already know the psychological trauma. Listen, the truth hurts. The truth hurts. And maybe you can come to the light. Maybe you'll be able to come to the light. Let me finish. Maybe saying that you have been programmed. I'm saying that if you take
I'm
I'm not a liberal. I'm more freedom loving than you do. You are a statist. No. I'm not a statist. No, I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal. I don't believe in slavery. I don't believe in slavery. Clearly you do. Because how is it that a man that could have gone with his uncle and fed the homeless, okay? Fed the homeless for so many years, actually say that, oh, do you know what? It's you guys didn't do anything. You should have. Yeah, what we were doing is we weren't going to reduce ourselves to asking for allowances to show compassion. But apparently you want to do that. You don't mind jumping through the states because you are a slave. You like to jump through. You have no problem jumping through these states hoops to pay for permission to feed homeless people who are largely, they have mental illness and all of the other large drug addiction, okay, right? So maybe you are okay with the slavery of having to jump through the hoops and pay permission to feed the homeless. But no, we, and it's very interesting that people like you who actually live the life of going to feed homeless people would even say to be like, hold on wait a second, you to see that we're not even on the same side. That's the slavery mentality that you've been trained and indoctrinated to believe. It's sad, but it's the truth. Listen, I was too. I was born into the system of white supremacy. I was fooled by it too. I was fooled by the white supremacist system for a long time too. But once I open my eyes to it, I'll no longer go back. There's no way. You can't go back, Uncle Ruckus. Once you see the truth and you see the light, and we understand that we're not slaves, that we're free agents to live and to abide by our own consenting doctrine of non-aggression and just peaceful coexistence and voluntary exchange. We don't need the slave master to dictate our interactions anymore. So maybe someday you'll come around and you'll see that and admit that the white supremacist system got you. It got you, as Kanye would say. Gotcha. Gotcha. You were born and you put on those white supremacist glasses, and now you're upholding the white supremacist system, right? And ironically, you're looking at me and saying that I'm the problem, right? Because I'm saying, hey, look, we've exposed the white supremacist system. We're gonna shut it down. We don't need the slavery anymore. Go ahead, Uncle Ruckus. Continue to lick the white man's boot. Listen. Go ahead and continue to lick the white man's boot. Apparently you like it down there. There's nothing I can do about it.
You didn't come from greatness.
Hold on. Whoever said that I did? I came from nothing. I'm nobody. That is true. That's true. That two things could be true at once. Uncle Ruckus, two things could be true at once. But you know one thing I'm not? I'm not a white supremacist. And I'm not a man that's gonna participate in the system and uphold white supremacy. Okay, that's another thing I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna actually reject once I saw the light and saw the systemic oppression. You can't go back to it. I don't know. You're gonna have to be. This is gonna be a long programming.
But Bima, this is the dumb shit we're talking about. You're upholding white supremacy by being on your cell phone right now. It was white people that went to those other countries and enslaved those that fucking guard the slave labor and the labor on the backs of poor, underprivileged people, Bima. So any technology used, any type of rechargeable batteries, you're upholding white supremacy by purchasing those products.
Yeah, that's just kind of weird.
It's black people, stupid. She only likes the niggas that agree with her. Bima's a hypocrite. That's why I hate these bitch, obviously, liberal bitches.
I don't know why you keep saying liberal, Uncle Ruckus. I'm not a liberal. Why do you keep saying liberal? Tell me.
But fuck you niggas that don't agree with me.
Tell tell me one position. Listen, I'm sorry that you have a slave mentality. I'm sorry that you like your slavery. I'm sorry that you like your slavery.
Nobody has a fucking slave mentality. People like
You got an Android or an iPhone, Bimo?
speak like this every single day. It's a horrible thing.
got a dick in her pussy phone.
It's like
She needs to get a dick in her. Her
slave
so
mentality.
Bimo, you got an Android or an iPhone?
Literally things like she's like better
If
than
you got an
anybody else.
Android, Bimo, 9
Nobody
times
cares.
out of 10,
You're
you're
overweight.
upholding Asian supremacy. And then if you got an iPhone, you're definitely upholding white supremacy.
Bro, she's like fucking overweight,
Steve
and
Jobs
stuff
and Tim Cook
like black supremacy.
are two white guys that went over to China
Horrible.
and have horrible working conditions. Pretty much those workers in that factory are enslaved, Bima. They don't have fair working conditions. They're working 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, forced to live on those little shitty apartments that you can barely touch. You barely have room to turn around and breathe in. They're being forced to the tune, Bima, that those factory workers for the iPhone were hurling themselves off of the building to kill themselves because the conditions were.
I miss that. I would have bitches like Bima in a brothel somewhere. They would have that bitch pregnant in the kitchen somewhere, right? I like the old school white guys that didn't let this bitch vote. You feel me? Those white dudes were the shit, right? These new school white guys are weak as fuck, right?
Confusing the white supremacism with
like Ronald
potentially
Reagan did in
form
one TV
and
show. When that
fucked
bitch
up labor.
gave him
You see what I'm
lift
saying?
back.
Right? It's not listen, me owning an iPhone doesn't automatically mean that I'm upholding white supremacy or that you're implying. It can mean, what it can mean is that I'm participating in a global economy where fucking supply chains, that labor conditions, all of this other shit often, you know, are shit. Hold on. All of this shit, that's bad, okay, but what I'm saying is participation isn't the same thing as endorsement, okay? I'm literally saying, oh, look, hold on, this is a problem, we shouldn't be doing this, and you guys are saying, no, it's okay, everything's perfectly fine. Most people can't realistically opt out of modern tech without losing access to whatever the hell that they're doing, education, healthcare, whatever. Hold on.
Yeah, but
So that's exactly what structural critique points to. The system is designed so that opting out is costly, okay? So if you want a serious argument, don't say to, oh, look, gotcha, moral theater, oh, look, you're using an iPhone, right? Why don't you ask the real questions? Who owns the platforms that are going to capture these profits? Who are the biggest players? Who are the lowest and into the supply chains, okay? Because they're completely different.
Steve Jobs and Tim Cook are white, Bima, so whenever, and the only way they can do it is by people like you who keep paying for this shit and giving them more money to be able to do it. If you stopped buying the iPhone, then you wouldn't allow Tim Cook and Steve Jobs, who are both white, to take their company and go to China and cruelly brutalize these people with unfair labor practices, Bima. That's the reason why they went over there to these countries, because they understood they can enslave these people and force them to work in unhuman-like conditions. They can't do that here in the United States. Those are two white people.
It's just like Bima with cheap goods on Temu, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Bima, you can't, look, you gotta pick one. Either your cause is so worthy that you believe in it, you'll sacrifice, Bima, but it sounds like you're not even willing to sacrifice.
See, that's a category, or that's a logical fallacy, and that's exactly what I said. Being inside the participation. Hold on. No. You're frustrated. That's why you're not letting me talk, because participation, like I said, it's not. No, it's not. It isn't the same thing. It's not. I'm inside the system, and you're inside the system, right? We both are inside the system. The question is whether are you going to stand up and say, hey, look, this is bad, let's change it, or are you going to say, nothing matters, everything's fine, this is the system that we got, if you don't like it, leave.
What have you done to change it, Bima, besides fucking nothing?
Yeah, I showed you that, and you know what, that wasn't good enough for you.
Nothing.
Oh, look, you showed up with the question. The point was, again, feed the need, right? Nothing will ever be good for somebody like you because you're just dishonest. The reason, the principal reason why we use things like feed the need is because we believe that we don't need to pay other people and go through silly hoops and follow code by some arbitrary authority to participate in free exchange of free people, okay?
Doesn't believe in fighting.
Yeah, all that
Talking about fighting.
It's word salad. It's only word salad if you don't understand what I'm talking
talking about. That's what volunteerism is. That's what volunteerism is, Dick. They're not fancy words. Hold on. Listen, if you don't like how I said it, then maybe, I mean, like, why is it fancy? How can I dumb down what I just said? How can I dumb down what I just said for you? Don't tell me.
Oh, guys, another dumb black guy?
No, he said that they're fancy words, so I'm assuming if they're not, how do I make unfancy? How can I unfancily say that free exchange, right, the free exchange of voluntary consenting individuals, how else can I say that unfancily?
Outside of all those fancy words and terminology.
That's what I'm saying, fancy words, fancy words.
Long drawn out word salad. At the end of the day, you are feeding the monster you claim to hate. That's what it comes down to. You're feeding the monster you claim to hate me, but you can't claim you hate the monster and continue to hate bitches, right? So hate bitches. You just can't do it. It's hypocrisy. Uncle Ruckus is right. It's hypocrisy.
These bitches don't ever shut the fuck up. They need to get slapped. These dumb bitches nowadays.
Bring back the old school white guys, right? I'm tired of you modern white men.
Straight out.
I'm tired of you guys no longer have a backbone.
Are you alright? Are you doing drugs? Are you alcohol? What's going on? You like being an egg fighter? You're annoying.
Like every heartbreak goes.
Yeah, we need to bring back that.
Oh my god. Brad, what's your issue? Who is this guy?
I'm not even calling you all these names, right? But the fact is, right? This is how I'm gonna say it right here, right? Okay? If you stand on the side, if you stand and watch oppression happen and do nothing, you have chosen the side of the oppressor, right?
Which is what you're doing. You're saying that the system is fine. Nothing to see here. Let's maintain the white supremacist system in the United States because you don't like it. Right. That's what you're saying, Ruckus, not me.
Don't be that. It's in my blood to be a slave, right? So
No, I said that's hold on. I said psychologically, that's
whatever. I don't know why you think you're separate from white supremacy. You are the white supremacist.
Stupid bitch. You dumb liberal bitch. You stupid cracker liberal, hoe. What a dumb fucking white cracker liberal.
Let me ask you a question, B. What would you think?
Annoying.
Hold on, Brad.
You white liberals that act like they for like black empowerment.
I'm not a liberal, Brad. I'm not a liberal. Why does everybody think I'm a liberal? Why does everybody think I'm a liberal? Can we figure that out? Why does everybody keep saying I'm a liberal? Why?
That's like me being a pig. That's like me being a pig, right? Hold on, Brad. That's like me being a pig, right? And I go ahead and put a wig on, right? And a set of glasses, right? Right? And then I decide that I don't want to anymore, right? And I'm telling you, and then I walk outside and people are like, oh, that's a pig. How did you know I'm a pig? Like, baby, that's you. That's you right now, Bima. Everything about you is liberal except for you don't like labels. You don't like labels. That's the liberal thing not to like labels, Bima. You don't like being labeled. That's what liberals, that's liberals.
No. Okay, well then prove to me what positions that I have that are liberal. Go ahead.
Well, you believe white supremacy is a thing, so that's number one. That's number one. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, sure.
You're anti the government, right?
Okay, that's okay.
When I say anti-government, I'm not talking about like
libertarians are anti-government. Anarchists are anti-government.
You really want to bring down the whole nation. That's exactly what liberals want to do. You guys are Marxists.
Yeah. Voluntarists and minarchists and libertarians also, true, but that doesn't make them liberals. Very different ideology. One wants more government, right? Liberals, textbook, right? Exactly. They want that's what a liberal is. Textbook, and that you learn this in college. Liberals are someone who wants more government.
I didn't have time to explain it, but I kind of get the concept.
Show me where I want more government in anything that I'm talking about.
You guys are anti-ICE. You just doing it wrong for the die.
Well, that would be aligned with not a liberal principle, right? I'm saying that I don't want more government, right? Liberals want more government for solutions. So explain to me what position I have that says I want any government. If you could give me one position. Give me one position. No. I'm saying, no.
You only want the government.
You have to prove where I want government government in anything.
You want the government to feed the homeless and take care of them. But at
No,
the same
that's
time,
not true. I do not. I absolutely do not. That's an assumption. Go on. That's okay. So I've corrected your report. I've corrected your bad assumption. Uncle Ruckus, I do not want the government. Uncle Ruckus, I do not want the government to feed the homeless. Uncle Ruckus, I do not want the government to feed the homeless. I do not want the government to give everybody universal health care. I do not want the government to do anything, to have social, any type of social system. I do not want the government to do any of that. What's your next point?
Yes, you do. It is what it is.
My next one is like.
Oh, okay. So now you're just going to be intellectually dishonest. All right, I did.
What do you want? Okay, Diva. What do you want to happen to the homeless? What you
My next one is like, why don't you just.
No, let's go ahead and see what her big grand solution is for the homeless. What do you ultimately want the homeless? What do you want to happen to the homeless, Diva?
Free market solutions. Free market solutions. All free market solutions.
How do you propose that the homeless help?
Well, maybe feed the need. Feed the need can come out. They can feed. They can offer resources. They can assess people who have mental health issues, people who actually want jobs, separate the differences, people who have drug addictions, and then find free market solutions to help them out. Oh, wow.
That's what I mean, Sid. She wants the government. You get what I'm saying?
Free
She's not going to say it, though.
Guess what? You'll never hear me say, Uncle Ruckus, I'm sorry to bust your bubble. No, sorry, honey. I'm sorry you're going to be disappointed. Nobody on this app ever, hold on, nobody on this app has ever heard me endorse anything for government. And no, I've been on this app for 2 years. You find one person that's ever heard me say,
government.
no, free market does not require, it's the complete opposite. The complete opposite. Feed the need is free market. Feed the need is free market, okay? Nothing to do with government at all. Nothing, no redistribution of wealth, no.
Real quick. So no, she's actually right, Uncle Ruckus, because a lot of conservatives believe in community charity and the government not stepping in and not using taxpayer dollars, but putting that responsibility on the local communities to take care of their local problems. So one of the things that's been proposed is the homeless topic. That the government, because look at all the money that's been wasted on all these homeless prevention projects, like especially with Los Angeles. They just wasted so much money, and the homeless problem's actually gotten worse with the more money they dumped in to try to solve that problem. So people are saying, fuck using taxpayer money. The people in the local community can handle that problem, and they can fund it themselves by local fundraising and things like that without government intervention. But I had a question for you, Bima. What would you think if I went on a campaign saying I can't stand Walmart, how they open up these big box stores, shut down these mom and pop businesses, and then they close up the stores and move out as soon as the workers try to establish a union to get better wages and better working conditions. And then they leave these small towns desolate because that was the main employer in that small town. So all the mom and pop shops closed up. Walmart employed a bunch of people, packed up shop, left, and now that town is destitute because of Walmart leaving, setting up and leaving. So I can't stand Walmart because it ruins communities. But every time I turn around, you see me at Walmart spending money and going shopping. What would you think about that?
Well, two things, right? Like I said earlier, that sometimes our time, circumstance, and location make it impossible or make it very difficult. Maybe we're coerced, things are unavoidable, or bad options for us benefit-wise, right? But it doesn't mean that it's not something that we would want to shut down, because it's not as simple as not going to one Walmart and having it shut down. The issue with Walmart being able to be the conglomerate and the monopoly that it became was through the patent system and through what Walmart was able to do with government protections that allowed, nobody wants to hear this, but that's how Walmart became what it became. So you have an issue with Walmart. You really don't have an issue with Walmart. You, again, have the issue with government once again. So my point is that it's the principle, what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but it's false, right? Because like I said, participation, sometimes, like I said, it's unavoidable, right? So it's a false dilemma. That's the best way I could say it, right? So like taxation and things, okay? I'm in a survival, I'm in what is it called? What is it called when you're, I forgot the name that starts with an S. If I have you at the end of my gun, what are you? What are you? You are what? You are my what? My you're in a survivalist position, but you're what?
At the end of your gun.
Yeah, like if I'm coercing you with my gun, right? What are you? I don't know the word. I can't think of the word. Fuck. But anyway, the point is that you're in a survivalist position. When the cops come and they do the things that they do to me, I don't say, okay, babe, let's just fucking strike out and get ourselves killed, right? It's because we have to survive, right? We're in a, what's the word? I can't even think of the word. I can't believe I can't think of the word. Hostage. You're in a hostage situation. So you comply, right? And there's going to be a time where, okay, yeah, for life, cost benefit. I mean, like, do we want to die right now for this? And it's not going to mean anything because guess what? It's going to go on to the media just like we've seen what happened to everybody else. And oh, look at Leonard Cure. People watch Leonard Cure and they still will think that somehow Leonard Cure was the problem in that scenario. Oh, because he didn't comply. Okay, a guy got convicted, wrongly convicted, spent 15 years in prison, got pulled over for doing 100 on the highway, something that millions of people do every single day, okay? And then an officer was going to arrest him, okay? He even said, I haven't harmed anybody, just give me a ticket, okay? And the officer still escalated that and murdered that man. But is that murder? No, because people don't want to, that's my point. And you know what? Everybody else looks because you can't have the explanation, right? Leonard isn't there to defend himself now and to show everybody and to make awareness, right? Oh, look, Leonard is. So my point is that when we're in hostage situations, we have to start with the Socratic dialogue. It all comes back to the Socratic dialogue. But I do understand what you're saying. And a lot of time, because that was a lot of my vegan argument with a lot of people when I had gone ethical vegan years ago, right? The idea is was I more against animal agriculture and the way that we treat animal agriculture, or was I more of policing people on how they ate, which could help them, physiologically with their cells, what foods interact with their body to make them function as a maximum human being, okay? And the idea is that, yeah, we were poor. You can't feed into the system. You can't continue to pay for more animals to be killed and then also stand up against animal agriculture. I mean, like, there is a contradiction, and I would be a fucking inconsistent hypocrite, but at the same time, the idea is to bring awareness so we can have the dialogue to change it. Like I said before,
Yeah, but I mean, in order to change it, though, like I said, the only way these entities exist is because we keep giving them money, Bima. So if like I said, the first place to start would be to stop feeding the monster, stop giving the monster money to keep it growing, and then you can have that conversation. And people say, okay, well, if Bima found a way to stop, I can find a way to stop. And then
the biggest monster isn't the companies, though, in my opinion. The biggest, and that's where
how do these companies survive, Bima? The only way they survive is because we keep giving them
because of
money.
taxation, because of government, because of authority. That's my opinion. So I would say stop giving them money, remove your productive ability from anything that's to do with government, right? You're complicit in the system of governance. And I understand your argument. I do understand your argument, true. But it's impossible. It's largely impossible, or at least it would be at a big detriment to me to not have things that could make my life better, unfortunately, right? Or at least not harm people around me, and then also continue to speak out, right? What's the point of that? You can't. I mean, sometimes I do understand what you're saying, though. It is a really good point, though. It is a good point.
Well, but that's where I'm trying to, because that's the point Uncle Ruckus is making, and that's what he's saying. An armchair activist is all you're doing is talking, but your actions aren't conducive to what your speech is, and that's the problem people are gonna have. Like, and maybe
I sat here and listened long enough to everything, right? Okay, and again, she's dancing around it simply because I caught her on her bullshit, right? But if you believe in free market solutions, a true free market allows for monopolies. U.S. gold rules, right? So therefore, without government stepping in, sometimes we would have a lot more fucking monopolies, right? Because if I have the money and I can corner a fucking market, I'm going to do so, right? And and if I want to keep on expanding that, and I have the money to do so, nobody else has the money to do so, I'm going to keep doing that, right? That's true free market. True free market that's unregulated is something you'd hate more than what we have now, right?
Rockefeller. He's the reason why antitrust laws came into effect. Do your research on the Rockefeller business model, man. Yeah, no, Uncle Ruckus is right. Yeah, government is useful in some ways because if government didn't step in, I mean, not that they did much the way Rockefeller structured his business, but I mean, they did step in to break up. Rockefeller would have everything you see today would have had Rockefeller's name on it if the government had stepped in and broke that shit up.
I mean, it's like this right here, right? Okay. When you look at the actual free market, right now, right? Capitalism is private means of production. In simple terms, right? Socialism or communism is state means that are control of production, right? That's the only big difference here, right? Okay, we live in a capitalistic society, right? Which is why things are privately owned, right? Okay, so now when you have things that are privately owned by private people or a collection of private people, right? Okay, then they're gonna do what the fuck they're gonna petition these governments. They're gonna lobby these governments to be able to get what the fuck they want out of them, right? Because that's what the government is for, to when you're doing business, right? 100%. So there's no way we're gonna sit here and say that we're anti-capitalism while still benefiting off of capitalism. Makes no sense. And that's why I'm saying most of you said you were ethical vegan. That's liberal. Almost all your points are liberal, but you're going to sit here and say that you're not, and you're going to keep on. You even recognize the contradiction in your argument that you were trying to make right now, right? Because you knew that you were dancing around the shit because you knew that I was calling you out on your bullshit already. That's why I called you out on that. That's why everybody else calls you out on that. That's why I said you're liberal, because you actually are, right? You're not anti-government, you're pro-government, but you're just trying to paint yourself as anti-government. Because if you're a true anarchist, which I know plenty of those guys, they've gotten a plot in the fucking woods somewhere and they live off grid. They don't pay taxes, none of that shit. There's a whole community of people in California that have done the same shit, right? They went out in the desert and said, fuck you to everybody, right? That's what they did. So therefore, don't sit there and try to tell me that you're an anarchist and against all this, because they live without all
You don't know me.
right? They live without all these amenities that you like.
Yeah, he's got a point on that one.
Yeah, no, that's not true. That's not true.
It is true. The anarchists literally have separated themselves from society, and they said, "Fuck."
Hold on. I know the biggest anarchist in the entire world. Okay, tell me one name one. Name one.
I don't know them by name, but I've seen the groups beam up.
I guarantee you, if you've seen the groups, the biggest anarchists, you absolutely have seen me. You've absolutely actually seen me, whether it's on YouTube or whether it was in the series on TV.
Do you live in an apartment or a house?
Okay,
guaranteed. No, a serious question. Do you live in an apartment or a house right now?
I live in a house.
Live in a house. Do you own the house or are you renting?
Own the house outright.
You own the house outright, right?
Built it from the scratch, yeah.
Pay taxes on that house
every year, correct?
Every year.
Of course I have to. I'm forced. I'm coerced. Because if I don't, hold on. That's not true. There's three very big, large anarchist communities, intentional anarchist communities in this country. All three of them pay the land tax. We have to, okay? We have to, because if we don't, what happens? What happens? Does anybody know? What happens if you don't? No. What happens if you're one, if you don't pay taxes? What happens? No. What happens?
The government comes and takes your house, but a person.
Oh, what does the government do, Sig?
They take your house, but here's the thing.
Right.
You've had plenty of motherfuckers. Look at Kitover, for instance, okay? That's a true anarchist. Alright? That motherfucker went through with that bulldozer and leveled that fucking town and died doing it. So if you were truly stood by what you believed, you'd say, fuck you, I'm not paying taxes. Try to come and take my house, I'm gonna light all you motherfuckers up. I'm gonna die trying. That's a true anarchist, Bima.
Yeah, unfortunately, if I was by myself, I wouldn't have any problem doing that. And that's exactly what I eventually will probably get to, okay? I don't know who you, I've already been and started this entire thing. I lived in an essential community. I created one in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee in 2016 with a bunch of other anarchists. And with a bunch of, because my mom and dad are dying and my grandmother needs help. That's why. I'm fucking taking care of a family that's literally dead and dying. That's why. That's why. That's fucking why, Sig. That's why. Okay? I have to take care of my mom and my dad and my grandmother. What the fuck?
So Bima, why didn't you move them out there with you into that commune?
Because they don't want to go. They grew up here their entire life. This is where they want to be.
Do you have a job?
Yes, I have a job.
Okay, so you work. Do you work for a big corporation?
Absolutely not.
I mean, well, regardless of who you work for, like I'm pretty sure that they are somehow paying taxes to the government as well, right? They file their paperwork.
This goes back to Sig knows. Tell him how I pay taxes, Sig. And you know what? I wouldn't even get into this details with you guys. You know what? You guys are dangerous. You guys are dangerous because you know what? You guys are dangerous because you're such bootlickers. If I actually told you the truth and I actually let you know what happens, people are so sick that they'd go as far as finding my business and then make sure that they get fucking shit right. Oh yeah. And I'm just gonna fucking believe you. I'm gonna believe a bootleg.
I don't really care if you believe it or not.
Okay, whatever. Okay. I'm not gonna prove. I don't have to prove myself. I don't have to prove myself. The people who know me know me. Uncle Ruckus, I don't care. I don't care what you think. You're a bootlicker. You're telling me that I want government intervention. I don't want government intervention in anything. Okay? You don't even believe that the free market can exist without government. That's a sick mentality. That's a sick mentality.
The house that you own outright. Going to work every day, trading time for money, right? You feel me? To get those white faces that you hate so much that the government prints up, right? Okay, you're going to the supermarkets to buy your meats and your cheeses and your milks. And
why do you? It's such a bad idea to presume you know. It's such a bad idea to presume you know. Do you know you're just making up a story about my life? Do you understand how that's not rational? Do you understand how that's not rational?
Everybody else in society does, right?
Uncle Ruckus, do you understand how that's not rational? Because you don't know anything about how I really live. You don't know anything about what you don't know nothing. You're just filling in the gaps. I could do the same thing about you. It's not a rational position. You need to come back down. You need to come back down to the real world. You need to come back down to the real world. Your presumptions and assumptions are nothing, Uncle Ruckus. They're irrational. They're illogical. It's literally insanity. It's insanity to pretend like you know.
Did you make the stance? You just said free market can't exist without the government? Can? C-A-N?
The free market can exist without government? Of course. What do you mean?
If I would be the new government if I was a free market. I would own everything and enslave people like you.
The only way that would happen is if you decided to use a monopoly of force, okay? If you had force, and you would have to, right, so then you would have to use force, then you'd have to enslave everybody, okay? And in that case, okay, but first, everybody else is going to have to put their dollars, like you said, the voting dollars, they're going to have to continue to participate to help you get. Hold on. I'm not saying ballot voting. I'm saying voting with your dollars. That's in a free market, you vote with your dollars. So you're saying that everybody is going to know that you're going to come and enslave us and we're going to continue to buy from you. So you can, it doesn't make sense. That's it. It's a very simple violation.
You familiar with Rockefeller's empire and that whole ordeal? That's why I brought that up as an example, because that was an example of free market, and Rockefeller literally owned every single dollar, was in control of every single dollar, like the way he built his empire. So there was no voting with your dollar. Like, it was either Rockefeller's way or nobody's way, and that's why the government had to step. He literally drove he literally started off refining oil, and then he bought the barrel making companies, and he bought the transportation companies, and he bought the fucking refineries. Like, he vertically scaled his company up to where he owned every fucking thing and pushed everybody out. He literally owned everything. He owned every single fucking dollar. And that's why the government had to come in and bust him up, because he would have ended up owning everything. He would have been more powerful than the government, Bima. So they had to come in and fucking and cut that shit out, cut that shit down. That's a true free market without government. Literally everything would say Rockefeller on it right now if it wasn't for the government stepping in and breaking that up. Because of how he scaled his business.
That's not true. Because that's not true. It's not true. It's not true because everybody knows that economics, that you have a bell curve. There will be a peak. Just there has been in history of every type of company, right? You cannot, because there might have been a monopoly for a short time, but it would have fallen. There is no case there because that's an economic principle. That is the bell curve principle of the bell curve.
Either the government or people take up arms and physically take over.
You're not listening to me.
That's what I'm asking you. How else? Because there's only two methods that we've seen in history. Either the government steps in and regulates, right? Or people get sick. Because once we've seen people get power like that, monopolize everything, and then they end up actually becoming the government entity because they become so powerful, they control literally everything. The people who are subjugated rise up. So now you either got the government stepping in and breaking it up, or there's going to be bloodshed to revolt. Those are the only two options you got, Beamer. What other options do you have besides that?
People are not going to participate in their own slavery willingly. It just won't happen. Would you do that?
We've seen it happen time and time again with socialist countries, Beamer. And the only option was when people revolted to break that shit up. But they were treated like shit, subjugated, and treated like slaves because you had one entity take control of everything. We've seen it. This is history, like literally repeating itself with almost every single fucking civilization that's existed. And the people on the bottom end up fucking revolting, and then that's how that monopoly gets brought back down. So there's only two ways: you have the government break it up, or there's going to be bloodshed. Those are the only two ways we've seen.
That's because you're still assuming that there's government participation. You immediately gave me an example of socialist societies where there's government intervention. I'm talking about free market, actual free market, where people are going to vote, where the economic principles say that it is impossible. There's been no time in history where any company has been able to be on top for forever. It's just because it just doesn't happen. Whoever builds the company, right? They're going to end up dying, and you learn all about this in economics. Then the vision changes, right? And then there's different entries. There's better entry into the market, into that competition, into that field of whatever it's going to be. Then so there's going to be new competitive levels, right? There's going to be all of the
There's
things.
not going to be any of that. It's going to be monopolized.
Like that's when I asked you about Rockefeller. That's one of the most contemporary examples we have. He bought the competition out. There was no competition. That's why the government had to step in. He literally bought the competition.
What I'm saying, it's going to boil down to kings and warlords in a free fucking market. That's exactly how it's going to be. You feel me? Like, because you got to realize, right? Respectfully, it's either be even in that type of society, right? It's predator and prey. And people like me, respectfully, I'm going to be the predator over the prey, right? I'd rather be the shooter than the one shot, right? So I'm pretty sure there's somebody that's more brutal than me, right? That's more capable than me, that's going to 100% monopolize the shit out of everything, control the means of production. And once you control the means of production and you have to go through me to get what you need, right? It's either you bend the fucking knee, right? Or we don't do business, or if I'm really brutal, I just get rid of you.
But you have to understand that Rockefeller still, he doesn't just, resources just don't come out of his ass and he just doesn't manifest them.
Yeah, I will take that.
Right, he would have, well, that's different. That's different than free market, because now we're getting back into not free market, now we're getting back into tyranny, right? Free market is a free exchange.
Free market leads to.
Yeah, free market leads to tyranny. That's exactly what the Rockefeller story be. That's exactly what happened. It was free market, and because he was able to strategize.
So Rockefeller was stealing? Rockefeller was stealing?
1,000,000%. He did a lot of fucking shady shit to do that. You think people just willingly handed over their...
Who was he stealing from? I haven't heard of this.
I'll give you an example. So when he was, he started off fucking digging up for the oil and realized, hey, there's more money to be made. Okay? So he said, hey, this oil, after we dig it up, has to go in the fucking barrels, right? And get shipped. So he says, fuck it, I'm going to make enough money and I'm going to buy a barreling company. That way it's going to be cheaper for me, and then I can charge all the other places that are digging up crude oil. I can charge them higher for the barreling, and it's going to be cheaper for me, and it's going to be higher for them, and he ran them out of business. So then he took over those, and then he got the transportation industry. He said, why am I paying these trucks to run this shit back and forth when I can just buy up all the trucking and logistics supplies? And then the other companies that were still in existence, he charged them crazy ass rates to drive them out of business, and he took over all that. That's literally how he scaled his company, by taking over and outpricing all the competition, and he became the number one dog as far as oil refineries. And then he bought up all the oil refineries after that.
So, but those people sold him. They
They
voluntarily.
had no choice, Bima. They were going to go out of business. They had no choice.
Okay, and so then that's just a testament that it wasn't harming society that much, and they weren't to that point where they had to say, hold on, we need to get together. You think that the world or even a nation came together and said, hey, look, this guy is starting to buy stuff up. We have to make sure we don't sell to him, otherwise he's gonna, put us all out of business. That doesn't even make sense for them to say, no, we're gonna continue to sell to him.
They had no choice. It was either that or pay the crazy ass rates to barrel and transport this shit, which they couldn't afford. That would eat up all their profits. So they're pretty much turning oil for nothing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that in their poor business models or whatever that they were doing didn't work at the time. Yeah, sure, probably. But I'm saying that overall cost benefit was still in their favor. If they were able to sell out, then it was still in their favor. You're not going to sell out if it's not in your favor.
You have no choice. If you and I are in competition, right? Let's say we're in the same thing. Both of us are digging up crude oil, right? And I'm paying another company to barrel it, and Bima Oil Inc. says, fuck it, I'm buying up the barreling company. So the only way you can barrel your oil that you dig up, Sig Oil Incorporated, is to go through me now, go through Bima, because Bima owns it. Bima, you're gonna, instead of me paying what I was paying, maybe 20 cents a barrel, you're gonna start charging me $2 a barrel. There goes all my profit. I'm not in business, so I got two options. Either run my business into the ground, not making a profit, and I lose everything, or I go ahead and just sell it outright to you and at least have a little bit of profit.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It was a poor business model. These were people that couldn't figure out how to partner with other people that come together with a bunch of other little guys like that, and then and make sure that you cut out Rockefeller and you don't do business with him. It was in their favor to do it until they reached that point that it was not in their favor because they were individually and poor business models, and then that was it. But if it came to a societal level, of course, no, you're not going to pay into something that's destroying your society.
But that's the thing. It happened because people didn't realize that business model, Bima. Nobody had ever seen that business model before. He created it, and by the time they realized what had happened, it was too late. He bought up everything.
Right, yeah, and that's true because we didn't have technology, we didn't have the ability to network and to connect and show and have the possibilities that we have today. And that's what's also very important to consider. We have an ability now that we didn't have during Rockefeller's time to connect, to be able to explore and make sure that people aren't getting too much and becoming too big, and to we all as individuals would be okay. Look, we're not going to make sure we.
AKA, we have a government.
You understand?
Yeah, but the problem with the government, Uncle
We have a
Ruckus.
governmental body that does that. Well,
Right, but
wow.
Uncle Ruckus, that's the problem though, because the government they're an arbitrary power. The people that are in government are just our normal, fucking average dumb neighbors. Okay,
So the people you're talking about. These that we have people that would ensure that this doesn't happen, and those normal, regular people that you think would ensure that it doesn't happen now work in government.
Hold on, no. But the difference is that those normal people get to create the thresholds and the boundaries by which they want to operate, right? And then they would be able to do those exchanges there. With the government makes those decisions, and that's my point. It's not representative. It's not representative.
In a democracy or a republic that we live in, the government is the people. We vote for and elect these people.
Right.
It starts at the local level, right? If people are interested in that, the local level. And then from there, people work their way up, and then eventually we vote on a national election, right? Right? 100%. But there's a lot of moving parts to go into it, and all those people are regular fucking people that you may have went to school with, that you may have went to church with, that you may have played football and basketball and water polo with, right? 100%. Those are the people, right? So therefore, what you're advocating for and not even wanting to admit is exactly what you have now, even though you may not like the way it's going.
No, not at all. And that's exactly what I was just trying to say. The difference is us as, and Alan, I see that you're trying to talk. I'll just get this out. The difference is that the representative government was one of the biggest scams ever in the history to think that you're actually being represented by a person or a couple people at different levels. These are individuals. The best that you could do is, even if you were to explicitly say, I want this person, and to say that they win, okay, the person that you choose, say, I want them to represent me because I generally like their principles. So their principles are probably going to align with everything that's going to happen, cross their, any type of legislation, any type of positions that they're going to take. They're generally probably, we're going to be in alignment, right? That's a best case scenario. But the fact is that it comes down to a two-party system. Because the best that we've come up with is first past the post, which is whoever has the biggest gang gets to win. So the 51% of America is always going to be able to force their preferences on the other 49%. That's how, so 49% is always going to be unrepresented at any given time. Sometimes, where if you're in a situation or a location where there's a Democratic stronghold or a Republican stronghold, depending on what you believe, right? You're effed for. There are some cities and states that have voted like that forever, locally, whatever else. And even if you can get somebody that you personally want to get into office, there's no guarantee that they're going to make all the decisions that you want them to make.
Bino, why do you just like start a black pill? Why do you do that? I think it's a horrible thing.
Hold on, Alan was gonna go. A-check, I'm sorry. I feel bad because I went a little. Wait, hold on. Alan was waiting. Please, please. A-check, I apologize. Go ahead, Alan.
Well, you gotta be kidding me. You just did that.
He was waiting, A-check, and I felt bad because I went longer. Than I should have, and Alan has been clicking his mic. Please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but A-check. Sadly, somebody gave
Trust me, I don't want to hear what this status ass has to say.
I'm going to try and inhabit my good mod habits. So I'll just say this. I heard the tail end of this. So if I missed a point, forgive me. I don't think there's anybody here who can go to the track and predict who the winner and losers are going to be every time. When it comes to businesses can turn on a dime. Suddenly they're up. The next thing you know, they're filing for bankruptcy. The government should not be involved in picking winners and losers. Period. Because the moment you allow the government to do that, guess what? You open up the doors of corruption. Well, gee, Bobby here donated $10 million to my campaign, and Bobby owns a car company. So we're going to put in legislation that favors him, and we're going to say that all the other car companies can't compete. That's the problem with it. As far as what you said about the government, I agree politicians are crappy people. The way you know a politician is lying is if his mouth is moving. Having said that, that's why we have the separation of powers. Because the founding fathers, who were also historians, looked back at history and said, yeah, people have a tendency to be corrupt. So therefore, we are going to have the separation of powers. Yeah, maybe democracy sucks. Maybe representative government sucks. It's still better than other forms of government. Do you want to go to communism, where you have no rights but what the state tells you can have? I don't think so. Considering I know people who've lived under Soviet rule, it sucks. Either that, or we go under a monarchy. By the way, Sweden, that wonderful model or is it Sweden or Switzerland, is still a monarchy. It's I forget what that parliamentary monarchy, whatever it's called, but it's still a monarchy. So this is as good as it gets. I mean, unless we're going to have 350 million converge on Washington, D.C., and decide everything that has to be decided. No. And then as far as, you know, you mentioned Rockefeller. He got rich because he provided a superior product that everybody wanted and everybody bought. Now, I'm not saying he was perfect, but he got really rich really quick because guess what? He was smarter than everybody else. Anyways, I've gone on a rant. I'm done. And now I've said my piece. Anybody can speak next, preferably Manfinity because I like him.
I was gonna say real quick, Beamer, too. You're talking about now we've got the technology and all that stuff. You understand Jeff Bezos is a modern day Rockefeller, and if you look up how many antitrust lawsuits they've been slapped with and lost because they've tried pulling that sneaky bullshit, and the government had to step in, bro, and slap Jeff Bezos around quite a few times to keep him out of that position. So, I mean, it's no way you cut it. You know, we got so many examples, modern examples, that show government intervention did help. I'm not saying the government's an end-all, be-all, but you understand where we would be at if the antitrust laws of the FTC did not slap Jeff Bezos around when he needed to be slapped. We'd be fucked right now, Beamer.
Yeah, and I agree with that too. I'm not saying business is perfect either. Business will sell out your grandmother if they think they can get an extra buck out of it. But, you know, the other opposite end is no good either.
Yeah, so just it's a healthy balance of government intervention and free market. But again, the people are the government. You know, the way the system was set up, we control the government. It's just we've gotten so lazy, so preoccupied with dumb shit that doesn't matter. We forgot that it's our job to keep the government in line and keep the government in check. And this is why shit's falling apart. It's on us for feeding these corporations and not cutting off the money flow when it needs to be cut off, right? And then it's our fault for not keeping tabs on the government the way our forefathers designed the system to allow us to. So at the end of the day, it all comes back down to the citizens. It comes down to our laziness and complacency and prioritizing convenience over moral and principle and sustainment. That's just what it comes down to. But you need a healthy mix of both.
Hey, say, don't blame me. I blame you, personally.
Can't blame the black man, Alan.
No, it has nothing to do.
Can't blame black people.
well, no, it has nothing to do with that. I blame you, personally.
Well, I'm still blaming.
And everyone else should blame you. Now, as far as the black man, I don't want to go there, but yeah.
Well, I'm blaming white supremacy. It's everything.
There you go.
Every problem. I think people agree with me on that one.
Yes.
I mean,
are you a white man, Alan? It's your fault.
It is
your
my
fault,
fault. You know, and the fact that all that secret free white man money that the government gives us that we don't tell you about, that we don't share it nicely. So yeah, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Let me throw myself upon the sword.
It's okay, Alan. Don't feel left out.
No.
Please, man. Me and my ancestors should go back to slavery. It's part of my bloodline.
You're already in slavery, Uncle Ruckus. I'm trying to get you out of it.
Hey, I could be wrong here, right? Sid, did she not say that me being a slave was in my blood? Right? Did she not say that, though? Right? So she is a white supremacist.
Yes,
in
I said that.
she shares.
Why? Hold on. Wait, Uncle Ruckus. Why did I say that, though? Hold on. But give it context. Do you remember why I said it?
She denied being a liberal, but all of her talking points are still liberal. Now she's gonna try to walk that one back because she got caught in it. See, Bima, you're excellent at trying to talk yourself out of shit, right? You're probably trying to talk yourself out of a few tickets. Maybe it wasn't successful for you. Then you started hating the police when they really rolled them to the free. I get it. I know your personality type, right? So therefore, it's like you try to talk yourself out of shit because you talk yourself into a lot of shit, right? No issue. And I don't care, though, no problem. but you can be a white supremacist. You and Alan, Alan's not a white supremacist, but anyway, however it goes, right? You and all the white supremacists that you believe are white supremacists, you guys are all in cahoots. You're the same boat. So don't try to sit there and give me some philosophical bullshit about how we're all slaves when you don't even understand how the system works clearly because we sat here and listened to you speak. So I mean, it's all good. It was a joke anyways, even though you were being a serious racist for me. So let's go ahead and leave it alone.
No, I was dead serious. I was dead serious. Impress me, Uncle Ruckus. Listen, wait. I let you finish.
Well, yeah, I don't want to hear your explanation of your racism.
I'm not trying. Trust me. I don't want to give you an explanation. I want you to impress me. I want you to impress me. I want you to impress me and prove to me that you remember why I said it. Impress me and prove to me why. Impress me and tell us why I said it. Uncle Ruckus, do you remember why I said it? I guarantee you don't. Because you want to be intellectually dishonest. You want to be intellectually dishonest and you want to run with the victim card. Guess what? It ain't me, baby. I am not going to give it to you. I'm not going to give it to you and I'm not going to let you escape either. I'm not going to let you escape. Go ahead. Go.
Beema, how do you feel about these allegations of racism?
She's a horrible person.
She's a horrible person.
It's the allegations of racism. I've been called a racist before. It's not the first and most of the last. Oh yeah, of course I've been called a racist before.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yes.
You have like a psychological problem.
It's normal to
Towards me, I like darker than you. Or what do you call it?
Well, if you understand like the different types of racism, structural racism, interpersonal racism, there's all these different races. If you're born white into a system of white supremacy, you are by definition an agent of racism, right? Okay. But anyway, that's not my point. I'm not going to deflect. Beaver, to answer your question, I would love for Uncle Ruckus to be an intellectually honest person and tell us why I said that. Why did I say that to you, Uncle Ruckus?
Because I pissed you off and you wanted to
No. Be specific. Be specific. Be specific.
That's the reason why.
Be specific. Be specific, Uncle Ruckus. Let's be honest.
Be Pacific.
That was specifically why.
Did I say Pacific?
I'm telling you, you need to say Pacific.
I pissed you because I'm black or I'm ignorant, right? So however it goes, right?
I do hold black men accountable that want to participate in the white supremacy. I do hold them. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. I do have a trigger for black men that can. Hold on. I'm being honest. I particularly have a pet peeve with black men that have no problem saying, "Oh, everything's fine." Inside of the white supremacists, yes, I have an issue with it. Yes, I do. I absolutely do. I absolutely do. People, specifically black men that want to perpetuate the system of white supremacy, I do have an issue with you. You are one of my biggest pet peeves. I'll never understand it. Picking up the tool of the oppressor. And oh yeah.
I heard something from a white man. I don't listen to you, Uncle
Ruckus, can I send you a book?
Okay,
No, I can't read.
Does anyone have Uncle Ruckus? No, I'm dead serious. Can I send you a book?
No, I can't read.
Either.
No, I'm dead serious. It's a book by Larkin Rose. I can send it to if someone else has your address in here, I can send it to them and they can forward it to you. And look in my bio, Uncle Ruckus, I want you to look at something. In my bio, there's a link and it's called the Jones Plantation Film. These are this is my network of my people. This is the Jones Plantation Film. I would pay. I'll cash up you the money right now if you watch that film. It's like $10. If you watch that and tell me what you think about it. All I want, I'll do it right now. If you promise to watch it, I'll cash up you the 10 right now, and all you gotta do is watch it, and then we just talk about it. That's it. That's all that I'll ask. And I'll send you a book. It's by Larkin Rose, okay? Because I have a lot of them. I bought boxes of them, and I give them to people I care about. Okay? I will send you a brand new book, right? and send you this book. I'll put it in the mail tomorrow.
All right.
I don't care about none of y'all. I'm talking to Uncle Ruckus.
Speaking.
Uncle Ruckus.
Now I'm speaking to everybody, including Uncle Ruckus. I'm going to embody my 1990s, early 2000s left-wing hippie, new age self right now. And Uncle Ruckus, I'm sorry, but if slavery is in your DNA, you need to embrace your authentic self, which is a real thing. Because as you know, being authentic is the most truthful thing you can be. So if slavery...
December 18th at 2:30 in the fucking morning, I never thought I'd see the day where white people are trying to lecture me about black racism and slavery.
That's right.
This is fucking crazy.
Get out.
Yes.
Wait, well, maybe you're not doing a good enough job, Uncle Ruckus.
Absolutely not.
System is fine.
Absolutely not. I'm going to tell Alan and Bima the same shit. I don't need any lectures from you guys about anything to do with my
Yeah, but we're different because I'm not a sadist. I'm not a sadist.
You guys can be quiet about the subject.
Uncle Ruckus, will you watch the film?
Yo, Alan's trying to talk. Let Alan finish it.
Yeah, thank you. I can't yell over you guys.
I'm not going to sit here and let this fucking white man try to tell me about embracing slavery. No, dog. I understand that we're free speech and shit, but you can't cool it all the way out, dog. You got to do something.
Uncle Ruckus, chill, man. Let Alan go, and then Incel's been waiting.
Yeah, but can Alan stop speaking to me about anything? Just tell Alan
You
stop
can't
talking.
control people speaking to you. Just mute up and don't.
I'm going to go ahead and keep speaking to him. But they're going to kick me out the fucking room or I'll leave. They come out. Big man tell me about fucking racism.
Uncle.
I don't give a fuck what you gotta say, Alan. Just please leave it alone. Be mature enough to do that. I don't need to hear it. Everything I'm saying, leave me out the fucking room and say, I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna listen to this guy. I will not give him the opportunity to speak to me. So I'm gonna be interrupted.
Okay, there's your opportunity, Alan. You got it, and then Incel goes next.
Thank you. Uncle, you didn't let me finish to put the cap of sarcasm and irony on what I was saying. Okay? The idea, okay, that Demon's trying to tell you to embrace your slavery DNA, in my opinion, is pretty ridiculous. And I was using that as an example to point out the idiocy of that idea. Now, maybe you agree with her, I don't know. But no, I'm not trying to lecture you. I'm trying to pretend to be someone on the left who has the audacity to lecture you about that. So, that's what I was saying. Now, maybe there's still something wrong in what I said. Please come up and let me know what you think. Okay? I'm going to try. All right. Well, now, there you go. Invite to speak. Okay? I hope I didn't offend you.
All right, and so you got the mic, man. Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
What's up, Skull? Merry Christmas, yo. Merry Christmas, everybody in the group.
Merry Christmas. Beautiful. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I think government intervention is better. And actually, I'm a big proponent of like UBI. I think it's way better than believing in the free market, because we're never gonna really have a free market, and if we do, it's gonna get dominated by a few players. So it's like, why play this game like trying to always push for a free market? Just let's get our $3,000 of UBI, and if you want to work more and you earn less than 80K, then yeah, go for it. But once you make above 80K, I don't feel like you deserve government help. Because only 20% of people in my opinion are productive in the economy. So let's just automate shit fast and let's collect our welfare checks, and let's actually enjoy life and work on our passion.
Yeah, but what if I don't want to pay for other people's income, bro? I don't want my money taken away from me and paying for other people who can't cut it, can't figure out a way to make more money. And so, what do you gotta say to that?
The reality is the most productive people in the economy are like 20%. So most people think they actually are, giving up their money to the government. A lot of people actually get their money back. Like the government doesn't use the money of like 50% of Americans. Like the other 50%, yeah, there's some they use, but it's mainly just 20% that's like funding the tax bill. So it's like, let's fund and support our most productive. Let's give them government help as much as possible. let them get their what do you call their freaking corporate welfare, and let's collect that $3,000 welfare and let's acknowledge it because it's already happening. Why try to be delusional to the reality? Like, if you think your money shouldn't go there, so what? It already does go there. Like, what's next?
Yeah, but how much of it goes there? That's the point. That, you know, I mean, I can be generous to a point, and I believe, you know, there but for the grace of God go I. But at the same time, nobody likes being told what they are supposed to do. Period. And maybe there are some who justify it. That, oh yes, I want to give to charity, and I want the government to do it. Great. You can do that. But most of us don't, and most people, if they earn $1, they want to keep $1. And they don't like being told, well, you have to give up 85% of it because Bobby and Billy over there don't want to work, as one example. So yeah, we're already doing it, but to what degree? That's the degree is the argument that we are having in the debate that is going on in government right now.
Yeah, the thing is, we're gonna have oligarchs, and moving forward, we're gonna have even bigger oligarchs. So let's actually fund them, put money into them, let them get corporate welfare. And most normies are just useless. They already work like useless mid-tier jobs. When a lot of jobs get automated, you might as well just pay people. Like there's a lot of people in the economy right now that get gifts. It's not just baristas. There's guys in the military that get gifts. A lot of guys in the military don't deserve the paychecks they're getting, but they get gifts, you know, through like a Patriot network. Their dad probably hooked them up. Like a lot of people get gifts in different places that of the economy. So let's acknowledge that, dude. Like, why are we LARPing? Like, what do you mean my tax money? You're not that important. Most of the money you put into the government, they give it back to your state. Like,
Yeah, but I'm important enough for you to take money that I've worked hard for to earn, so I must be important enough. And so where you want to use my money, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, because now we're
you
getting
can't take
cut.
my money and then call me not important.
No, now we're getting cut. We're basically like we're not getting the good end of the straw. Like we're already gonna have corporate welfare. We are gonna bail out major corporations. There's nothing we can do about it. It's a reality.
But incel people have a problem with that though. That's one of the main.
What's your solution that you think that other
let's just have an honest system where the weak sink and the strong survive. And if you want to come up, you have to work your ass off and figure a way to do it. That's how it used to be in this country before government got involved and all this debt, the system built on debt and all this bullshit, man. It used to be straight dollar for dollar.
What year is this?
Shit, before the 1930s.
Do you know what type of America, like, dude, like, you're talking about a time where people were gonna exploit it. Like, we're talking about freaking robber barons, and even like the biggest free market proponents are putting regulations on these dudes. Like, it doesn't work. You have to acknowledge the reality. We're gonna have these big techno oligarchs, and they have to exist for us to live a first world quality of life. We're not gonna have a dog eat dog world. We don't need that. How is it fair to have a dog eat dog world? We don't have the same IQ.
That's not my problem. You having a low IQ, you not being able to figure out how to put food on your table is not my problem. It's just not.
The reality it is, bro.
Okay, then cash at me $100 right now. Cash at me $100 right now so I can get groceries for me and my wife. And actually, $150. I got the baby now.
Dude, I'm making like $2,000. I don't have a lot of money.
No. I don't care. No. Based on what you said, cash at me $150 right now, and it's not that big.
That's not what you're taking. That's not what I said.
Okay, then what are you trying to advocate?
I'm saying
all I hear you advocate is robbing one person, taking money out of their paycheck that they worked hard for, and helping somebody else out.
Yeah, but alright. I think you misunderstood what I said.
No, well, restate it then so I can understand, because I want to try to understand your point.
I don't think it's gonna happen right now, but in like 20 to 25 years, I think most jobs are going to be automated, and most people are going to be already on UBI, or the government has to create new jobs for these people to work in. And I feel like instead of trying to just push people to work jobs that they don't like and aren't that productive, I think people getting $3,000 a month is better, and then the rest of the money investing that into major corporations that can push us forward and our country forward. Let's give corporate welfare to our major corporations. They need it. That's the only way you can compete in the global economy. China does it for their companies. We already do it for our companies. Let's just give them a little bit more and let us get our welfare. And for the dudes that want to work, go work. Go
And look at China. You understand that China's economy is a house of cards, bro. You understand their economy is failing right now. They got the big boost. They got the big boost from they got the big boost from overseas trading and commerce, and now they're running themselves into a rut. China has a horrible fucking economy.
And like they have issues in real estate, but then something like
Yeah.
on the air, bro.
Wait, something slipped by that we all didn't catch, except for me. Why does the government have to do that? Can't businesses, it seems to me that, this may be a simplistic example, but when the automobile came along, there were a crap load of people working in stables who lost jobs, but then other jobs were created. Now we're sitting on the beginning of this AI revolution. We don't know what jobs are going to be created, but let's not, just have this knee-jerk reaction. The government has to save us. The government has to save us. No, maybe we can save ourselves, and maybe in the process of that changing economy and changing technology, corporations, individuals using their creative abilities and incentivized by the promise of profit will discover other avenues of income for all of those useless people you're talking about. And the problem will be solved, not by some government dictating from top down, but by individuals and dare I say it, diversity that individuals bring to the United States or any other country for that matter. Oh God, I can't believe I just said that. I feel like I need to take a shower. Feel so unclean. But I think this is the problem with the left. It always wants the government to solve all our social and financial ills. And the government sometimes is equipped to do that, but often is the worst entity in which to solve those problems, especially when it comes to social ills. It has helped some. But remember, I grew up, and I'm sorry, I'll land on this. I grew up in the 60s. The wave of liberalism was supposed to solve, it gave the promise of solving all of our social problems. And yet here we are 60 years later. And the same people who push this narrative are now saying that life is horrible, that 77 million people who voted for Trump are racist, and you have people like, is she even here? You have people saying that black people are still slaves in this day and age. Well, if that is true, if we accept that, then I think it's time to stop using government solutions and the solutions that liberalism proposed in the 1960s, because by their own admission, they failed. It's time for government to get out of all of it.
Alan, you know,
No, actually, that's true. Like when you see it and stuff, like, well, you're like, these people, horrible what they're doing. Like, I think a lot of people don't understand. I think that maybe this will come up in the next 20, 30 years or something like that. Have you ever seen women and men with those SSRI eyes? They look demonic. They look terrible. Look, Rob Reiner's son. He looks like horrible. He looks like a demon, about to stab his own father. I think people like that need to wake up to whatever the hell is happening. These people look demonic, and they're sick people. And that's what happens. And every time I've met a woman before that was like, on this medication and all these pills, you know, they have those hands. I call them the crocodile hands, you know? They put their hands together when they're like doing it in front of their fucking car, like the videos that they do. It's horrible. Like these chicks are like overweight clearly, fat clearly. Nobody wants them. And then like put their hands together in front of their cars. It's like ridiculous. And it's like they do it like in front of TikTok and everything, and they were like, well, yeah, this guy didn't want anything to do with me. And I'm like, clearly, because she's overweight. And people don't understand this is a mental illness epidemic that's going on everywhere in the whole entire world, not even the United States. It's here in Australia, it's in the United Kingdom where I went to, it's in Norway, it's everywhere. It's just a hellhole what's going on. So they will sit in their car and they will record their videos having a mental breakdown. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Horrible people. But it happens, you know. And I wish it's gonna change, but it's terrible. And no government can introduce this and everything else like that. I just think it's the first step. I think Rush Limbaugh said it the best way. He said it true, like I want to say it again. Feminism was the best way to getting fat, ugly women to become into the mainstream. And he was correct, and it's absolutely true, especially with TikTok. 100% true. It's true. And these people, they come into the mainstream so ugly, so overweight, and now they can have people watching their videos and everything else like that. It's true. Because before that, nobody can do that. Because you cannot be like 400 pounds as a woman. It's horrible. Terrible people. True. It's true, yeah. 100%.
Like fat women, and what we're talking about.
And now they just go on TikTok and they're like, well, yeah, I'm in my car and everything else. I'm like, yeah, that's not how it works. So these are horrible people.
200 pounds, 300 pounds. You guys hate fat girls more than like Peter Thiel. Like, I don't get.
Bro, fat chicks are such horrible people. I mean, how are you supposed? How are you fat? You know, like why?
How tall are you, by the way?
6'4".
6'4". You're probably ugly too. I don't believe you're
100%. I'm 100% ugly and 6'4".
Look, you can get body shamed yourself. Like, why are you gonna body shame fat people? We're talking about.
Bro, fat people are disgusting.
Fat people body shame themselves.
Stop eating, bro. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, I hate.
No, but
you know what I hate the most? Like, incel. You know what I hate the most? Because these people are like, well, yeah. If you're fat, stop eating. It's a simple solution. Stop eating.
What have they done? Fat chicks are pretty nice. They're not even the roof.
Stop eating, bro. Stop eating, bro. We're sick of these people. These people are disgusting. They're horrible people. They're disgusting. They're just bad. And like, stop eating. Like, my generation, bro. You remember our generation?
They're not horrible. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Have you ever sat
No, I'm just
on an airplane?
But do you remember our generation? These women used to claim like, yeah, I'm 324 pounds and I'm just beautiful and everything else like that before Ozempic and everything else like. And I'm like, fuck off. Nobody likes you because you're fat. You just think like that because of like body positivity and all that bullshit. Nobody likes fat chicks. Nobody likes fat men. It's a whole lie that was gave to them since they were kids. It's horrible. I don't understand why people do this to different people. Horrible thing you guys do.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
I'm telling you because like you people fell for it, and your generation should have been like, if a girl is weighing more than 300 pounds, you should have been like, you're fat, you're overweight, go to the gym. But your generation of men were like, well, you know, like, yeah, it's not the worst thing at all whatsoever. Like, maybe like, wait a second. No, your generation of men failed us because no. Your generation of men failed us because your generation of men gave these fat chicks confidence. If a woman is more than 300 pounds, just tell me fat.
Do you have a wife or a girlfriend?
You failed us. You men were like, well, yeah, you're okay. Now, wait a second. Now you have women that are like 200 pounds and then things are like fucking like Queen Bee and everything else of that. You failed us. You should have told us she was fat from the get go, but you were like,
guy that doesn't have a woman.
You were cock, but by the woke generation of women that you have. That's why I don't respect, horrible people. You should have just told them straight away. You have women that like negative 10, they think they're like 10. Horrible. Just tell them the truth. Should have done the truth. Now we have to tell the truth, and now they start crying. Horrible thing
He sounds real single.
Yeah. He is.
I'm not single. See, this is because you guys are such bitch ass pussies. And you're like, well, you sound single. Bro, your generation of men fucked up so much. You're like, yeah, you sound single. I'm like, yeah, no, but not. The reason why we're not single because we're not gonna settle. Wait a second. The reason why
like a fucking social worker.
Settle down.
He does sound like a social worker.
Let me reply to this, brother.
I can't. A-check. I can't let this heresy continue. You're not going to get. I cannot let it continue. You are not going to get the G, H, I, and J cup titties on a woman that only weighs 110 pounds. You just can't. We need those big women for those big titties. So stop your heresy. This is an abomination. I just cannot take it. We gotta have them big titties. Okay? All right? That's just the way it is. Thank you, A-check.
Liberalism didn't fail, by the way, Alan.
You have a Democratic Party saying that if you voted for Trump, you're a racist. Did it solve? In this day and age, that's the message. How many times did Hillary Clinton say that conservative voters, not the politicians, the voters themselves, were terrible, deplorable? How many times did Joe Biden attack MAGA?
You're switching from the person at 1600 Pennsylvania to the voters?
No, they did. They're the ones.
Wait, Alan, let's not act like MAGA's
They're the ones who called MAGA people, the MAGA voters, terrible people.
But dude, let's act like they're not racist though. Like, you have Elon talking about the replacement.
Catalyst.
This is some conspiracy.
Catalyst. No. I was on the left in 2016. I remember distinctly the call was anybody who voted for Trump had to be a racist. That was the message going out throughout the Democratic Party.
Well, Alan, if you look at what's taken place since January, we have the assault on the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the assault on the 1965 Voting Rights Act,
Don't come here like with the
1968 Fair Housing Act. You have right now Roberts kicking off the last stand of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
Bro, that's such fake news, bro. Don't you stop lying for a good girl.
I don't lie.
Such a liar. People like you can't
No, I got it, A-check.
You have right now on the court.
Right now, you're a bullshit.
You have Louisiana. You have Alabama, Louisiana case going on
Nobody
right now.
cares.
Yeah, I know.
I care because my parents fought for this in the 60s, so I can't.
Yeah, no, they
Yeah,
did
you know
fight for
what,
this. They did fight for you.
As an American,
and make some money.
you probably just got here. As an American,
Yeah, so A-check, bro, you gotta let Catalyst finish, man. I know you disagree.
He's such a fucking liar. All
as
people
an American,
horrible people.
A-check, don't do that to me, bro. Like, seriously, man, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta let people get their shit out, and then you can rebut it, man. But you gotta give people a chance to speak what they gotta speak. Go ahead, Catalyst.
Yeah,
as an American,
Catalyst.
and United States veteran.
Jeez, am I not heard? Catalyst, 1 second. And A-check. I really don't like when Catalyst is speaking, he's making a point. I really don't like when people just respond with an insult or ad hominem attack. I would like to respond to him as well. But if you're going to respond, say something, don't just attack him personally. Anyways, go ahead, Catalyst.
Military veteran who's laid on the line for this country from my parents who was born in the 60s and fought under Reagan and then since afterwards, when I hear right, left, center, the lines of what a political party is using its propaganda to vote is actually not what it is. The reasons why I don't like the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania is because he is a criminal felon and his actions have shown it this year. Before, I looked at his actions when he was a private citizen, what he's done all my lifetime. So it's not. And do I think he is anti-black, racist? I think he is pro for him, and anything that doesn't look like him, he is not for. But both parties have the exact same anti-blackness. But what I see is taking place right now with the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania is he's directly knocking off the underpinnings of the things that my parents were arrested for: dog bites, water hose, Jim Crow, the things they fought for. So my siblings and I could be a part of a more perfect union. And I see it directly taking place at warp speed with the acolytes that he's put around him, to the point where voting, civil, economic, the underpinnings are being kicked out all over the place. So now where my grandchildren will have I do well, so they'll be fine economically, but other children will have a more challenging time. And there seems to be a massive silence from the other side of the aisle that seems to be just simply okay with this. As an American and who is a vet.
Yeah, I think Alan's like he's kind of older. I don't think he's on Twitter. It's we're not talking about regular it's not even 2017 MAGA. We're talking about people that want to repeal the Hart-Stella Act and deport 100 million people. That's literally big ideas that are popular.
Yeah, I am older, which means I've seen a lot more than anybody else on this stage. So, Catalyst, first, let me say, if I say anything, I am not discounting your perception and your viewpoint. I also recognize I doubt anything I could say is going to change your mind. So, first of all, I don't want to get into a heated debate. Though, if Sig, you want us to, because it'll bring in more people, I'm glad to do it as long as Catalyst is going on. But I think I've had enough of that lately. So, joking aside, yes, your parents fought for all of those things. And what happened to your parents was wrong. But other people fought for it too. Now, maybe they didn't experience the same thing you did, or your parents did. But it was the rest of the country who said, yes, those things are wrong. So we are also going to work to try and stop those injustices. Now, I'm not putting any extra virtue on myself, but I think we can acknowledge that with black people and being a minority in this country, that it took the rest of the country or a majority of the country to co-sign into what the civil rights was fighting for.
Yeah, that wasn't Alan. That's bullshit.
Okay.
Slaves
All right,
fought for their own freedom. No white man fought. No, the North and the South, they fought over economics and over whether the South was going to see the civil rights. Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that what happened. Slaves fought for their own freedom. No.
Okay.
The North and South were a bunch of white supremacists.
You're saying
born
no
into the white supremacist system, and they fought for their
You're
own
saying
freedom.
no
The
white
South
man
and the
fought
North were
for the
bullshit.
black freedom.
They never had freedom and justice in
Not a single
mind.
white man. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, sure, there might be one. There might be one or two sprinkled there, but it wasn't largely. Yeah, it wasn't. That wasn't largely what the civil rights war, the Civil War was about, and it's not what happened. It was over economics. It was over whether the South was going to cede. It was over whether the Union was going to be dismantled because the South wanted slavery and the North wanted to maintain
you're
it. That's the truth.
Like we got your
Okay, well, that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Good.
Everything that our family, our black family fought for, they fought for their damn selves.
I'm sorry, what was the percentage of black Americans in the United
Yeah, I'm right,
States
they did.
in 1965? What was the percentage of black Americans in the United States in 1965? 10%, 11, 13, 14%? If every black American voted for civil rights in 1965 and every white person was against it, it never would have passed. So let's deal with reality. Say thank you to the white man for giving you, for supporting you, and recognizing, because the majority of white people
We're seeing you as a human being. For seeing me as a human being, Alan. What the fuck?
Say thank you.
Luckily, every white man didn't get their head fucking blown off. I would have fucking Malcolm X that motherfucker all day.
Okay. In any event.
Hey, Alan.
In any event.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Alan, you want to go back to, so if you recall, from 1619 to 1776, when this place formed, it was very different. From 1776 to 1865 was the Holocaust of African enslavement in this country. From 1865 to about 1877, during Reconstruction and whatnot, that's when the first Civil Rights Act of 1865, Section 1985, ID1 was put in effect. We had from 1877 to 1964, almost 100 years of Jim Crow, of forced segregation, of forced what took place. Going back to 1865. The whole the North and the South. The reason why Lincoln. People get this mixed up. It was about economics, Alan. If you remember history, the South, Jefferson Davis wanted to sell its vegetables and its plants to France because France.
Okay.
Remember.
What I remember is
Lincoln said to the Jefferson Davis, "No, you can't do that. We want to sell our cattle and our beef." And Jefferson Davis said no, and Lincoln said, "If you do that, we're going to take away your workers that are enslaved." It was about economics, Alan, never about altruism of white people. It was 100% about economics in 1865.
Yeah.
Have you guys gone to college?
He's right. He's right. He was about economics.
It was about economics.
Do some research on why. Do some research on why Great Britain ended slavery, and the United States was following that same model.
And if you get to 1964, that's a totally different time. But remember, it was 100 years of Jim Crow from 1877 to 1964.
That's right. It is a different time. And
we
so
had black folks, and you had folks, and so
all of those things.
And you talked about how many black people were in
I think
in 1965.
Yeah, I think my mic is low. But yes, we had all of those things. So civil rights and other laws were created to right the wrongs and injustices that happened to black people. That's
Do you
it.
know what happened
Yeah,
after the
so
civil
no,
rights?
I'm
Do
still
you know what happened
talking.
after the civil
I'm
rights?
still talking.
Get all
I'm
white
still
economic.
talking.
It was all
I'm still
propaganda.
talking.
Do
I'm
you know
still
how many
talking.
thousands
I
of
am
Black
still
Americans
talking.
lost their jobs?
I am still talking. Okay? Now, where was I? Yes, okay. Now, how long does that need to go on for? Because I remember affirmative action. I remember college professors of mine who said, yes, I am a product of affirmative action. And you know what? That was a good thing. I think that was a good thing. What I also think is a good thing is that it not go on forever. That's what I think. And what metric are we going to use to decide whether or not those things continue? I don't know. But I don't think we should use racism is prejudice plus power and redefine it, because it seems like every 5 years or so, the left is redefining what racism is, what prejudice is, what all of these things are. And I think maybe we can have a discussion if we're not being overly emotional about when these things should end. Because no, we're also looking at a country, forgive me, but I remember seeing the graphic. It's like the total length of slavery in the world, and it's like a line, say, 10 inches long, and then the amount of slavery in the United States, and it's a line less than an inch long.
It's about
This country,
it's about redressing. You got the Indian land grab.
yeah.
You got President Andrew Jackson's
look,
Act. You got the Dawes Act of 1870.
Okay.
You got the Holocaust of enslavement of Africans. You got the
Yeah,
Jim Crow
well,
laws.
look, I suddenly centered myself in
You
this,
got the white
but I will
terrorism,
land
the Klan.
with this.
You got the Hamitic myth. You got sharecropping.
I've
You got
centered
compromise of
myself.
1877.
I know.
So when you ask how long should it end, it has never ended. You got the Homestead Act of 1865. You got the
Yeah,
labor union
and are those laws legal today?
Yeah, you got the
Name
Indian
the
Exclusion
law.
Act of
Yeah,
1890.
and they
You got
Name
Plessy
the
versus
and
Ferguson
then you have
in
then
1896.
you have fair housing laws that erase all of anything having to do with housing.
It did not, because things are still redlined in 2025, sir.
Yeah, guess what?
But they're redlining the opposite direction. What city? I was just looking at an article about that. There's a city being sued right now. I forgot what city. I'll look it up real quick. But yeah, they actually the housing. They're actually were approving blacks and denying whites for.
Sir, in 2001, I worked as a software developer for a company that actually dictates what the rules of lending are going to be based on ethnicity. And B of A, about 12 top banks, all use the same software to put in redlining depending on ethnicity, still taking place in 2025.
Can I
What are we talking about?
The code accounted for slavery, like in the code, it was actually written on the line that.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, but I was talking. Hold on a second. You're saying the code in the software was?
Yes, I hear you.
Are you saying the code in the software was literally doing an if condition of the ethnicity to then approve the loan? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And it never was broadcast in all the major media markets?
Never broadcasted, still not broadcasted.
Wow.
Only black person in the entire company. Company called Capital Strength. They got
Man, you
by
could have blown that whole thing wide open if you had just
that creates software for loan and leasing for large banks for the decisioning as to who they're going to loan money to for housing and for commercial properties. It still takes place today in 2025.
And is underwriting done by automatic means?
No.
So you still have a person there who makes the decision.
There are human beings that are making decisions to economically bankrupt a whole class of individuals. And you mentioned something, Alan. Black Americans are not minorities in the United States. There are, 13, 14%? I think in America, there are only 3% Jews, so they're not minorities. I'm talking about, but as far as economic, there's an entire playbook to make sure Black Americans stay economically depressed in perpetuity. That's the redress I'm talking about. That needs to be addressed.
No, I wanna ask
Oh,
a
no,
question.
no,
Like,
this guy-
just give me a
Hey,
second.
check. Let Christian go. Let Christian go. He's new to the stage.
Okay. So there was something that was said that was just totally factually incorrect. And I don't know where that ideology came from about why the Ohio Republicans, who were the authors of the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, which were all Lincoln disciples, what was the reason that they ended slavery? It was not about profit. I mean, this whole premise is just so factually wrong. It was a moral opposition. It was because of religious and humanitarian beliefs. It was because of abolitionist communities. It was also political strategy, and then the dynamics of the Civil War, and it was more so about the positioning of the country. And if you do any history about the authors, the actual authors of the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, you will find that these men were vehemently against slavery, and so much as being vehemently against slavery, but they actually added enforcement against the states from continuing slavery even after the end of slavery, which is the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871, which today is Section 1983, which is what all these ridiculous groups, from the LGBTQs to the unions and all the aliens who claim that their civil rights are being violated, it was intended for black people. That's what it was intended for. But even today, they walk into federal court and even state courts alleging that their civil rights have been violated. It's total abomination. But again, you can thank the Democrats for that. The other piece of this is that the Democrats, who historically not only voted against the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, voted against the Civil Rights Acts.
Those aren't the
Democrats. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
The Dixie Democrats.
I don't need your help.
I'm giving you history.
I don't need your help because
you're factually incorrect.
And you mute
that was the Dixie Democrats.
Can you mute up?
Talking about people. Things changed after LBJ.
Can you mute up?
You don't understand that, right?
Can you mute up?
Do you don't think change?
Can you mute up?
Can you apply the
Can
change?
you mute up? Thank you. The premise of all of the nonsense that we've heard for decades about how the quote parties switched, end quote, when you start dissecting all of these so-called political parties
parties that switched or that got into a room in a back door or private conference to officially switch or change parties, it never happened. There was no switching of parties. You had not even more than a handful of politicians, such as people like Strom Thurmond, who were racist, that were playing, dirty games with trying to appear that they were switching parties or switching sides. But there was no switching of parties. And when you start digging deeper into folks' political leanings, you begin to find out what the real reason was for one or two or three or four people switching parties. So I mean, it is that is another once again fallacy that people continue to say even to year 2025, after we have seen so much of the media, the perpetuation of I mean, which the Democrats even admit that their media blitzes from the 1960s was propaganda and illusion and fantasy. I mean, so it's just it's getting to a point where when you continue to hear these lies over and over and over, it starts to become like it's like a conundrum, because you're like, it's like you know that historically that people who listen to these lies, which they've actually come out and admitted that they were sorry for putting out these lies in things like the Cosmopolitan and the abortion movement, the Roe from Roe v. Wade. I mean, it really, to me, it's just ironic that in 2025 we have to listen to the same exact lies about what happened in history, knowing the fact that the same people who were lying about abortion, who were lying about the benefits of immigration, who were lying about the criminal justice system, lying about the Violence Against Women Act, all these people lying about the LGBTQ, lying about the base of marriage, lying about and then go further back, lying about the Second Amendment, the Second Amendment. The same people lying to the public.
All right, enough with the filibustering.
It's not filibustering.
It's total filibustering. Let's get some facts here.
Outright lying.
The Dixiecrat movement was very huge. If you recall, Strom Thurmond in 1948, a Dixiecrat presidential candidate, switched his party to the Republican Party in '64 as a direct opposition to the Civil Rights Act. So I have no idea what you're talking about. The passage of the Civil Rights Act in '64, signed into law by Democrat President Lyndon Baines Johnson, was the primary catalyst, while many Southern Democrats felt betrayed by the National Party's embrace of civil rights. The Southern strategy, Republican strategist, notably Richard Nixon in '68 and '72 campaigns, implemented a Southern strategy that used coded language, dog whistling, and policies to appeal to white Southern voters disaffected by racial integration and the Democratic Party's leftward swing on social issues. I have no idea what you've read or who taught listen to, sir.
Yeah,
It's just simply inaccurate.
Not only that, but also if morality was sufficient, we wouldn't have required a war to happen between the North and the South. We wouldn't have required to have Jim Crow laws last for nearly a century. We wouldn't have required Civil Rights Act movements. If morality was sufficient, things would have happened and changed a long time ago. There was arguments that were being made in regards to the abolishment of slavery and humanity of the black community and stuff like that prior, significantly much prior to any actual change manifesting in the laws of the country. So to sit here and argue that economics was not the major factor that played a role in that, just look at how the country just developed from an economy that depended on human labor to industrializing and just having machines carry that whole thing. It just became the human cost of just having slave in and of itself became just costly to carry out. Not only that, but also you had a significant period of time from the moment of the industrialization of that or the abolishment of slavery per se, all the way down to the early 80s and 90s and up until 2000 until today, where we have remnants of many laws and things that were passed around that carried out till this day. We have settlements that happened as recent as 2011, 2012 in regards to certain banks like Bank of America that had to settle out with $300+ million where they were clear and explicit discriminating against black people who have applied for mortgages and loans and things like that.
With Wells Fargo last year.
Yeah. So
and why did they have to settle? Why did they have to settle?
Go read it, brother. Go.
I'll tell you why. Because there is a law by which it is illegal to do what they did. So therefore, like any other thing that is illegal, from murder to theft to larceny to extortion to rape to sexual assault, people are going to do it. Congratulations.
No, Alan, I agree
Congratulations.
I agree with you, but you're missing the point.
No, no, you're missing the point.
I'll tell you what I brought
You expect people to somehow, the government and laws are going to make people perfect.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
They never
Here's
will.
why I brought that up.
Name the law that says I can go in, that a black man can go in, and it is legal for me to discriminate against that.
Okay, the people's proclivity, no problem about people's
and we're not talking about these shadowy, amorphous.
No problem. I'll tell you. Just give me a second. People's proclivity towards racism and discrimination against different groups is not contingent on laws that support these proclivities.
That's right.
So the reason
in 2008,
let me clarify.
95% of the country did not think race was an issue in the election.
No problem. But hear me out.
Are you shooting for 3%?
No. The issue here isn't that. The main reason why you brought these settlements up, just 1 second, bro. The reason why I even brought these settlements up in the first place is because of the question that was being asked earlier. People were saying, name a law that is racist against black. You do not need a law to have a manifestation of racism on an institutional level. I don't need a law. You could just have people in power who will use their power to discriminate against people, and you do need regulations and things in place to check for those things. But when you have an administration like the current one, which literally is going out of their way to take out certain incentives and things put in place because of the Civil Rights Act numerically put things into number in regards to disparities and things like that, and they say, well, these things are not really that important, and they passed these laws already. They patched laws that have existed to look out for disparities in regards to how things manifest. You cannot say there's I need a racist law for racism to exist. That's the two are not mutually exclusive. You can have racism and have racist laws.
You can have individual companies who break the law. Yes, I'm old. I come from a time where we didn't bother trying to change how people thought. We worried about how they acted and their behaviors and their actions. If a company is breaking the law and discriminating against a person because of their ethnic or racial background, then they will be prosecuted against the law. But when we talk about incentives, I got 2 points. I'll talk about incentives and then Lincoln. Because when you talk about incentives, again, how long are those incentives going to be in place? And at what point I know nobody likes to stand on pull you up by the bootstraps. But how long are we going to take? How long are we going to leave the training wheels on the bike? That's the question I ask. The second thing is, I'm sorry, but for the man who took a fucking bullet in his head, who gave numerous speeches about abolition and the horrors of slavery, yet one time he says, well, if I could end this country, are you all housewives who, no matter what your husband does, all you remember is that one time he didn't buy you flowers for your birthday? Please, I'm sorry. It is sickening to hear those kind of arguments from the president who, guess what? He's the president of the entire country. He needs to worry about a lot of things, not just that black people are enslaved. He has to worry about keeping the country together. He has to be a politician. He has to try and appease everyone. So, yeah, he's going to say a lot of crap that you don't like, just like every other president. Yet, being the tactician he did, he waited until the opportune moment to bring slavery as an issue into the Civil War in order to ensure that when the North wanted that slavery would be abolished. So I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings that he was concerned about economic factors as President of the United States. Okay. But that's it. And number one, Catalyst, call him President Trump, or I will move you to the audience. He is not the current occupant of the White House. He is not 45 and 47. He is President Trump.
All right, move me. As a vet, he is not. He's not.
Yeah, well, as a vet, you serve the citizens of this country, and we elected President Trump.
America. So to rebut what you said, what specifically has taken place over the past 11-ish months is the civil rights and non-discrimination protections, the rollback of disparate impact rules that this president has done. It's weakening enforcement. It's revocation of fair housing rules as far as affirmative action, banning those programs and training that LBJ put in effect to actually form a union. Ending affirmative action in federal contracting, a decades-old executive order from Johnson that required federal contractors to take active steps to prevent discrimination. It was revoked. Challenging private sector equity programs, education and economics, proposed cuts to HBCU funding, redistricting pathways to federal jobs, criminal justice and law enforcement, increased federal law enforcement presence, the deployment of federal law enforcement units to primarily black cities, and establishing the policies of ending cash bail. Racial profiling concerns, Supreme Court decisions influence administration's actions in some immigration context. That's nothing to do with black people. That's other people.
You're just saying words, Catalyst. Okay, well, Catalyst.
Question.
Hold on, Alan, can I jump in, Alan?
I gave you a list of
Okay.
affirmative action, economic education,
great,
and criminal justice and law. I'm not just
saying
words.
affirmative action is not racist. Yeah, can I jump in here? To echo the Me Too movement, time's up. Okay, at some point, you as a black man have to compete like every other man on this planet. Period. And the color of your skin is not a pathway to Easy Street.
Unlike
I'm sorry. And especially, I'm sorry, I don't have all the statistics. Someone else, Kristen, you can talk about the marriage rate, the black-owned housing,
he's gotta go.
et cetera, et
Oh my
cetera,
gosh.
et cetera.
Yep.
Alan, can I jump in, buddy?
Delusional.
Yeah, I need to stop talking because
You're delusional.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
What else?
Right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Alan, you're going about it wrong. What Alan's basically saying is, like he's saying enough's enough, right? Affirmative action was needed at the time, but now it's gone so far to where, okay, well, now it's equal now, right? If it's 30,
It is not. It is not
Come on,
equal.
man. I got
It's
one more, brother.
Affirmative action benefited white bitches.
Christ almighty, you guys.
Let's be realistic.
That's what I'm saying. So now affirmative action, Alan's basically saying now to keep implementing affirmative action stuff, it's now going the other way. It's now actually discriminatory against the people that were being discriminated, that were doing the discriminating in the first place. So now it's turning out that people are not, like, it's going the other way. So now technically affirmative action would be a racist action because it's discriminating against another group of people. So that's what Alan's kind of basically saying. Enough's kind of thing. But hold on, Catalyst, real quick. We got off topic because Link kind of got us somewhere else. I want to go back to this whole great switch thing. And I'm going to say it like this, Catalyst, and I hope you hear me out, and I'm going to explain it if you want to hear it. The whole great switch is not about politicians switching sides. It's not what it's about. The great switch is about when the South went red. That's all it's about. Because the South was all blue. The South was blue. Every single state that you see in the South that's all red, the whole South, they were all blue. All of them, up until like the 60s. All of them, every single one of them. And when the South went red was when the South stopped being racist. And you have to understand that. You mentioned the Civil
Barry
Rights Act.
Goldwater for that, Mike Allen. Thank Barry Goldwater for that.
You mentioned the Civil Rights Act. Go look at the Civil Rights Act. Yeah, Lyndon Johnson was Democratic president. Yes, the Democrats had the Senate when that happened. But you know how many senators were in the Democratic Party in that time? There was like 70 something of them. And only like 30 of them voted for it. The only way the Civil Rights Act got passed is because every single Republican senator voted for it. The Democrats, I think it was I forget what it was 40 of them only voted for it, and 26 of them voted against it. But the Republicans, every single senator voted for it. Once that happened, the South started to go red. So now you start seeing politicians like Christian mentioned, Thurman. Thurman was that one who famously did the filibuster against the Civil Rights Act. And then the Civil Rights Act passed. He's like, oh, I guess I'll be a Republican now. And that's when he went off into obscurity. The switch is about when the South went non-racist, when they became red.
Sir, you're inaccurate. My father's from Birmingham, Alabama. My uncle was killed by white cops. My grandfather was killed by white cops in Birmingham, Alabama in 64 and in 65 because he was a black man. So when I hear this nonsense about people not being racist in the South,
Catalyst
completely
Catalyst,
have no idea.
It's not Catalyst.
You're not listening.
Yeah,
I know. I've heard countless stories of uncles and aunts and people
racism
in the South, in Alabama, in Kentucky, in Mississippi. Goddamn Mississippi.
I'm from Arkansas, Catalyst. Can you hear me for a second?
So I've seen and been taught this by parents. And
you've been taught it. I've seen it. Now, here's how I experienced racism. When I was little, there's a baseball tournament for All-Stars baseball for the Little League World Series, right? You do your sectionals, you do the regionals, then you go to the Little League World Series. The regionals were held in a place called Harrison, Arkansas. Now, if anybody knows about Harrison, Arkansas, even to today, there's the KKK thing there at Harrison, Arkansas. It's considered one of the most racist places in the country, right? I was a kid, and the tournament was there. Teams from Mississippi, all over the southeast region. That's where they had the tournament. Now, the deal with the Bambino, the Bambino League or whatever they called it back then, the people from the community would house 3 players from each team. That's how it worked, right? That's how all of them worked. There's an all-black team from New Orleans. Nobody in the community wanted to have the kids in their house. Not a single person. Nobody. They didn't want them in their house. They were going to be the only team that had to get a hotel, right? So my father, who was one of the assistant coaches, but was Coach Butler, was the head coach. So they went to the main people or whatever. And they were asking what the whole thing's all about. What's going on here? This isn't right or whatever. Our team ended up staying in the Holiday Inn with that team. Actually, it was one of the best times of our lives because we had a pool. We were playing baseball in the parking lot and shit, bro. It was fucking fun as fuck, right? But looking back, so I experienced this.
And now looking back on it, you know what pisses me off the most, Catalyst? Is the fact that when Coach Butler and my father went to them, they were just like, you can go stay in the hotel too then.
I'm talking about
Like,
in
it's
2025, the modern Jim
bringing up
Crow.
that there's racist people doesn't change the fact that the
Project
Democrats are
2025.
the most destructive party to the black Americans in the history of any political party on the planet. It's not even close.
Project 2025 completely.
Black Americans, like let's not pick one side is the Negro, one side is the fucking.
It's about
both parties suck for it.
even Jim Clyburn said it's completely reversing decades of civil rights progress. You have civil rights, the elimination of affirmative action and black rights across federal agencies, using the Department of Justice, the anti-white discrimination claims, effectively inverting the original purpose of civil rights laws. You have voter suppression going on right now.
Wait, why does an anti-white discrimination claim hold merit? Like, if someone made an anti-black discrimination claim, would it hold merit?
The majority
cannot
be discriminated.
Okay, black Americans are a certain percentage of the population. When you look
We're talking about voter suppression.
When you look at jobs across America,
Look
there's not
at the gerrymandering.
So now affirmative action is actually discriminating against other groups of people.
So look at the gerrymandering that's taking place
actually
in Texas and Wisconsin.
That's why they're getting rid of it.
Look at the criminal justice. Look at the mass incarceration and felony disenfranchisement.
Gerrymandering has worked both ways, Catalyst. Democrats use gerrymandering when it's to their benefit as well.
Worse, gerrymandering is worse than the Democratic Party.
Section 4, that was dismantled under the Republicans when Obama was in office. Roberts has specifically been going after this when he was a Reagan lawyer in the 80s. And now he's up to Section 2.
Just a quick update. It might be changed now, but I think when you look at the entire if you look at the entire Congress and you look at the number of black people, it's I think it's like 12% or 12.5% of the Congress is made up of black people, and there's about 13% of the country. So maybe if we elect one or two black people, we will have representation. So you're claiming that all of these things are happening and that it's negatively affecting the representation, what ultimately is the representation of black people in the government, so that they are adequately represented. The result is that they are within 1%, they're being adequately represented. So whatever you're worried about, it would appear that it's not affecting what you're saying.
Directly, it's Project 2025 and the Civil Rights and DI rollbacks directly eliminate.
Catalyst, let somebody else speak.
Project 2025 is not a law.
So
they're using it as a roadmap.
The other part of this is that the majority of elected black members of United States Congress are Democrats. So the Democrats are choosing their own path when they get elected by their constituents in their states and their respective districts. And then this, I keep hearing all this crap about black people getting homes and FHA and redlining. Redlining was started by a racist Democrat from Mississippi. I mean,
Jim Crow was a Democrat.
And then when you look at the current status of FHA loans, which give loans to people who otherwise cannot afford them, the program itself is really failing because the cost
mentioned the government housing. Property taxes pay for schools. So if you allow fucking the Democrats to build a bunch of fucking low-income government fucking bullshit housing, then you want to bitch about your schools are no good. Well, hello, quit allowing the government to put this bullshit housing. It's fucking nonsense. Just a big racket. It's all a racket. But going back to gerrymandering, it was very kind of serendipitous of you. I wanted to get back to that. But I hate that Catalyst left. Catalyst is actually a good dude. I like Catalyst. But if you click on my PTR now, if my PTR hasn't changed, and you just refresh, look at this shit, bro. Like, just look at this. Now, we're talking about the Republican gerrymander. Now, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 states. 9 states, right? When you look at those percentages, some are 46%, 48%, 42%. There's 0 seats. Republicans have 0 seats.
You're
Now,
conflating things, Mike. You're conflating things with that image. That image is extremely misleading. You're conflating outcome with intent. Not every single disproportionate result is not gerrymandering.
Link, please listen to me. This is not misleading. This is a picture. Hold on, Link.
Sounds good. Yeah, good.
This is a picture of the facts. People say that Texas is gerrymandered because...
Yeah, but it's omitting a lot of information, but go ahead.
Link, it's omitting literally nothing.
I'll explain why, but go ahead.
That'll be great. So Texas, which everybody's like, well, Texas was 44% Democrat and only 56% Republican, but Congress, the Democrats have like 30-something percent in the seats. So technically, the Texas is gerrymandered because in a 40%, 45% Democratic state, they should have 45% of the seats, right? Blah blah blah. They only have 30%. Now look, dude, these are just numbers, bro. You can look these numbers up. This is not misleading. These are the numbers. So again, where I got interrupted here, those top states, which again, this is how they voted in the presidential election. New Hampshire voted 48% Republican in the presidential election. They got 0 seats. 0 seats. Okay, now listen. The top 9 states, they're really, I mean, some of those states have like 2 seats, right? 3 seats, 5 seats. Of those top 9 states, you're talking like maybe 15, 16, 20 seats, right? That's not a big deal. But it still stands to reason. 0 fucking seats in a state that's 47% Republican. But look at the bottom, bro. Look at California. California is 38% Republican. They only had 9 fucking seats out of 52. 9 out of 50 fucking 2. And California just went and did it worse. Look at Illinois. Illinois is 44%. The Republicans only have 3 out of 17, bro. You know, look at New York. 43% Republican state. The Republicans only have 7 out of 26 seats. And you're talking about we gerrymander?
Next one now.
Now go ahead and tell me how this is misleading. Because these are numbers. You can look up every one of those.
Yeah, no problem. I don't disagree with the numbers, by the way. I believe your numbers are factual. I don't disagree with them. But there's 2 different things we need to clarify. Gerrymandering is one thing. Disproportionality in population, spread is also another thing. Gerrymandering, it deals with intent. You intentionally draw lines to which power. Whereas disproportionality is a naturally occurring. It's called natural packing, right? Blue states like Massachusetts, Vermont, and stuff like that generally just have fewer districts. They have significantly more organized Democratic voters, and the Republican base is significantly weaker. And for the states that you mentioned, like New York, California, places like that, believe it or not, blue states like those use independent and sometimes bipartisan commissions to actually do redistricting. So it's not like these guys are getting themselves and saying, hey, listen, we're blue. We're gonna like draw these things to make sure that we intentionally just have significant higher number of blue voters and everything. So that's just not true. And you can fact check me on this and look it up, right? Those states like California, New York, and a bunch of other ones, they literally use bipartisan and independent parties to do the commission for them. As a matter of fact,
not anymore in California.
And a lot of the sure, the California just voted in literally this year. But the other
go ahead and refresh. Have the California map. Do what they drew in California. Go ahead.
Yeah, but California just voted on it literally this summer. They voted on it literally this summer.
I have the old map and the new map.
And here's the funny part. A lot of the red states literally use partisan legislature, like Texas, Florida, and these guys. They literally use partisan. That's no. You could literally look this up, bro. You can literally fix this up.
What you're describing?
No, brother. I was on mute. Please, just let me finish my sentence. I promise I'll go back to you. Texas was was literally criticized by the entire country for literally intentionally, explicitly engineering to dilute urban and minority voting bases. They were criticized for this, and this is documented. So I don't disagree with the numbers. The numbers are factual, but the numbers you have in your picture are omitting a lot of the backstory behind it. Literally look up natural packing. There's literally it's many states like Massachusetts and Vermont. There's a natural lower number of Republican bases. That's just a fact. Fewer districts is just a fact.
Link, you sound like a racist.
Yeah, Mike.
You believe that black voters should have their own district and they shouldn't be in.
Yeah, but Mike, I got it. Yeah, I understand your distinction, but the point is we want ideally we want a system, and we want districts that accurately represent the people. And so, yes, and look, the Supreme Court has decided this issue. When it comes to political gerrymandering, they've begged off on the question. They said it's a political question, not a legal question. We are not going to rule on it. And in fact, both parties have done it for so long. For one party to claim the other party is doing something unfairly at this point is ridiculous.
Yes, the
yes, they did. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that yes, we see gerrymandering in red states. Yes, we see gerrymandering in blue states. The thing is, racial gerrymandering, which was once protected, no longer is. And that's the case that's coming up, that's currently considered by the Supreme Court. And the reason is, and the lawyer defending the racial gerrymandering said, well, white Democrats in I forget if it's Louisiana or Alabama, consistently do not vote for black candidates. Well, I guess those southern whites, I guess they don't like black candidates. But the problem is you can't draw district lines along race, because if you allow it in Alabama or Louisiana, guess what? You can allow it in Texas or in any other red state. So you got to take your pick. You want to take the I'm trying to express. You want to start using that. Well, I don't think you're going to be happy either. But yeah, California, which, thank you, Arnold Schwarzenegger set up the commission, or it happened under his term as governor, set up the independent commission. And now Gavin Newsom, in the supermajority controlled state Senate and state assembly, with a majority of liberal appointed judges, has now decided, well, we're going to gerrymander the whole state. So, yeah, good for them.
Alan, did you refresh and look at my PTR, Alan? Look at the new map he drew. Go ahead.
And the other piece of this is these commissions that they put together. See, you have to remember that these commissions have lawyers. Now, what do you think the political leanings are of lawyers by majority? It's liberal. It's liberal doctrine. Because when they do these bipartisan commissions, in quote, where they so-called have two Republicans, two Democrats, and an independent. The independent is always leaning towards the left.
Every fucking time.
Yeah, and then every single time they go into secret session where they're discussing some issue that's legal, who do you think they're consulting? A liberal, doctrine-oriented, left-wing lawyer in a back room. So it's bull crap. And to me, those commissions, in my opinion, it almost
we're talking over you, buddy. I know you're new to the stage. You want to jump in there? Nope. Mister.
Just
I mean, it's some chicken wings right now. I might chime in later.
Nice. All flats, I hope.
Yeah.
Buffalo. Ranch or blue cheese?
Blue cheese, obviously.
Oh, I'm a ranch guy. Go ahead, Link.
Yeah, no, Alan earlier made a point. It was very interesting because the gerrymandering stuff, no problem. We can go back and forth on whether it's like right or wrong, and should independent commissioners and people like that do whatever the actual says is no problem. My thing is this: Alan earlier referred to the idea of having actual like systems and things in place to check for discrimination and things like that, as having training wheels, right? And earlier, I think if I'm not mistaken, he said, "Well, how long are we going to have these training wheels until the system, until people just get up and lift themselves up by bootstraps and stuff?" Okay, cool. So what you're proposing is like getting rid of a check that was put in a particular system to control particular outcomes. And gerrymandering is the same concept follows. If we look at the essence of what the comparison between these two variables, when you look at the gerrymandering laws and stuff like that, and how whether it's independent commissioners or partisan commissions are doing it, your issue is not with the result. Your issue is with the system itself and how it's being run. You're saying the way it's currently being drawn is flawed and wrong and all that kind of stuff. And I can see going back and forth with you all day on whether it's right or wrong, and no problem on that. But you're proposing a change to that particular system, but then you were against a change to a system that resulted in discrimination against black people earlier. And so I'm confused now. Do you want to have your cake and eat it too? Because on one hand, you're saying we shouldn't have these tricks in a particular system that result in discrimination against black people when it comes to hiring, like requirements and education, all that kind of stuff, because those are training wheels. But then you do want to enter an intervention in the gerrymandering and how districts are redrawn, and that's not training wheels. I just want to understand the logic between the two. What's the distinction?
I mean, a bit of a false equivalence there, I would say, but I don't know how gerrymandering equates to the affirmative action thing. It's a different topic. I think all Alan was saying is that yes, affirmative action, and that was needed at the time. No one's going to dispute that. All of us would agree it was needed. There were disparities, but I think what Alan is saying is that at some point in time, when the disparities are non-existent anymore, now it's now shifted to go the other way.
Mike, I can answer this one.
Yeah,
It's pretty simple, and I put it in the chat. You could just take a minute and read Justice O'Connor's opinion when she ruled on the Michigan case, which was 2003, and she specifically gave it a shelf life of 25 years. I mean, it's there in the majority opinion of the court, so I don't think there's any ambiguity in it. And the ruling in the Harvard case, which also combined the North Carolina case, was very clear that it had run its course. And what we're talking about in the implementation of it was that it highly discriminated against Asians and other minorities that then couldn't get into college, that had much greater academic records and merit, but they were discriminated against. And so it had a counter. It ended up discriminating against other minorities.
right. That's what I'm saying.
And so, the choice to have that as part of our law was written by SCOTUS with a shelf life. I mean, it wasn't for perpetuity, and it shouldn't have been. And the same holds true when you have these laws with respect to the gerrymandering. And I put this in the chat. The Louisiana case. Listen to the oral arguments. Listen to what Kavanaugh was saying when he was questioning this. First of all, these are the racial lines that were drawn, and there's just a point where I also put this in the chat. The percentage of members of Congress, there's 67 black members of Congress. If you do the math and you look at the black population in the United States, you have more members of Congress than you do by proportion of population in the country. That's of just of the House. I didn't put in the Senate, and I didn't look at the numbers there. But I mean, there's just a point where it evens out, and the concept was not in perpetuity. And I think that's what Alan was saying when he was drawing. He's distinguishing the two, but he's also making the comparison of the two. because they were both systems that were correcting something, but it's the training wheels are off. And definitely with respect to the Harvard case. I mean, just read that opinion or listen to the arguments in it. I'm done. Thanks.
I think it's the training wheels part that gets people, right? And look, Alan's old school. We all know what we're talking. I think we're all. I don't know how old everybody is here, but I was born in the '80s. We should all talk like we're in the '90s here. You know what he's saying? When he says training wheels, it doesn't mean like training wheels. Oh, now it's time to walk. And no, it's like once something that needs to be corrected gets corrected, at some point now it's going to do the opposite, right? And the way that I find it is so frustrating is everyone's like, oh, Trump got rid of it because of the he's racist and he hates blacks and wants white people to do this and wants the whites to do this. No, it became discriminatory against Asians. It had nothing to do with it. Like, it actually became a discriminatory practice.
It wasn't just Asians, by the way.
What do you mean?
The Asians filed the lawsuit, but they were not the only group that got discriminated against. I mean,
you're saying it was part of the reaching of that.
I mean, the Asians filed the suit, but there are other minorities. There are other groups that stopped getting into some of these schools that had better academic qualifications, much more qualified academic resumes and CVs. But the Asians took the lead on filing the suit.
They're the one that filed the suit, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny, Link, is quite honestly, to me, it actually made it worse. Quite honestly, I believe, like, now at this point in time, because again, we're talking like this thing was in place for like 50-something years. It's almost 60 years, I guess maybe 6 years. What it actually did is that if you had, like, let's say you had a black dude that went to Yale, and you had another guy who went to Yale, whatever, and the black dude's like, yeah, man, I graduated from Yale, and, I got my whatever, all my degrees and shit. Naturally now, people are going to be like, oh, you're affirmative action. Or even sometimes you hear the black guy who's like, I got a degree from Yale, but I wasn't affirmative action. Like, they have to say that. It almost diminishes it. If the dude went to Yale and got his degree, he fucking earned it. There should never be a question that he got it maybe because of this or he got it maybe because of that. No. The motherfucker busted his ass, he went to Yale, and he got his fucking degree. Boom. Like, affirmative action actually plants the seed that, well, maybe a black guy got it because of affirmative action. No. From now on, if a black dude goes and does some shit, he got it because he fucking earned it. You see what I'm saying? Like, it actually was harmful.
Yeah, no, I agree. You cannot. I'm not advocating, by the way, just to be clear, I'm not advocating for things like that to be in place in perpetuity. That's what I'm saying. My whole point to even bring the juxtaposition between the two things was just on how he conceptualized the implementation of particular systems or adjustments to certain systems that resulted in unfavorable consequences or results. Because the idea here, because the subject wasn't really about affirmative action already, I think we spoke about that prior, but it was on gerrymandering and stuff like that. But even with that, like I said before, there's a lot of natural packing that is difficult to control for. What kind of system are we going to have in place that's going to result in always making sure that everything is represented evenly, that control the population?
Some of these prepositions just don't hold up in reality. So something like the voter ID issue that everyone argues is a discriminatory practice. Who doesn't have identification today in 2025 going into 2026?
I agree.
Who walks around and they've gone into places that what you could argue, but if they walk through Harlem and they ask every person, do they have some kind of ID? They have an ID. People have identification.
Do you know what the DMV is? Like, yeah, it's over there on 56th Street.
Yeah, I mean, so some of these, just the presumption that no ID, or requiring ID is discriminatory. Explain who are you discriminating against? Everyone has IDs.
Well, no, like you said, the only people that don't are illegal immigrants.
Okay,
but
thank you.
But this is what we also try to point out with the Democratic Party. And this is what I just want to open your eyes to it. Think about how racist these motherfuckers are. Like, think about what Abby just said, the voter ID stuff. Democratic Party were saying? They were saying that black people didn't even know how to use computers. They were like, well, black people don't have IDs. Black people don't know where to go to the DMV. They don't know this, they don't know that. But that's not what the Democratic Party was saying. They were trying to use racism. In reality, they just wanted illegal immigrants to vote. But they're trying to make it to seem like if the Republicans went against voter ID, all of a sudden they were racist because black people can't get IDs. Hey, Link, name a black American who doesn't have a fucking ID. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
Yeah,
The Democrats are so racist. They think black people don't even have IDs.
I believe both parties are ridiculously racist. That's why I've never really gone
disagree
here.
wholeheartedly.
I didn't get on here. Hold on, no problem. You can say all you want. I didn't come on here to defend the Democrats. My issue, and when we came in here earlier, we were talking about like particular systems being in place and people amending those systems or introducing particular laws or amendment to laws and stuff like that. My issue is the systems. If we can have particular systems that doesn't result in intentional, unintentional discrimination against any group, I'm content. I don't really care about. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm an advocate for the Democrat Party and I'm wholeheartedly like an avid supporter of it and everything that they do is divine law. That's not my position. I'll be honest.
I want to provide one correction though, because there is a difference between a registered Republican voter versus a Republican politician or elected politician, because there is a clear distinction. The problem of all of this is that as long as people, somebody has a hot mic. As long as people allow or they sit back in their chair and think that the government is going to take control of everything, or I don't have to worry about it, I'm too busy, I got a job, or I got kids, or whatever excuse that a lot of times we come up with, it's an excuse to allow the politicians to have their way with whatever they want. So, and then someone's asking about the question about the distinction. A registered voter is not the same thing as a elected politician or previously elected politician. Those are two different things. It is certainly possible to have racist Republicans inside the GOP while the voters never know, because as I said earlier, and even now, the voters don't participate in the process, so they have no idea where a politician is on anything, because they're waiting 5 seconds before the election to make a decision when you're supposed to be watching the government and politicians on a regular basis, on a consistent basis. But that's the reason why you have all this dysfunction and bad judges that end up on a bench ruling in a case or making incorrect rulings, and only for it to be constantly reversed or overruled by a higher court, because of the fact that voters just they just think that, well, I don't have to worry about it, and then 5 seconds before the election, oh, here's my ballot. Democrat, 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 Democrat. I'm done. Here you go. Same thing on the other side. Oh, here's my ballot. Republican, 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 Republican. Oh, here you go. Here's my ballot. That's the issue. And I don't think that will ever. I don't think that will ever change, because again, just because historically a lot of our older adults that that raised a lot of the younger adults, that's been the voting pattern or the voting behavior, just to vote down ballot and then just throw your ballot in. That's basically where we're at.
Okay, Tim Scott, let's calm down a little bit. What I was gonna say is that, did you not see what happened when when the government shutdown started to happen and food stamps started to get threatened? Do you not see all the TikToks, and do the Instagram videos about the black women saying, I'm going to go to Walmart, I'm going to steal, I don't care, I'm going to steal, I'm going to be belligerent, I'm going to take all this stuff, I'm getting $500 off food stamps.
Oh, you're talking about those women in Baltimore, right after Obama got elected, those ladies?
No, not those ladies. I'm talking about right when the government shutdown happened.
Oh, because what you're talking about was actually what you heard right after Obama got elected. Those ladies in Baltimore. I don't know if you ever heard them. What I'm talking about is a famous.
It's probably the same stuff.
It's famous video of these women bragging about all the stuff they're going to get free and take from the government once he got elected.
No, basically,
I'll find it on the video.
They were saying, we are going to not get anything from the government, so we're going to go to Walmart and we're going to fill up our baskets and we're just going to walk out.
Everybody heard about that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So, okay, so we understand that, right? So, I do agree with your point, right? Black people only vote based off the fact they're going to get $1, right? You're going to get more food stamps, you're going to get more child care credits, whatever. And that's the issue, right? They're only voting based off of what you're going to get. In the meanwhile, the entire community is getting gentrified, the entire community is getting absolutely raped by drugs. It's okay, as long as the black women are getting their food stamps, their baby daddy is in jail, okay, whatever. But as long as they're getting their money, 5 kids, no job, but they're getting $500 off of each kid every tax season, right? So how do you get black people to get off of that? That's like telling a calf to get off the mom's milk.
It's impossible.
And it's not only nearly impossible, but it creates a permanent dependency as LBJ and FDR intended. They intended for a permanent dependency on their vote, and and the other thing that I am now saying to other groups that are not in necessarily political spaces is I say, look, okay, with the advancement of automation, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, many of the folks who are in some of these clerical, administrative, healthcare support jobs, retail, a lot of those jobs are going to be eliminated. And so what you're going to have, because it's mostly women that are in those positions, you are going to have a lot of homeless women. Most of them are single, unmarried. A lot of homeless women with no place to go, and they're going to end up asking politicians to come to society or go to the media or the airwaves and ask people to pay more taxes because Social Security is running out of money. The requirements on SNAP have tightened. The requirements on HUD sections have tightened. So they're going to be coming to the public, asking the public to pay more taxes because they can't afford the current cost of living, they can't afford their rent, or they can't afford this, or they can't get a job because they're not in critical infrastructure. Like, that is real. So I'm already telling people now, look, like, I'm gonna be honest. My answer is gonna be no. I'm gonna say no because you decided that you did not need to pair bond or find a husband. You decided to continue to vote for these terrible policies. You didn't want to roll back any of these programs. You wanted to continue them on. More SNAP, more WIC, more HUD sections, more FHA loans. You didn't want to make any changes. You wanted to keep voting for open borders, more work visas, diluting the wages, lowering the wages. So
No, that's 100%.
It's
It's 100%.
You say
So-
to be the most educated.
So,
right?
so I really hold on.
Say bad day on
Hold on.
No, black women are not the most educated. That's like saying
These crackers are always quoting shit that never was said or never fucking
And
happened.
then one second. Now I'm done. The other issue that I have is a lot of these folks who vote for Democrats, and they're mostly women. Okay, they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want all the government programs, all of the benefits, while then saying, "Oh, I want a man that makes $300,000 to $500,000 a year." You're even hearing some women in states like New York and California asking for a man to make $1 million a year. This is not going to end well.
Bro,
It's going to end very bad. And I'm sorry for crossing over into some of that dating relationship talk, but these two things, the politics of these government programs, along with that dating relationship talk, they're on a constant collision course, because all you hear all the time is the talk about the economic viability of a man, and you can't talk about the economic viability of a man without talking about politics. I'll mute up now. Thank you.
Damn, that took forever.
Like, Brad, did you want?
long-winded.
I don't want to. I think Brad wanted to go. I'll let him go.
Nah, I was just like thinking, homie was taking forever. He was preaching.
Well, he is black, after all. But like, what I want to say is like, black women being the most educated is like, yes, we had this initiative that essentially, it's all going on today. You see it with Candace Owens. Everyone wants to worship Candace Owens, Lizzo. We have initiatives that essentially propel black women into these positions of power until they destroy a company and they say dumb shit. I'm not going to use that as a metric because obviously it's overinflated. It's like saying white people in the 1920s, they were good basketball players. Yeah, we're all. Black people weren't allowed in the National Basketball Association. So we're not going to use that metric. But what I want to say is that it is absolutely clear that black women, minorities, they've been used as a pawn.
Black people, black people, not good.
I'm not saying that, because I'm black too, half black, but this is the issue that I think Christian is pointing out as well. We have these unqualified black people that are essentially being used to promote bullshit agendas like Candace Owens. Now she's chilling for Israel. At the end of the day, we know what's going on. We can't trust any politician at this point. We cannot trust anyone that is trying to distill information because they're all actors, right? They're all Freemasons. This blue versus red paradigm is absolutely cooked. If you still believe in it, if you still believe you actually have a choice, if you actually believe you can elect politicians that are going to make a difference, you're dumb. You're retarded. They're all controlled.
Wait, you don't think Trump is doing stuff that Democrats don't like?
Thank you, sir.
Trump? Oh, Mark Levin? Oh, you mean Trump, the one who Mark Levin a couple of days ago went on stage and said this is the first Jewish president. Oh, this is the first Jewish president that served consecutive terms. That's
what are you talking about? I'm asking you.
So no.
You said that you said they're the feathers of the same bird, but I'm asking you: is Trump? Do the Democrats love everything Trump's doing?
Absolutely not. But
so then clearly a Republican president can fuck some shit up.
Fuck shit up for who?
For the good of the people. He can throw a wrench in the whole system.
Yeah, for the people, but who is he actually affecting? He's affecting us, right? He's not affecting what actually matters at the end of the day. He's making you argue with the dumbass libtard, right? That's what you're doing. Meanwhile, he's just chilling for Israel. Meanwhile, Candace Owens is just chilling for Israel. Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk, it doesn't matter. Nick Fuentes, they're all chilling for Israel, right? So it doesn't matter at the end of it. Because you're picking a side, right? You're picking a side and you're saying, oh, well, oh, yeah, Candace Owens, she's dispelling the truth, isn't she? Erica Kirk, she's snake eyes, all that bullshit. Fuck it. At the end of the day, yeah, fuck her, fuck Candace Owens, fuck Trump, fuck all of them.
Yeah, maybe
Can we say fuck all of them?
well, maybe they're shilling for Israel, but the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans is that I don't have to worry about some school teacher trying to cut off boys' dicks or girls' tits because they've convinced them that they're actually a girl even though they were born a boy. So I think between those two, I think I'm okay with that. So, but having said that, I'd say there's still enough mods on the stage. You know, the thing is that people have talked about the systems that are currently in use in this country, and that there are certain systems that are systematically discriminating against black people. This country wasn't built on systems, and the laws are designed to protect individuals. So you look at Supreme Court cases, it always starts with if it gets to the Supreme Court, it always starts with an individual. And so trying to perfect systems, I think, is a fool's errand. The second, though there are things that can be done, like clearly, if a company is discriminating against individuals and there is a pattern there, then we can address that pattern. But when it comes to systems, the problem is this discussion now all falls under the specter of critical theory and critical race theory. And specifically when it comes to critical race theory seeks to explain the racial disparities between various racial or ethnic groups. The problem is, number one, that lived experience, not statistical data, is the metric by which they use to judge whether racism occurs. And second of all, they always assume that racism has occurred and then seek to prove and find the mechanisms by which it has occurred. So the problem with that in California and the overturning of the affirmative action at Harvard are good examples why. In California, and I think it was in California, California specifically, Asian students are killing it when it comes to their test scores and how they perform in school. So how does California respond? Well, math must be racist. And literally they said that when they revised the math frameworks for the state. That is how students are going to be taught math. The only problem is that this statistic, which they choose to overlook, which shows that Asian students, on average, do 13 hours of homework per week, where everyone else, including white people and white students and black students, only do 5 hours of homework per week. So no, it isn't racism as much as the Democrats and progressives and people who adhere to critical race theory would like you to believe. It is in fact the fact that individuals are performing at a higher rate. There's no system that is evilly making black people fail, black students fail, or white students fail in comparison to Asian students. It's just they're putting in more work. So if you want to solve that problem, how about you imitate what the successful people are doing? So that's yeah.
I wouldn't say that's necessarily the solution. I mean, these communities also have a high suicide rate due to the pressure of overachievement that they have in Asian communities as well. So I think there's a more balanced approach that needs to be had here.
What, 12 hours a week?
Yeah, 12 hours a week of studying. If you don't become a doctor, I'm going to disown you type of.
Yeah, well, you know what? That may be true, but that is secondary to the fact that the belief and effort by the left to portray school systems and teaching methods as racist is in fact false.
Yeah, that's a bigger issue.
That's because I don't think that you studied it. Like Alan, like what have you even done to look into it? What do you know about your own systems? Like it sounds like crap to me. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit. Like these equivalencies, like you just have to study. We just have to study more, and you just have to. Well, the whole point is that there's an entire system. There is an entire system.
You're exactly right. Some groups are just born with a higher capacity, brain power. You're exactly correct.
Yeah, that's one of the. Okay, that's not scientifically proven at all. There's no science. There's no science. There's no science that's going to prove that. Okay, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the systems that were put in place are intentionally made to do exactly what they're doing now, right? And the de jure to de facto is what we're looking at right now. That's what CRT looks at. It says, hey, look, yeah, there's no on the law, the books on written in legislation that says let's discriminate against these people, but the system was still in place. They got sophisticated. White men got sophisticated about their racism, and now you could claim plausible deniability because they people like Alan coming up, kowtowing and pretending like there's no fucking system to put in place. And Ramon was completely right. Mr. Ramon, sir, I appreciate you and I love you, right? The left and the right being the same exact, they absolutely are. You think that, because exactly what you said, it's all just a shit show, Alan. It's the clown show. You think these systems oppose each other. They're exactly the same two parts of the machine designed to control you. The left wants to control one aspect, the right wants to control the other. The left wants to control, who makes money, redistribute, wealth, regulate your free speech. Why did I get muted?
I didn't do it.
Regulate your speech. The right wants to control your body, wants to morality, borders, who can and can't, whatever. So they argue over what should be controlled. It's still the same core premise. Who keeps muting me?
Wait, what was wrong with anything you said the right wants to do?
The right wants to control your body? I said the design is meant to control you, constrain your morality, control.
I disagree with a lot of things you have to say.
I'm sorry.
Why?
Wait, let her finish. You didn't finish.
She's rambling on and she's making multiple points.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now,
sure. So
I will address
Alan,
one
were you
point.
the fucker that was muting
Were
me?
you getting fired from?
Were you muting me, Alan?
Yeah, I am muting.
Okay.
You
All right.
made multiple points.
All right. A fucking
I will address
statist,
one,
fucking bootlicking white supremacist. Go ahead, sir.
He's not a white supremacist.
Okay.
Yeah, the fuck he is. What are you talking about? He hasn't even looked at the institutions. He doesn't even understand how education was
This is the last fucking time.
intentionally brought to create machines into the United States. This is all facts.
I said I would move you after 3 times. I moved you after 5. I said I will address one point and then you will continue. If you would shut up, you would have heard me say that. When I am done, I will bring you back up. I cannot yell. I cannot overtalk people with louder mics.
Now, Bima, Alan, why does she not like you?
because she wants to ramble on, and I'm not letting her. She's not addressing the point. Asian people are a minority too. If white people were really, really trying to oppress minorities, they're doing a really crappy job. That's number one. Number two, none of that. You take the system that is there. If it was racist against minorities, Asian people would not succeed. She's ignoring the fact that a person, no matter what their color, if they study if they do 13 hours of homework per week, they will succeed, including black people. Forgive me. I'm sorry, Beaver. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Beaver, if I don't believe that black people are inherently less able to succeed than other classes. I guess I'm not racist enough, but I hope you can forgive me, Beaver. In any event, yes. Well.
You know, the Democrats believe that. That's what people were saying. The Democrats.
I know they do. Did
you see Baltimore? They lowered the standards for graduation because it affected black people.
Yes. I know.
Wait, are you guys saying
I'm being sarcastic.
No, I know. But like the Democrats.
Okay. Now I made my point. Okay. So that system is not racist. The fact that people can succeed over white people, and we know why they do it, means it is not racist. Now I gotta bring him.
Well, let me go real quick. I mean, Alan, I'll be honest with you. I'll say what people are afraid to say. I do believe that is part of it. There are inherent differences. I do believe that 13 hours is also equally as important, if not more important. There's a culture problem. So the Asians, they care about what their parents. They're going to be shamed if they don't study, become a doctor like somebody else said, or yeah, there's a huge shame. Like they feel the pressure to succeed. I didn't feel that pressure, so I mean, I didn't really just go home and do homework. I didn't do it that wasn't me. But it's all about the culture, and they push it big time.
Why not look at this in multiple different angles, though? I'm not saying that I give credence to the idea that certain groups are inherently superior, therefore we must lower the standards so other people can do better. I'm not arguing for that, but I'm saying it is the case that yes, it's very true. Asians tend to value education and stuff like that significantly more than other groups do. Granted, even more than white people, but also in the same breath, Asians are also significantly wealthier than most groups, including white people. They do very well financially, which results in people having significantly higher times to dedicate to these things. They also have a lot of different variables that play a role. The California revision on their math framework and stuff like that was not racially based. You could honestly look this up and read it. I don't know why this.
I looked it up. It was. They said it was racist.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, they did.
We're saying
They
they're not successful.
Where?
I read the whole thing.
Where was that racist used?
Yeah. They specifically said it in the first draft that math, the way math is being taught, is racist. Now that's the first thing. The second thing is, yes, we should look at this from a whole bunch of different angles. Critical race theory is one metric by which we can look at these things, but it is not the only one. The problem is when you read critical race theory, it believes it is the final way in which we can view racial disparities. It is the only way that a person can view racial disparities. That is part of the belief system of critical race theory. I'm sorry, but it just isn't. It's a theory, and there are many. But it seems to me, it's funny how if you say, well, if you're a basketball player and you practice 40 hours a week, we can expect that player to play better than someone who practices only 5 hours a week I mean, there's no debate there. There is the issue of talent, you know.
Yeah, but they're not going to make the NBA. Like one group has a much better chance.
That's right. That's right.
No,
It's not all of it.
But
But the fact is that 50-hour-a-week player is still going to do better than the 5-hour, generally speaking.
Yeah, Link, I think
It's not the same.
Well, Link said that I thought was interesting. Link, you're like, oh, well, Asians are also more successful. They make more money. That's not because they're Asian, though. That's what I think Beaver and I are trying to point out.
It's not because they're Asian, yeah.
Yeah, right. So having any type of system in place, what Alan is saying is there are 0 systems in place that allow Alan to go do something as a white man, and then don't allow a black guy. I don't know, like, you're a black guy? I don't know if you're whatever, Christian. There's no system in place that allows Alan to go do something, and that doesn't allow Christian to go do something. Nothing. And that's what Alan's talking about when he says the systems. There's nothing. 0. That's it. That's what Alan's saying.
We're talking about America, right? Or the West in general.
Yeah, there's 0 systems in place that
absolutely.
Right. That's what Alan was saying. Like, he hates the systemic racism thing because Alan doesn't believe there's. I mean, and he's right. There are no systems in place that allow me to do something and doesn't allow Christian. Christian can do whatever the fuck he wants as long as he puts his mind to it, makes good decisions, and does it. Now, if I want to go fuck around and do some dumb shit, I'm gonna go fuck around and I'm not gonna do anything. If Christian wants to go fuck around, he's not gonna do anything.
The only systemic racism that has ever been created in the United States has been by Democrat politicians. So the redlining by Mississippi Democrat, the government benefits in exchange for votes, both led by LBJ and FDR. All of what you see in terms of the immigration, where Democrats allow an open border for people to come into the country and get on government benefits, and eventually hoping for votes, allowing work visas to dilute and pollute the U.S. jobs economy sector. I mean, every alphabet work visa that it destroys income inside the United States. That's systemic. I mean, but again, I just think that every single time that we get into these discussions, there's always some liberal in the room that makes a claim about education or how they're educated. They aren't educated about anything. They're educated about lies, fantasy, and illusion, and that all that propaganda that they're fed when they go into these schools is the only reason that they come out that way, believing the propaganda that they've been told versus reading and looking at history objectively.
It goes on and on and on and on. Go ahead, Mr. Blake, sorry.
Yeah, okay, but I can give some credence to your point, like in a general, like big picture kind of point. But at the same time, it goes back to the earlier point we made earlier when we said that for you to have, from an outcome standpoint, a discrimination occur in some system does not necessitate that you must have a law that discriminates against a particular group. The two are not mutually exclusive at all. You can have no racism and laws, but produce a lot of racist outcomes. And the criminal justice system is the easiest one to point to, where black people are significantly are disproportionately present when it comes to arrest cases, but at the same time, and a lot of right wingers and far right people use this to say, oh, black people just are criminally more inclined than other people, and there's just a violent gene in black people and stuff like that, which is unequivocally false. And at the same time, they make up 50-60% of the exoneration numbers. Clearly we can point, but there's no law that says, hey guys, arrest black people more. No law says that, but we do have systems and things in place that result in some level of racism. Monitoring that and paying attention to that does not say that, does not really take anything away from the points you guys made earlier. I just don't think the two are mutually exclusive.
And even this criminal justice issue that you're pointing out, which to your credit, there are people on the right who are total just politicians who have no clue what is going on in the criminal justice system. And I even think that some of them, which are lawyers, pun intended, I think they do know what's going on. They sit on their hands doing nothing. The major, the most major minor crime bills since the 1970s, from the 86 crack laws into the 1994 infamous Clinton crime bills, those bills were written by Joe Biden. He took credit for every major minor crime bill since the 1970s, the RICO Act included. So, I mean, again, the only systems that are systemically racist, which pun intended, the 1994 Clinton crime bill actually has a provision in the bill that says that states get over $10 billion in exchange for maintaining 85% prison sentences served per prisoner. So, I mean, it's nonsense. What I constantly hear about what's systemic and it's just ridiculous. And then when the conversation goes over to reparations, okay, they make all these arguments about how they deserve money or they should get money. They're not even realizing that the same. Hold on, excuse me.
Are you black American?
They're not even. I'm not done. They're not even realizing that by the time you pan out cash, which is proportionate to inflation, and by the time you are handing out resources while the border is wide open, and by the time you get to a point of even attempting to allow people in, or allowing people the ability to get good paying jobs, it's only going to be diluted by the bad trade policy that you have and the bad policy on work visas and all of the other terrible policies that cause the cost of living to go up. Property taxes, state income taxes, federal income taxes, and then the ridiculous school bond elections where people vote to raise their own freaking taxes. I'm done.
Christian, I got a question for you real quick. I'll be brief. Right? Is your family historically from America?
Yes.
Prior to 1865?
I don't know. I don't care.
No, you just have to know. Is your family from America prior to 1865?
Let me tell you something.
It's a yes or no. Get off the mic. That's it.
Well, no, I'm answering your question.
So it's yes or no.
He said he doesn't know.
I don't freaking care because I'm sick and tired of listening to people make claims about FBA and all this. The people inside, some of the people inside FBA literally advocate for the very policies that destroy the black community. So I don't want to hear it about no FBA.
Asked and answered. We got it. Shut up.
So he doesn't know, but why would it matter? Is my question to you. What does it matter if he was or wasn't?
I mean, I just wanted to make sure, and he confirmed it. So there it is.
Sorry,
what does it matter? Like, what's his favorite color?
It had to be in reference to the reparations thing because he jumped off. He wanted to jump in and ask that right when Christian mentioned reparations.
I was just gonna ask Christian a very quick question, if you could answer. Why do you feel the need to make everything partisan? Like, even when I made that point about discrimination, stuff like that, occurring in a particular system, you you immediately said, yeah, I can give some credence to that, as Republicans do not pay attention to that. But Republican Democrats is why are you feeling to make everything partisan? We can point at particular systems and things being faulty and say, hey, this needs fixing, and it could be done from either one of the two parties. I don't really care. But why do you feel the need to the second we point something bad out to say, oh, Democrats did it. Why? Why does your brain think in blue and red?
Because number one, we live in political branches of government, and the reality is, Article 1 is elected due to, well, is literally elected by the maps of the congressional districts. Article 2 is elected by the Electoral College, and then Article 3 is appointed by Article 2, and then confirmed by Article 1. So our system that we live is by design a Republican form of government, which is by the people and for the people. So everything is political. Even the Fortune 500 or lower level companies are political. They have boards of board of directors and boards of governors. So I mean, everything, education, school boards, that's political. Anything you can think of when you walk into a court, a federal court or a state court, it is based on the public interest or the reliance interest, which is political. You cannot even breathe in the freaking country without something being political. It is political by design. So you're not going to get away from that. And when people say that well, I'm independent, bull crap. You have a philosophy, lens, values, or the way that you view the world, and it goes in one direction, you can't have one foot going in one direction and the other foot going in the other direction. You make a decision, and whether you vote or not, you're making a decision. Whether you have kids or not, you're making a decision. Whether you work or not, you're making a decision. You make political decisions in the United States.
I do agree with that. Everything is political. I believe what Link is asking you is not why you're political. He's asking you why you're so partisan, right? That's the issue.
I just said it.
No. Why are you so partisan? And the reason why you're so partisan is because you're a Republican politician, right?
No, that has nothing to do with it. I mean, because I'm no different than any of you who've just been sitting back on the internet, sitting in rooms and talking about politics. So
you're a registered Republican, right?
Yeah, I'm a registered Republican. I'm no different than any other registered Republican or registered Democrat, registered Independent.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that. I'm a registered Republican. I've been a registered Republican since 2016. I've been a registered Republican. I voted for Obama twice because Obama lied about who he was. He lied about not supporting gay marriage. I would have never voted for Obama had he come out in 2007 or 2008 and said, I am pro-gay marriage, LGBTQ, pro-transgenders. No way in hell would have ever voted for Obama.
Okay, so that's good. So you're saying there's something within the Republican Party that they can do that would get you to vote for the Democrats, right?
No, I mean the Democrats are. I mean, I've laid out all the issues and problems with Democrats. The issue that I have with the Republicans at this point is there are a certain number of politicians or elected officials who essentially just squat in the party doing nothing. But that does not reflect. That doesn't reflect the Ohio Republicans, as I explained earlier in the 1860s and 1870s. That does not reflect Abraham Lincoln. That does not reflect even Donald Trump at this point.
So you're saying you're satisfied with Trump currently as a Republican?
I'm 90. I would say I'm about 95% satisfied. The only
off. What I wanted to say was, to get back to the education system thing, and whether math is racist, okay? This is all that I'll ask you to do. I'll invite you to read a book by John Taylor Gatto. It's called Weapons of Mass Instruction, okay? He doesn't ever mention critical race theory. He doesn't mention racism at all, okay? He just talks about where the education, so he was a teacher, okay, a New York teacher. He was awarded the best teacher of the year award multiple times, and then he was producing like these crazy outcomes. The kids that were performing the absolute lowest, that were in remedial classes, all this stuff, they ended up going to and then they're just having like this, doing great things, performing nationwide. And so they asked, like, what are you doing? And he basically said, I'm doing everything that the public education taught me not to do. So the point is if you look and you understand that even if it's not about neutrality anymore, it's not about whether something is written in discrimination, like I said before, like de jure. It doesn't happen that way anymore. It's embedded in the systems. It's in the institutions, okay? And now everyone pretends like it's colorblind. That's just not the case. And Link was talking about it before about the outcomes, okay? So if you could separate the two, but if you have any type of system that's going to suppress autonomy, that's going to enforce obedience, that's going to punish deviation, okay, because we understand that IQ functions different. IQ doesn't account for a lot of things, including wisdom, including art, including all these things. And that's exactly what John Taylor Gatto was showing. He was showing that the way that the public education, this Prussian system that we adopted, it was meant to do one thing, and it was meant to create, to teach, to train, to indoctrinate.
We don't give a fuck, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Clap the
Teach, train, and indoctrinate people so they can become mechanisms of the system, okay? So if we understand that the education system already does that, is intentionally meant to do that, okay? It's intentionally designed to suppress autonomy and to make sure that you are obedient and to put a number over you, okay? When you see that system exists, okay, within a racialized society, it's going to function in racially oppressive ways, even if it appears neutral to us right now. And that's exactly what Link was talking about, was that the consequence, the outcomes, you can still have policies, and the outcomes, that doesn't say, because you know the right, and well, no, I'm going to say any white supremacist, okay? And, just take a look at yourself when you say, look at the statistics, or show me any law that is a racist law on the books. Yeah, okay, fucker, we already know that that's a trick question. That's not going to work. The Civil Rights Act says we can't do it. So they taught us they taught Americans how to be sophisticated with their racism, right? And make us to believe it, plausible deniability, whatever else. Point is, if you support the system, you're fucked.
Well, this is the issue as well. We're talking more about classism versus racism, right? If you're talking about systems that disadvantage people, we can talk about NIMBYs, not in my backyard. You go to San Francisco. How did Nancy Pelosi make so much money? She got in early on these projects, right? On these rural projects, she knew where these public transport networks were being developed. She brought properties on them, and she became a homeowner in an association that disallowed development along those lines, and those properties increased in value, right? So this was a democratic problem. Nancy Pelosi got rich off of classism. It wasn't racism, right? And this is where people get confused. The systems that disadvantage people, that politicians are taking advantage of, is not based off of race, it's based off of class. And that's where you're getting confused.
Well, I think that's your biggest misconception. Our system, the system, when I say our
system. I'm saying the United States. I don't claim it. Okay. I'm saying the United States system, when it was first put into place, this was a white supremacist system. Everything about it was classist, but then they added the element of racism. Okay, where they completely dehumanized and devalued our brothers, right? And brothers and sisters are completely people, human beings. And that system has continued. You think that the Civil Rights Act happened, then all of a sudden a bunch of people woke up and said, "Oh, look," you know, or even the Civil War. It didn't happen that way. So when we look at the education system, it's still these are all of these things that we already know that happened, right? Redlining, the HOLC maps, how the FHA underwriting, the hazardous zones, how fucking businesses intentionally went to the communities, our inner cities and communities where black people were redlined to be, and put these hazardous zones, right? The mortgage, hold on, you know, the reverse redlining, you know about that, right? Then hold on, no, because we could keep going. We could talk about the predatory lending. We could talk about adjustable rate mortgages. We could get into that. What about blockbusting? What about that? Have you heard about blockbusting? Look it up. Look at white flight. Look at the real estate manipulation. Look at equity stripping. Look at that. You could go and let's forget Jim Crow laws and the black codes and the housing segregation and the urban renewal bullshit. Okay, my fucking fat ass, eminent domain, slum clearance. Have you heard? You know about the highway construction? You know about that? You know about that racist ass shit? Look at fucking highway segregation. Look up highway segregation. Look up how the route replacement. Hold on, wait. No. They did this specifically. Look up pollution corridors. Wait, this is the crazy thing. This is all documented. I'm not making this shit up. Same thing with the school to prison pipeline. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna keep going. You could keep going, and we still have sentencing disparities. This is shit that we're still happening today. We have fucking the crack versus the powder cocaine bullshit. Okay, we have we have cash bail disparities where people, you know that people aren't going to have money, or they're into, so the bail schedules, plea courts, all of this shit happens. You have the over policing. You have the jobs incarceration. Hold on, wait. So this is my point. Let me connect it all back to education. Let me connect it all to hold on. No.
All right, let's get Beeman 30 more seconds to wrap up.
She's just whining.
Not one highway. No, I'm bringing it back to how Mr. Ramon made the claim that it's a classist system. It's not racist. I said no, it's bullshit. Of course it's racist. Because we're forgetting. Everyone's forgetting plausible deniability bullshit. Because if you look back, the whole education system. Why do you think that we have people that are underperforming? Where can you afford to live? Right? Does where you can afford to live, does that decide what school you go to? And then when you have poorer neighborhoods, you usually have schools with a less capacity. They have fewer supports. They have fewer all these options. And then when you have schools that have less capacity, what happens? They shift from helping kids with education to managing behavior. All this other bullshit. And then you have more suspensions and removals. This is the school prison pipeline. Hold on. This is the whole point. This is the whole system. The over police. It's just it's bullshit. And all of you fucking white supremacists, I hate you.
Hold on, fuck it. How
I'll
do you use
respond in
white
30
flight and gentrification?
She was addressing me.
Go ahead.
I'll respond in 30 seconds.
Because y'all, instead of looking this shit up and educating yourself, you guys are just gonna fucking.
Wait, let Mr. respond.
I choose pussy.
Yeah, just 30 seconds.
Neither
I was gonna say, black people are the only demographic to get absolutely demolished by a highway. I-95 absolutely destroyed the black community. What are you talking about? A highway destroyed an entire demographic, your financial success. A highway? Really? That's your argument? A highway destroyed the black community to the point that they couldn't make any money and they were dependent on government assistance. That's the type of argument that you're making. It makes zero sense. Again, Asian people, they were in internment camps in World War II, right? They still recovered after that. Indians, they were discriminated against. Irish people were discriminated against. Italians, they still recovered. But the blacks, they got destroyed by a highway system.
And let me jump in here for a quick 30 seconds. I already went over all the historical systemic racism created by Democrats and Democrat politicians in regards to the criminal justice system. I didn't mention earlier about how the ABA is 80% Democrat, which includes the state bars as well. 80% donations go to Democrats. And then, as far as what happens with property and real estate, when you look at the HOAs, are mostly left-leaning memberships. Because they never allow anything to come from the right to even get any kind of positioning at all inside of those groups, wherever they may be inside of the country. So again, it just every time I hear some of this systemic stuff, it always goes back to Democrats and the left.
Well, I want to respond to Bima like this. And Bima, look, I appreciate what you said. I've talked to you a couple times. I think you're a good person. But I just think you're so off base here, right? Like, think about the stuff you were saying. The education system, the education system, the education system, the education system. But you'll also be the person who's mad at Trump for trying to revamp the education system, right? You mentioned, where you live shouldn't be defined. Hold on. You mentioned where you live.
Don't presuppose my positions, Mike.
I've talked to you before.
I've never proposed, I have never offered any type of government intervention to be in any type of system. So if the reason that I would deny it is because I say government should be out of everything. That's my consistent position. Everybody else is not politically. That's where I stand.
Because you just mentioned that where you live shouldn't define where you go to school, which is exactly what we believe in, school choice. Your zip code shouldn't define your school. We agree with that also. I mean, all this stuff that Christian's pointing out, this has been, for decades. This is like, what Christian's pointing out is not something that's like new. This is like decades and decades and decades and decades of Democrat leadership hoarding people into cities, building low-income housing that ends up having bad schools around it and just keeping people there and having them rely on the government. Give them this, give them this, give them this, give them this. It's where they can't do anything else. It shouldn't be a career choice. Like, this is not how it's supposed to be. And I'm not saying you're saying this, Bima, but like in your rant, you used gentrification and white flight. So like,
Yeah, you don't see how that's connected to education?
No. You were saying that you're saying stuff that's being used against black people. Isn't gentrification like when white people move into a black neighborhood?
Yes, but you understand.
And then isn't white flight when white people leave a black neighborhood? So how are you going to use gentrification and white flight to make your argument?
Because they're all byproducts of the same thing. It was a handoff. It's a domino effect, and then the constant proclaim corrections only cause bigger problems. The urban renewal was a bunch of trash. The Civil Rights Act was a bunch of trash. Look at how many Black Americans with the highest level of education teachers during the Civil Rights Act. Okay, we never had. It was so high, and we've never reached those numbers again. Because what happened was then the white people were able to come into the black schools, right? Because that's what it really comes down to. It really comes down to the white people being terrified to know that Black Americans can succeed and do just as much, if not better, as they can, and they were just terrified of that. And so they wanted to destroy it. That was the whole point. They didn't want Black Americans to continue to pool, to say, okay, well, fuck you guys, we're going to remove our productive ability, and we're going to work on ourselves. You don't want us here? No problem. White people couldn't handle that. Black Wall Street, all the other type of shit that happened. But look up the Civil Rights Act. Look at all the shit that happened to teachers and Black Americans and schooling and employment during that time. Yeah, it's fucked up. Same thing with urban renewal, and you could just keep going. The point is that this is hold on, and I'll land 20 seconds.
What you're upset about that you just didn't have to go through this?
What?
The shit you're mentioning, like you understand, like Black Wall Street. First of all, it didn't get called Black Wall Street until after it was burnt down. When they built it back up, that's when it got the name Black Wall Street. But it's like we're talking like almost 100 years ago. The stuff you're talking about with the civil rights stuff. I mean, it's like 50, 60 years ago.
And that's
absolute
right,
crazy.
and that's
Something
my
that you
point.
don't have to deal with.
That's my point. That's my point. That people
It's
think
not
that those
happening
things.
now.
Hold on. That's my entire point. That all created a legacy. You understand? It's literally referred to as the legacy of slavery. That's why white people are so scared to even allow a bill of reparations to study reparations, to study whether it should be happening. It won't even allow that to come out of committee. Okay? This is shit that the country principally needs to correct and keep the government out of shit. But the point is to fucking correct the oppression. Where there is oppression, it has to fucking stop.
Beam, I have a question for you. In your heart of hearts, do you really believe that the majority of white people are afraid of black people becoming more successful than them? Do you really believe that?
Absolutely. Look at the black Americans, after quick they fucking bounced back from slavery, boy, they came in.
He's talking about now.
Better family. No, this is my point. And white America wanted to destroy it, and that's exactly what white America did. And now us, right, in 2025, because we're not connected to it, because we don't talk to our elders, and we don't talk to the people that we get taught the whitewashed history. We don't know the truth. This isn't the shit you can find. This isn't the shit that you're educated in. And you gotta fucking go and talk to people who've lived through this shit, right? And then they educate you, and then, oh, really? That really fucking happened? And then, oh, no, we think that everything's neutral, everything's fine. Black Americans, they're not oppressed. It's bullshit. We still have an entire system right now, every single day, that's oppressing.
Next question. Do you believe if America poured in all its resources into getting more white boys into the NBA and NFL, do you think the blacks would be worried?
I don't know what dumbass question that is. What do you mean?
Like, do you really think that people... well, it's not a good analogy, but that if you think whites are afraid of, oh no, these black people, they're going to take our spots and be more successful than us. You're like, that is asinine to think.
Really? Okay, well then explain to me how white people can vote for something like the New Deal, to have millions and millions and billions of dollars fed into white man's hands, right? Loan, all of that shit. But then when we say, hey, look, we left out an entire group of the population. It's the principled thing to do. Forget whether they're saying they deserve it or not, right? Forget that. Just look at a principled position. The principled thing to fucking do, and everybody in this room knows it, is to fix that. Now you pour the millions of dollars in the same way, in those same elements into that community. That's what needs to be done first, okay? But white people won't do that because they say, well, I wasn't handed everything, or I don't have white privilege, or I had to work for everything I had. Yeah, it's much different.
Do you think if you had all your wishes and you had complete 100% control and you could pour everything into the black community, do you think in 50 years' time, or do you think eventually everything would be equity outcome?
Outcome, I'm not concerned with outcome. I'm concerned with oppression. I want the oppression to stop. I want people to stop living and completely ignoring the shit that's happening in our community now. So that's all that you
They would stop
to do today.
Stop talking like this. They would.
But
Who would stop? So hold on. So you're against police brutality? You know about the discrepancies with sentencing, and you talk about that. When was the last time?
Yeah, we can break down the sentencing stuff.
All right. So what about hiring discrimination? What about that?
What hiring discrimination? We addressed that with affirmative action.
Yeah, affirmative action. That's bullshit.
What?
Who is the biggest receivers of
That's
benefits
what
from
the problem
affirmative
is
action?
because that's what we're trying to say, Bima, is that these things that when you make something like this, it gets bastardized. People are talking about the civil rights. Oh, the Civil Rights Act. So the reason why people are trying to talk about how the Civil Rights Act is going to get, they want to adjust the Civil Rights Act, is because the Civil Rights Act was about black Americans, not about gender, not about age, not about disability. It wasn't about this or that or this any other civil matter. It was about black Americans and how they were being disparaged. That's what it was about. So now when people have taken the Civil Rights Act and moved it into other forms of civil, it's fucked up. That's not how this should work. And that's what we're trying to say to you, Bima. Like, this is crazy to me. And I'm telling you, like, I was talking to some guy, this is some guy you're talking about a couple of weeks ago. He was like, oh, my nephew just came home from college. I haven't seen my nephew since he was like, 13, 14 years old. My nephew just came home from college. I was talking to him. And, and he didn't even think about this whole racism stuff. And when I was talking to him, I wasn't talking to this guy. I was just hearing him talk. And he was like, yeah, I had to explain to my nephew how this country is against black people. And this thing. He's like, you know what my nephew said? My nephew said that he had never even seen racism in his life. But I had to explain to him all stuff. And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, bro, this dude lived as a black guy his entire life, went to college, came home from college, never ever experienced racism, and now this old head motherfucker who's like 50 years old is trying to talk him into how his country's racist. When this kid lived his entire life now he's graduated from college, he's 22? Kid's 22 years old, never even seen it. And now all of this older generation's like, whoa, wait, you need to know there's racism. Dude, I'm telling you, Bima, I have a daughter in high school. These kids don't give a fuck about the color of people's skin. The only people that are carrying this racism nonsense bullshit going on is our generation, quite frankly. People that are my age, 40, 50, 60 years old people, they're like, well, do you know about this stuff that happened 50, 60 years ago? It's like, well, yeah, I get it. It's fucked up. And by the way, reparations would be the most harmful thing to ever happen to black Americans. That would be one of the most harmful things that could happen to them. Because you know what's going to happen, Bima? The first thing that's going to happen is the government's going to make you prove that you either had ancestors that were slaves, or were like a descendant of a slave, or were impacted by slavery. So you know what's going to happen then? The government's going to make you prove it. They're not going to take your word for it. They're not going to do anything. They're going to make you prove it. And there's going to be black Americans that thought they were descendants of slaves and ended up not being. And then other black Americans that didn't know they were and ended up being. So you know what's going to happen in the black community? Oh, you're a descendant of slaves? Oh, you're not? You're not? Now there's going to be black Americans against other black Americans that now there's a section of black Americans that are descendants.
We don't even have to go back that far. We don't have to go back that far. We don't even have to go back that far. We could start. No, Mike, we don't even have to go back that far. We could principally, we can even just work from the 20th century alone. Just the 20th century alone. There's policies for people that are still walking around and alive today that have been affected by the policies that were implemented in just in the 20th century. Do you know how many billions? Some of these economists, billions of dollars were stolen from black communities through the shit that happened through the housing and all of that other stuff. This was their estimates. Economists are generally pretty conservative. They're not usually liberal, right? They usually, they're mathing. That's what they do. They math, right? Most economists are conservative. They're right-leaning, okay? So just saying, right? This is already, it's here, and that's my point. So, we want to know why there's a big wealth gap. Listen, I'm not saying that we need to do fucking employment. I'm saying just leave people alone. Let people do whatever they're going to do. Stop the oppression, wherever there's oppression. Allow people to live and fucking breathe, right? The police brutality, how is that going to stop? Well, we're going to have to change the old slave patrol system, okay? We're going to have to decriminalize victimless crimes, okay? We're going to have to start there. And but this is my ultimate point, though. If you just sit there and you just look at even between 1950s, we could even do 1960s to 2000, and you look at the interconnectedness of all the bullshit that happened, you can see that this legacy, this ingrained legacy, this isn't going to be cleared up for. It doesn't matter a person coming to, because this is what they talk about, my God, is the different types of racism. This is the difference between the interpersonal racism and the structural racism. The structural racism is still in place. You see what I'm saying? Even if your kids say, I never experienced racism, the older wise man is saying, you don't understand. You've put on the white supremacist glasses. You're looking through the lens of the bullshit, so you're not going to be able to see it. But good on you for not judging a person by the character of their by the color of their skin, right? Because obviously we've at least gotten that far in our moral cognitive development.
Sorry, Alfonso. Go ahead, buddy. My bad.
I wanted to ask
because you seem to be maybe laying the failures of a certain demographic on quote unquote systematic racism or quote unquote historical injustice, right? So I wanted to ask, have you read any of W. Du Bois?
A long time ago I did.
Okay, well, W. Du Bois, he's the father of that type of rhetoric that you're espousing, right? And then even W. Du Bois, he even said back in the 1920s, the time that you're referencing, that even if every white person was to give up their prejudice, the black community would still be in the same condition, right? And I think that sometimes, since a lot of those people that were on the scene 100 years ago, since, for the most part, what we know is what King and the civil rights leaders brought about, that we don't actually know the actual people on the ground that were in the black community and what they were saying. And that these people never laid every failure of black people on white society. It's not a historical fact. If you look at the people, Weldon, James Weldon, who else was at that time? A. Philip Randolph, a lot of them gentlemen at that time, at least at that time, they never laid every failure on the black community, on white people. So I think that maybe you should go back and study and maybe read a little bit more, because what you're saying is not a historical truth, and that even the things that you talk about, the black community was still on a upward incline. So through the discrimination, through the Jim Crow, through the burning of towns, what the black community did control, the black community was on a upward incline in literacy, in family formation, in community cohesion, in entrepreneurship, and thrift, and all these things. The black community, through those things, were still going upward. So what you're saying about what you might have now as the state you have is not, it has nothing to do with anything. So that's what I wanted to say. I just wanted you, since you don't know W. Du Bois, I won't ask you the question I wanted to ask you, but I think that you should maybe do a little bit more reading of the people that you're espousing that brought that forth. You should read their whole thoughts, the whole body of their work first. And that's all I wanted to say.
Alfonso, I appreciate that, but this is the thing. Let's just say that it's just white America. Let's just look at white America, okay? Not any other type of demographic. Why is it that white Americans, there are plenty of white Americans that have exposed our current system as oppressive? On them, they believe that the system is oppressive. White people say this system is oppressive on me.
What system currently in 2025? Because there are places where I see black people doing what they want to do. So what places, according to 2025, what systems are stopping the black community from progressing or owning homes or taking care of a community or doing things for themselves? So creating good outcomes for themselves. What system now are doing it? What can you tell me that? I just want you to tell me that.
It's not one. It's all interconnected. Were you here when I was explaining the dynamic, the domino effect, right? Because you want, when you say like a system, you're asking me to point to a system. I'm saying the entire system is bullshit. Everything is. This system that we have, what we have right now, is bullshit.
Well, no, remember, okay.
It's not one system. It is the system that we are in currently.
Yeah, but how does it specifically affect black people? Is what he's asking. Because I'll agree, the system's fucked up, but I mean, they got all of us in the same system.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I feel like, how would I point to a system if we were to talk about, mass incarceration with victimless crimes? Like, what system? Should I say the judicial system? The judicial system. That's one. Our entire judicial system is fucked. If we talk about how he's good enough. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Now, you said the medical system, right? Okay, if you now, I don't know where you stay or where you live, right? But if you have a problem with health, so you have a community or a population that are having issues with maybe heart disease or high blood pressure or a number of ailments, right? I would think the solution would be either building hospitals or clinics or what's the other one? The urgent cares. Maybe recruiting different type of doctors. So how is the system stopping certain communities from building hospitals or coming up with their own solutions to their own communal issues? Because you pointed to back in 100 years ago when black people were building certain communities, and then this other group of community would come and burn it down. So show now where when you bring up the medical apartheid, or if you bring up where certain people don't have or are lacking in certain health aspects, now the system or the group of people that are preventing that community from providing a solution or building up their health system for their community. Can you show that to me?
Yeah, it's all connected. It's all under the same laws. Do you think that if I don't know. Again, you have to understand that these are systems that are embedded in other systems. They're all interconnected. It's not like it's just, and that's the whole thing. Like, you can't just look at it linearly. You have to understand how it's an entire situation, right? It's like, oh yeah, well, we could just come up and let's look at the medical system, and everybody put your eyes on the medical system. Well, hold on. Let's first talk about the overcriminalization and the mass incarceration, because we actually need to have our fathers and our children free from being unfairly targeted and then thrown in jail by the threat of violent force by a gun for something that there is no harm caused by another person or person's property. Okay, so which one comes first? So you have a priority. This is my point. You have a concept, you're in survival mode, you're in a survival state because of all the issues of the systems all bedded within each other. So which one do you do first?
Bima, you said a lot of stuff there, but could the answer just be that the sisters, they're not there? Like, when you keep saying, I have a hard time answering the question, I don't know how to answer the question, you keep saying they're all interconnected, and you gotta keep saying all this stuff. Couldn't the answer just be, I don't want to say like you're wrong, but couldn't the answer just be like, it's not actually happening? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, this is the thing that I don't understand about CRT. Well, real quick, I don't understand about kind of CRT. The problem I have with CRT is, like, how dare you look at a young black kid in America and be like, well, sorry kid, you're black. And like, why would you look at a young white kid and be like, hey, you're better than that other kid because you're white? It's fucking crazy. Like, to just tell black people, like, well, sorry, you're black. Like, it's so fucking insane to me. Like, it's crazy. And I don't think y'all realize what you're actually saying here. Like, you're actively talking people into feeling like they're oppressed when, like, a guy like Alfonso doesn't live like that. And you would take a guy like Alfonso and be like, wait, Alfonso, like, this shit is, like, you're not allowed to do this kind of stuff. Like, hold on. Or a guy like Christian, a guy like Christian who's going into politics and stuff, you'd be like, well, hold on, Christian, you're not allowed to do that. You're a black guy. You can't participate in the white guy's politics. Like, it's crazy to me. It's detrimental. Don't you see that?
No, because you're not saying that when I talk about this isn't for Black Americans. This is for white Americans. This is for the people that are the dominant force, that are able to, that have the majority, that have the responsibility and the duty to fix this. This isn't on Black Americans, and I'm not trying to. Black Americans know that they could get up and do whatever the fuck that they want to do, but it doesn't. For the people that have been put into the system that are suffering, right? It's rational ignorance. If you're set in a survival mode, right, And for example, you said, I'm talking about the institutions bed into each other. You think you could just get up and say, oh, well, let's just band together and fix medical apartheid? Well, hold on. There's so many other systems that are interconnected with this. First of all, the medical. Hold on. Okay. Medical apartheid. Okay. So the white man created the system of how they're gonna. First of all, how medical care is practiced, right? And who, and they studied white people specifically. So Black Americans, their care, their physical care, their ailments, the things that were specific to them, they have been left out of it for a long time, right? And then on top of that, they're with pain thresholds, with diagnosis, all of these types of things, okay? But so we're talking about the medical school curricula, first of all, that needs to change, okay? I don't remember the name of the law, but it was passed by, I don't even remember right now. I would have to go look it up. But it's a heuristic of it. I don't have it right now. But first the medical school curricula, okay? Then you would have to look at the diagnostic standards. Then you're going to have to look, okay, you want to bigger than this, right? How do regular hospitals operate? We're going to have to look at the funding formulas. Then we're going to have to look at, for individuals, their insurance reimbursement rates and how provider distribution, because where people live, it depends on how they're going to get care and how symptoms are interpreted when they come in and say, oh, look, this is this. Okay, well, you know what? Because it happens to me all the time. Where I was raised, you walk in, don't even try to get pain medication, even if you have a goddamn broken foot or a pencil sticking out of your eye, because you're just coming in here to get pain medication, okay? So where you live is going to determine all these things and how quickly that you get treatment and all of this type of stuff. And so you think like you just pull it out and think that everything is fixed. No, this is going to take a societal fix. We all have to look at this, but we have to first identify it and say, okay, this is the shit that's occurred, and we have to fix it. Just saying that it's not there or it doesn't exist is the worst possible thing that anybody could do. These things do exist. We do have people that are being caged and forced by a threat of a gun for not harming a single person. That's insane. You support that? Something's seriously wrong with you. Okay? I sat in a freaking in a ticket court, and I watched a kid with cerebral palsies, okay, drag his legs on crutches up to the judge, and you could hear everything over the court speaker, everything that the court says, okay? And he says, listen, I told you, 3 strikes, that's it, you're going to jail. He says, Judge, I told you, marijuana is the only thing that helps me. I can study. I brought my dean's list and I brought my GPA. I wanted to show you. I'm doing great. I'm doing excellent in school. Please. This is the only thing where I don't get drowsy and it doesn't affect my studying ability. He sent that kid to fucking jail. Okay? Fucked up. And you know what? Everybody just listened. Everybody just watched. There's so many things that we have to fix, and sitting back pretending like it's not here. That's just so fucked up.
You don't get to do what you want to do just because or someone thinks that they that they're benefiting off of a particular drug. You don't get to do what you want to do.
Oh no! For why? Just why? Let me ask you. Just why?
That's not how the world works.
Okay, well, how does the world work?
There are rules and regulations and laws that you have to abide by.
Okay, here comes the white supremacy.
It doesn't matter if you think that a particular drug is more successful than...
No, I didn't say you're such. I said here comes. Meaning the lens.
It doesn't matter if a person thinks that a particular drug is more successful than another, and they think that it's justifiable for them to use it against the law. And that is just ridiculous.
Okay. So let me ask you. You said that it's not how things work, so that doesn't really answer much, okay?
It does.
Besides, hold on. But all you're saying, though, Christian.
I'm going to finish. If you break the law and the legislator of the state adds criminal enforcement or civil enforcement to the law, then you will get a judgment against you in court. That is how the system works.
Okay, so this is my question to you. Who did that what is justice? Can you define that for me?
That comes from God.
Justice is a ministry, which the people that practice inside these justice courts, they're not doing ministry, and particularly the prosecutors that bring, because again, the prosecutor has discretion to bring a case and to not bring a case. So that prosecutor that brought that case in front of the judge, it's their fault because they use their discretion in deciding whether to charge that individual or not. So I don't. It was just a whole nother conversation.
Okay, so but what is justice? You said justice is a ministry.
That I brought up earlier about the 80% Democrat memberships in the state bars and the ABA, because it's all liberal doctrine, and 80% of them donate to Democrats. So I mean, the whole thing, the whole premise about what happens inside the criminal justice system from the time that you are taken into custody all the way up until the court orders you into post counseling. It's all bull crap, and it's basically the Democrats making, as I said earlier, a system of dependency versus a rehabilitation process that leaves you better than you came in. It's leaving you worse before you even got in. So that is really the problem. But that goes back to the politics of the Democrat Party creating systems of dependency, because they're all screwed up, wanting political positions, getting into the next higher office, gaining money in exchange for prisoners, making deals for private prisons in exchange for what they get politically. That is 100% Democrats, and there shall be no equitability or comparison to charging aliens for violating the law entering the country. They do not have any justification for being here. They have no entitlement. They are not entitled to anything. So I don't ever want to hear anybody comparing aliens to U.S. citizens having their rights violated inside a criminal or civil court.
Okay, that was a pretty circular argument that didn't address my question, which was what is the best type of defined justice? Go ahead. But he didn't answer it and address anything, but go ahead.
Yeah, because Danny is also alluded to. We're talking about drugs. Talking about who did that person harm. The person that Mima was talking about that is going to jail because he is taking a illegal substance that supposedly is helping him and keeping him on track with his medical condition. At the end of the day, it does not matter. We're talking about justice. Justice is top down. It comes from God, and it gets distilled down from the judicial system all the way down to the criminal courts, right? So when we're talking about justice, we have to understand what God deems as justice, and we have to respect the government and the governing laws of each countries. So, for example, in Indonesia, if smoking weed is illegal and you get the death penalty, you have to respect that governing authority. If you're in the United States and you're not allowed to smoke weed, depending on what state you're in, you also have to respect that governing authority based off local laws, state laws, whatever. So, Bima, what did that person do? You want to cry empathy. You want to say, well, he didn't harm anyone. Danny's saying that in chat. Well, he didn't harm anyone. Well, he harming anyone. Says who? Says
Right. So that's my entire point. Who is to say that anybody else is to say he didn't harm anyone? Objective reality determines who he harmed. Objective reality says you have to be. That's the point, right? You have to be able to be objective, especially I hate to say this, but even in our court system, you have to be able to show evidence. Okay, there is zero evidence that he harmed absolutely zero people. It starts with private property. Do you believe in private property or not? Let me ask you the question. Hold on, just go with me, flow with me for a second. Do you believe in private property, yes or no?
Of course.
Okay, do you believe you own yourself?
No. God owns me.
Okay, so so now we're already on a different parallel. So if God owns you, okay, God owns you. What about the people on the planet? Do you own you, or do other people own you?
No, God owns them as well.
Okay, but that you're not answering my question. Do people here get to tell you what is good and what is bad and what to believe and what to do from day to day? Or do you believe you as an individual, as an acting agent with the ability to reason and to rationalize? Who owns you?
God owns me. Again,
you're not answering the question, and I think you know why you're not answering the question.
That's like saying to the plant, oh, do you have any existence besides your sunlight and water? No. That's a dumbass question that you're asking me. Do I have any existence?
Well, why would that be a dumbass question? Plants are the oldest alchemists on this planet. They are the most scientific. Plants have literally developed. Hold on. Plants have the ability. Let me just, Mr. Mo, let me just explain to you, to say just that they're so basic to point out light and water. Do you know that plants have the ability to adapt and produce more lectins when they can identify a threat? Do you know that they have the ability with sensor awareness to be able to identify threats? Do you know that they can adapt? They can change. They can change their entire chemistry to kill off other living beings. Okay, so that's my point. Okay, but that's not my point. So let's get back. We're talking about justice, and I wanted to say we're landing in private property. This is where we're going to begin. Do you own yourself, or do other people? I know you're saying God owns you, but once you've been put on the planet, do other people have the authority to tell you what to do, what to believe, or do you have that authority?
Yeah, both.
Mr. Ramon? Do you not want to answer that? I think this is a really important thing to answer.
They have no authority besides myself.
Okay. All right. That's a great starting point. So then who is to determine who is harming you? Do you think other people can determine who harms you, or do you think you have the best ability to decide who harms you or not? Who do you think should be the arbiter of harm that's caused to you?
It depends.
No. I'm saying.
Talking about schizophrenic?
No, we're talking about someone in a rational capacity. No, we're talking about someone in a rational capacity, right? Rational capacity.
Sure.
It's
Do they have the ability?
Right, they have the ability, rational capacity, sure. Okay, so you believe that you have, okay, perfect.
Yes.
So now we're fucking getting somewhere. So you believe in private property, you believe that you own yourself. So then if you're doing actions in society that is not harming another person that has a name, right, or their property, right, because we understand that our private property is extensions of ourselves. So if you're not harming another person or their private property, then how do you justify someone taking a gun to your head and saying, you're going to do what I'm going to tell you to do because a bunch of us determined that you are harming yourself, even though you don't believe you're harming yourself. But everybody else, just by might makes right, a bunch of people got together and said, okay, we're going to determine that this is what it's. So does that make sense to you or no?
It's called taxes.
Well, hold on. Taxes, by definition, are in economics, it's literally referred to as an involuntary levy. It means it's coercion. All right, we're talking about coercion. Can you identify any other place in society where you accept coercion?
Yeah.
Where?
School. Yeah, school. because your parents can go to jail if you don't go to school as a kid.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about like you, right? Coercion, that's also true, but your parents are going to be until you can take full responsibility for your successes and failures. It's the duty of your parents to be sure that you can enter society and reciprocate contractual agreements with other consenting human beings. That's your only job. That's every one of us that's born into this planet. That's your only single job, is to not harm another person or a person's property. That's your only fucking job. And the only way to be able to do that is for you to be able to take full 100% successes of your failures and your successes. Okay? So that's a completely different thing. So besides that, right, because your parents can make other decisions, right? They can choose to homeschool you. They could choose to do a bunch of different things. I'm talking about as an adult, as a consenting adult, what other area in society do you believe or that you're okay with coercion?
Work.
Okay, so coercion. So you believe that that's okay to be forced to do something that you don't want to do?
Of course, everyone does that. Tell me someone that doesn't do that.
Okay, what's the difference between work and slavery?
Technically, there's no difference. Can anyone explain to me the difference between work and slavery?
Yeah, sure.
Monetary gain.
Working, you can get up and you could work, and you could just have a good business plan and understand that you do something that you love. That's what work is. That's where the mores come in, right? You create and you do, as a productive member of a society, you do something that feeds you. And if your soul isn't being fed, that's on you. You're the one that's getting up to make those decisions. If you want to be homeless, you get to be homeless. You can be homeless if you want.
I'll tell that to 99% of people that are working for someone that they don't like working for. Yeah.
Steven, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, and then we get back to the education system.
You don't eat. You don't eat. You don't work. You don't eat. And if you don't eat, you die. That is pretty simple. Everyone is coerced, whether or not they believe it or not. Their wife, their children, they're coerced to actually work to feed their family if they have one. They're coerced to provide for a community if they're like a politician like Christian. They're coerced to believe in some political cause like BMI and be like a black radical. It's all coercion. Like, you guys have all been convinced to be a part of some stupid shit.
Yeah, when it starts to unravel, it starts to hurt, and I understand that, and you're going to have to see that. But the fact is, so getting back to the work, so work and slavery. So you think work and slavery are the same thing?
No. What's the difference? Again, you haven't explained to me the difference.
Okay. So who then? So
what do we do?
Hold on, just wait a second. I'm going to follow him. The difference between work and slavery. Okay, the difference between work and slavery. So you are right now. Okay, you have all the resources that you need, and you're just in a room. Okay, now if you just sit there and you don't get up and take care of yourself and go to the bathroom and find food, someone else is going to have to do that for you, right?
So, guys, how many times have you heard?
Just yes or no. I'm breaking it down to the super basics. I'm breaking it down because we have to sort through the difference between work and slavery.
How were slaves able to buy themselves out of freedom if they weren't getting paid? How were slaves able to buy their freedom?
That was still slavery.
How's it they're getting paid? But how were they able to buy themselves out of freedom if they were slaves?
You're starting with the preposition. You're starting with the presupposition that they're slaves. The system is fucked. We're talking about free people, and I'm asking you as a free human being. Nobody is telling you to do anything. Okay? Slaves didn't have that option. I'm saying to you, right? You're born right now. You're in a room with me. Okay? We're in a room. You can have anything that you want. If you just sit there and you don't do anything, someone's gonna have to do that for you. I'm gonna have to feed you, right? I'm gonna have to go and find food. Is that correct? And I'm gonna.
No, it's not correct. You could lay there and die.
Mister, just say everything.
Exactly. So slavery. So that's the difference between work and slavery. Work is you maintaining yourself, 100% of your successes, and 100% of your failures. That's all that is. Slavery is when you're forced to do it for somebody else, and someone else forces you to do that for their benefit. I can't believe that we're having this.
The else.
Brett, but what is your point though? What is your point?
The else is you. Like that's the entire point that I'm trying to make is that you are a slave. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You are a slave to someone at the end of the day.
What?
Slaves from antiquity, from the plantation era, they brought their freedoms, right? They were still getting paid. So obviously, making money does not differentiate whether or not you're a slave or not, right? So you can still make money and be a slave, and that's what modern day slavery is. You are a slave. If you work a 9 to 5, you are a slave.
No, you're not.
Right, but if the system didn't exist, Mr. Ramon, if the system didn't exist, and we just wake up, me and you wake up just on just land somewhere on the planet, okay? Do we have to get up and we got to do things, right? We're gonna have to build a home for ourselves. We're gonna have to find food. We're gonna have to forage. We're gonna have to create systems that we can rely on me and you to rely on each other for whatever it is that we're gonna work, right? So is that working or is that slavery?
Okay, the difference is I don't have some boss lady bitch over me that's gonna fire me just because my khakis aren't ironed correctly. That's the difference.
Okay.
That's the difference that we have to deal with now. We have to deal with boss lady dumb bitches that ruin entire companies. That's the issue that we're dealing with.
Oh my God! But you can identify that scenario of me and you on land and us doing things, building, and trading and bartering and going here and there that's work, but it's not slavery. Yes.
You and I were on an island, it would be like Lord of the Flies. I would eat you day one.
Well, that doesn't. But see, you could eat me. That's fine. But you plan on just dying by yourself? You're gonna go crazy, right? Why instead? We already know at this far in our humanity that the best thing to do is for me and you to work together. For me to do things and you to do things, and then us exchange for us to have the best life. You build whatever you're going to build and grow whatever you're going to grow. I'm going to build and grow what I'm going to grow. And then we can, because it's going to be impossible for you to do everything yourself. You're going to rely on me. You're not going to eat me. You're a fool if you think that you're going to eat me. You're dumb.
Yeah, never mind. I'm going to be like Christian. I'm going to be a black politician. I'm going to start siding with the white people. And I'm going to be like, hey, look, I'm the Tim Scott of this island. Come on, white people. Like, I'm with you guys.
What if you're a little
My point was can you could differentiate the difference between work and slavery now? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's good. So now, getting back to the scenario, a man, a kid, right, he decides to smoke pot because that works best with his ailment that he wasn't asked to have, and he's doing well. He's a productive member of society. He's in college. He made the dean's list. So who did he harm?
Okay, so, all right, let me take a crack at it. Group cooperation, like you said, benefits our species to survive. So group cooperation then came up with laws about not smoking marijuana. Now, we all agree that, or most of us agree, some of the laws are stupid and they're outdated. The kid, in theory, harmed when he smoked the marijuana and broke the law. He harmed society by proliferation of marijuana in society. So future victims of marijuana, but really, he probably harmed nobody. But that was the basis of the laws that were put in place, was to keep marijuana out of society, because it is a detrimental thing. That was the theory. It was detrimental to society.
Right. So you can.
Bima, what I would say is this to you. Clearly, the kid got arrested. Right? I don't know anything about the case. You're just saying the kid, you say he had cerebral palsy. I don't know how you do that, but you base it off the crutches, and he's dragging his foot. He could have.
Because he said it. He said it himself.
Okay, he said it's cerebral palsy. That's fine. he got arrested for smoking, that means he clearly wasn't inside his home. He wasn't in his back patio. He wasn't somewhere. If you got arrested for it, and you said that the judge said, well, I told you already 2 times, third strikes you're out. So this has already happened 2 times before. So now, if the kid's getting arrested for smoking, again, he's out in public doing it. So I guess the question I would ask you, Nima, let's say a guy goes to a bar, and he gets drunk, and he gets in his car and drives. Now, he drives the speed limit, he drives good, but there happens to be a checkpoint. So there's a checkpoint, the cops he didn't get pulled over for speeding, he didn't get pulled over for anything. And there's a checkpoint, and the cop's like, well, dude, you've been drinking, bro. And the guy's like, well, yeah, but I've been driving fine, I haven't hurt anybody. Well, dude, you're fucking drinking and driving a car. You could hurt somebody. So if the kid's out in public smoking weed, who knows what he's doing? Who knows what's going on there? But clearly the kid wasn't inside his home smoking the weed. Because if he was inside his home smoking the weed, he wouldn't have got arrested. So for him to stand up there in court and be like, well, it helps me fall asleep and release my pain and blah, blah, well, then what the fuck are you doing in public for, bro? Why are you out here? Why are you out here smoking around other people?
And did he have a prescription?
Right.
What's going on here?
No, because this is years ago.
Did the guy
He didn't get arrested for doing pot. He got arrested for possession. And I wonder, a kid with crutches.
Did the guy who was driving drunk that hadn't gotten the accident yet, did he harm anybody?
That's a false equivalency.
Hold on.
It's a false
He's gonna get arrested, and in the court, he's gonna be like, well, judge, I didn't harm anybody. They're gonna be like, yeah, bro, but you were drinking.
Yeah, but he was right, but he was causing an immediate harm by the threat, right? There was a threat there. A kid doing himself, there's no threat. He's not harming anybody. It's false.
What if he was?
Yeah, but you understand the purpose of the law, though. You understand the purpose
He
of the law.
was not arrested for doing it. He got arrested for possession. For possession. That's what it was. It was possession.
Okay.
Without laws, there's chaos.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Possession.
That's not answering the question. It's
It is answering the question. That is the answer to your question.
Like this is my issue, right? Let's say you have a community that's dealt with kids with peanut allergies, right? And you're on an island. Would be that person that takes the jar of peanut butter, knowing that there's a group of people that have dealt with peanut allergies, kids that you have that could potentially be put at risk. That's the way I see drugs. That's the way I see weed, right? You introduce these toxic substances into communities, like MDMA, fentanyl, weed, into these communities. Sure, that kid might, oh yes, I take it and it just makes me feel like normal. But that other kid, he might have an adverse reaction to it, right? So do you want to be that person that's introduced this chemical into this community that might actually destroy it? Do you want to be like the Europeans that introduce alcohol to the Native Americans? Is that the type of person you want to be?
See, but this is the beauty of understanding the difference between entitlement and then also what truly we have as individual agents to just make our choices, right? We would have to, do you understand the things that have to be answered in order to determine something like what harm is? And I guarantee most people don't even, we would have to, we could start all the way back to epistemics, okay? How do we know at what anything is, right? We have to identify this first. We have to, what about truth and objectivity? Are there moral truths? Because,
you know nothing about that.
hold on, that has nothing to do, there are plenty of non-liberals that like philosophy, to start with the understanding of knowledge, okay, and how we know what we know, right? Are you a moral realist? Are you an anti-realist? We're gonna have to determine, we're gonna have to get into meta-ethics. We're gonna have to get into value theory. We're gonna have to get into normative ethics for you to tell me that I'm causing harm. And what it comes down to is there has to be an objective, verifiable way to say that someone's harming somebody.
But the group
It's called the Bible, by the way.
No, the group determined the law. The majority voted
That's
in the
might
law.
makes right. That's might makes right. That's not morality. No, that's might makes right. That's saying.
But what is your point? The laws are there to prevent chaos.
I'm saying that a group of people, we already determined that we own ourselves. So if we
No.
own ourselves, and you don't think that you think that other people own you.
Well, I think Mike is right, and the laws, you can't just do whatever the
Well,
fuck you
might
want to do.
first, but Beaver, might makes right is not moral. That's the state of nature.
That
Might,
needs to not see it.
there's
There is
no
no
morality in might makes right.
Morality is subjective to the time
No,
and
it's not.
the group. Yes, it is.
Well,
Says-
sure,
says
of course
who?
it is.
Says
Of course
who?
it is. Yes,
Says who?
yes. So, well, of course. See, this we're not even gonna be able. He's
So
gonna
when we
argue
evolved
subjectivity.
from
Mr. Malone's gonna
whatever
argue
we evolved
objectivity.
from,
This is pointless.
we were probably raping each other, and we had no civility. So back then, are you going to tell us that we were immoral? No, back then we were subject to a different morality. It's relative. You see other species like that will go rape and think that they
Says who? Says who? Who said that? Who said that?
Nobody said it. It's just what happened.
Again, says who? The oldest code of law we can go back to is what, the Hammurabi laws.
I'm talking about before that. We evolved. Do you believe in evolution?
No, I don't believe in it.
Okay, well then there's no point in discussing. Okay, never mind.
You think we evolved from pond scum? Eventually we became amphibians and reptiles, and
Yes.
eventually to a monkey, to a human? Is that what you believe in?
Yeah, science is pretty solid on it.
Oh,
at this point.
Darwinism, right?
Yes, DNA pretty much solidified the theory of evolution.
Okay, so yeah, we're all. You see, this is the type of ideology that leads you to commit genocide. If you believe that your next door neighbor evolved from a fucking fish, then yeah, you're more likely just to genocide them and kill them. Yeah,
We didn't come directly from
type of
fish.
ideology that.
We didn't come directly from it. If that's how you believe evolution works, you just don't understand it.
Evolution isn't real. It was taught in the 1800s by some Freemason. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So a spaghetti monster then told you what is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Get off of Reddit, dude. Spaghetti monster. That's so 2010.
Okay, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Get off of Reddit, atheism, and actually, research some stuff and stop listening to, DeGrasse Tyson and Richard Dawkins. All right.
So you think you're smarter than Richard Dawkins?
Well, he's definitely a dumbass and a predator.
Yeah, okay.
If you didn't know that.
Yeah, he's stupid.
Mr. Law, are there any laws that you believe are immoral that go against your own moral code?
Well, there's so many laws I can bring up. If we're just talking about after the French Revolution, obviously, there was satanic.
No, like laws today.
Well, we have to talk about the French Revolution because that's when I believe Satan got released from the pits of hell. The monarchy that was essentially defending Christendom at that time got destroyed. We had a monarchy